Hello, hello, hello. And there we are. There we are. Here I am. Hello, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful weekend so far. Who we got hanging out with us here today? Sound off in the chat, folks. Hey Kay, how are we doing today? Hiya Brimstone, nice to see you back here as usual. Appreciate you all taking time out of your busy Saturdays, I'm sure, to watch me play some Outer Worlds. But it's really more like we're all playing the game together, isn't it? Outer Worlds is such a fun game and it's very, very interactive. Nice to hear that you're doing well. That's super awesome. Today, I got a lot of sleep last night. There were some things that I wanted to do in order to get ready for the stream, but I found myself just completely zonked out. You know, when you're too tired, sometimes you have to listen to your body, and it lets you know what it does and doesn't need. And it seems like I needed just a ton of sleep. So I woke up early today in order to prepare some stuff for the stream. So as a reminder, we've got our wonderful Streamlabs bot running here. You can earn per points by watching the stream as well as being active in chat. Those can all be saved up and redeemed for fun, cool, and weird stuff. Also, so I spent some time last night adding new commands to the chat bot, as well as redeems that you can redeem from the store using your per points. So I highly advise you to take a look at that and see what all is new. There are some things that you'll notice right away, whereas some things are a little bit more hidden. So I'm very interested in seeing y'all kind of do a little Easter egg hunt in there and see if you can find them. As a reminder, we are playing the Outer Worlds here, which is a first-person RPG action-adventure game by Obsidian. It is sort of a spiritual sequel to Fallout New Vegas that takes place in a science fiction fantasy space setting. As always, if there's any sort of audio issues, if you can't hear me or anything like that, if the volume balance is out of whack, just let me know and I'll fix that as soon as possible. Sometimes Streamlabs is pretty screwy. How are we doing on time here? It's pretty, yeah, Easter eggs. You heard what I said. You gotta look through. You gotta see what you got. You gotta see what's hidden in there. Hey, Xenomnia, there you are. Thank you for stopping by. And Streamlabs is up and running right away. Wow, usually it takes a while for that little sucker to get hooked in here, but it seems like the bot is super excited and ready to go. So yeah, I decided to try and go back to the 5 p.m. my local time streaming slot for this week, because last week it seemed like it might have been a little bit too early for folks. There weren't as many people in the stream as I usually get, so I just wanted to do a little experiment, see what time would have worked best for people. So, yeah, we're back to this time slot for today. As usual, I plan to stream for about 2 hours in Fursuit, and then at which point, usually, my head starts screaming at me to take a break, so the Fursuit's gonna come off, and then I will continue playing the game out of suit. So, last time we left off, what had happened was we explored the entire power plant, the geothermal power plant. We killed a whole bunch of robots. We rescued a weird guy who was trapped down there and had just started hallucinating due to the traumatic stress of the event. And we decided that we were going to be rerouting power back to the city of Edgewater. Now, Adelaide, the leader of the deserters, who was growing food for the first time in years due to the fact that she was using dead human bodies as fertilizer, she was not very happy about the fact that we essentially doomed her encampment of free individuals to a life of starvation. However, what we did was we went back to Edgewater and we convinced Reed Thompson, the corrupt head of the town, that he was not doing a very good job and that he should step down. After which point, we informed Adelaide that the way was clear for her to take leadership of Edgewater. She wasn't too thrilled with our methods, but it seems like Edgewater will be the better for it. I think Adelaide is going to do, well, you couldn't really get much worse than Reed Thompson. After that, of course, since we had directed the power to one of the two settlements, we then had our power converter available. So we plugged that into the ship, the good old Unreliable, and she is up in the air. So we're finally off the ground, we're in space, and most importantly, our ship is powered, so now we can explore other realms that are out there, as well as just taking a look to see what the ship has to offer. So that was a quick recap for folks who may have missed what we were getting up to last weekend. And I had left off, I didn't want to explore the ship, without everybody being there. So now we can take a look and see what we have going on here. So here we've got the workshop area. This is the workbench where we can modify our weapons. You can also tinker, which is essentially just throwing points at the weapons and just kind of making them better. We can repair things, as well as break down old weapons that we do not need any longer. Now, Parvati's usually hanging out right around here, though I don't see her here right now. She may be hanging out in her room. That's right. The companion rooms on the Unreliable are now open, so we can take a look at what our friends are doing. Sometimes Parvati's back here. Yeah, there she is.
Have you ever seen such a beautiful engine? She's a custom specification.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful is definitely a word. She seems really, really hot. Hi, Parvati. How are things going?
I could probably spend years fixing this boat, stem to stern.
Did you learn your trade from your father? It sounded like it when you talked to Reed.
Mostly, yeah. I lived in the maintenance office near all my life. Mr. Thompson never let me forget how funny that was.
Well, I don't see the humor.
He meant funny as in odd. It's not normal for anyone to do as their parents. You take a vocational test. That decides your schooling and your career. When I tested out for maintenance, everyone figured it was on account of my dad. They were real unhappy with us.
But you actually are good at this, and you enjoy it.
Well, I'm good at making things work the way they ought. Not so much at doing such to somebody else's schedule. There's times I'm working deep in the guts of a loader, getting it all running perfect. Then I look up to see it's tomorrow, and I've blown another deadline. Anyhow, I was happy to get back home. I didn't care much for schooling.
After school, you moved straight back to Edgewater?
Yep, nothing much had changed. Everything was a little grayer, a little dirtier. Dad met me at the shuttle and gave me a big ol' hug. I noticed straight away that he was moving slower and stiffer. He made a little grunt when I squeezed.
Did you get much time with him after you got back from school?
About a year. I tried to do more of the work so he could rest. His heart gave him pains. Dad never said that he loved me, you know? I knew on account of him showing it. How he'd stay up late to help with my projects or listen to my fretting. Oh gosh. Look at the time. Sorry to bend your ear so long. And I got so much to do before this ship's in decent shape.
No worries, Parvati. I'm always game to have a conversation with you. So, Parvati's over here doing some calibrations. Let's go see what our other companion, Vicar Max, is up to. I'm just gonna parkour across these here crates because I feel like it. So, right. Here are the captain's quarters, which, as the captain, we can finally enter. So, we've got a little bed over here where we can sleep. That's more of a feature you have to pay attention to when you're playing on Supernova mode, where sleep is a meter that you need to keep an eye on. Whereas, in the mode that I'm playing, it's kind of just used to pass the time. You can also use it if you need to heal. There's this little chest over here, this here bin, which I have taken the liberty of starting to put a few of my unneeded apparel accessories in. Here's a beautiful view. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. The detailing in this game is phenomenal. You can even see the dirt and the cracks in the window of the Unreliable. Imagine, you know, waking up from your bed, turning around and just seeing that view out in front of you. Absolutely beautiful. So here's the holographic shroud. Ada, our computer AI, had mentioned this to us last we stopped playing. Let's go ahead and pick it up and see what it does. Oh, Nico is here. Hello, Nico. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good time. Yes, the holographic shroud. So, what this does is it projects a disguise on you and your companions that gives you access to restricted areas, provided you have the correct ID cartridge for that area. Restricted areas are off limits to unauthorized personnel and otherwise result in being attacked on sight. So, this is something that the sneaking and the the hiding mechanics in this game are pretty unique. Hopefully you'll be seeing those in practice very soon, so I don't want to explain it too much, but it is something that is not just your typical video game disguise capability. They put a little unique spin on it that I really have not seen done in other games before. So that's going to be very, very intriguing when we get to it. Here's just a game. I'm so upset that you can't place items down. Like, you could do that in Fallout New Vegas, and like you could press Z and just like move objects in 3D space. And I spent so much time just like decorating the Lucky 38, which is the place where you hang out in Fallout New Vegas. and making it really seem like more of a lived-in home. I know that's not the purpose of the game, but, you know, it's how I play, and it helps me, you know, get more involved in what's going on. So I was pretty bummed out that you can't actually do that in the Outer Worlds, though I understand why they may have not included that feature in this game because it was kind of broken. You could kind of exploit that by, well, you've seen the stealing mechanics in this game. If an item belongs to somebody and you pick it up, that's considered stealing. If they see you do that, they're going to get mad at you. So in Fallout New Vegas, what you could do is, like, let's say this was a thing that you wanted, you could just press Z to pick it up. You could slowly back out of the room until the person couldn't see you anymore, drop it, and then pick it up, and it wouldn't count as being stolen. You can do that to get some unique weapons. But yeah, so they don't have that in the Outer Worlds. Oh wow, Nico, you've been playing Horizon Zero Dawn. Yes, that's such a great game. I played it a couple years back. Wow. Yeah, that was the summer before I attended Anthrocon for the last time. Yeah, I was here. I have such great memories of playing Horizon Zero Dawn. I had some friends come over. They helped me dye my hair. I was playing the game while the dye set, and we had a really great time. Horizon Zero Dawn is actually free to download and keep right now on the PlayStation Store. So if you have a PlayStation, I highly recommend you head on over there and check it out. It's a great game. So let's see what our messages are. We've got some messages. Well, they're for Alex Hawthorne. They're not necessarily for me, though I have assumed the mantle of Alex Hawthorne now, I guess. So yeah, I can totally read this. Okay, unread messages. From U. Bedford. Subject, thank you. Oh, I forgot to mention in my previous message, silly me, I'm mailing you a copy of my favorite serial, The Space Adventures of Singularity Steel. It's about a dashing space pirate with a heart of, well, steel. It's not exactly board-approved, so don't go showing it around to your spacer buddies. I hope it will amuse you while you're out adventuring. Any similarities to a certain someone are entirely intentional. Winky winky. From Udom. Okay, this Udom Bedford guy is sending us some messages, or rather, to the late Captain Alex Hawthorne, whose identity we have taken over since we dropped a ship on their head. Oh yeah, Skyrim. You could place a bucket over a character's head to block their sight. That's funny. I'm trying to think. There isn't anything like a bucket in Fallout New Vegas, so I don't believe that would have been able to be tested in that game. But yeah, you could just grab something back out of the room and then steal it. It's so funny how people find ways to exploit games like that. Okay, let's look at the archived messages. Oh, we've got a lot of archived messages from this here Mr. Bedford. Dearest Alex, I can't tell you how pleased I am to finally hear from you. Your message was hilarious. I'm delighted by your sense of humor and the tale of your hijinks. I hope your terminal will cooperate for the foreseeable future. By the by, I was scraping Groundbreaker's comms network for tasty little tidbits, and I noticed you declined to dock at Edgewater's landing pad and instead touched down in the wilderness. You rugged individualist, you. I only pray that idiot Thompson wasn't giving you any trouble. Anyway, I hope your meeting down on Terra 2 proves fruitful, and I look forward to corresponding with greater regularity. Your best friend, Udom. Yeah, so in case you couldn't tell, that incident that Udom is referring to is, well, when we killed the actual Captain Hawthorne by dropping a landing pod on their head. Oops. So, here's another message. Hello, hello. Alex, I don't know where you were raised, but I'd hazard to guess it may have been a barn, because anyone with even a modicum of decent rearing would know it's unforgivably rude to ignore the ardent, sincere messages of one's friends. Best, Udom. P.S. Please respond. Oh, Udom, you card you. Then they sent another one. Hello, hello. Hope this finds you well. It was a pleasure to see you in my office again last week. Once again, I'm terribly sorry about the impounding mix-up. How could it have happened a second time? Terminals these days, I swear. Dreadfully unreliable. Like your ship. I hope you've given some thought to that thing we discussed. You know, about the Wells fellow. I'm so sorry to press, but I have the strangest tickling feeling that you really do know him. And if you could just tell me where he is, well, it would be marvelous for our friendship, wouldn't it? Looking forward to seeing you again, wingman. Your dear friend, Udom. Okay, so, Mr. Bedford really wants to know, where Phineas Wells is, and it seemed like Alex Hawthorne was a little bit reluctant to let Mr. Bedford know. Let's check out the last message here. Dear Alex, hello, Udom here, Udom Bedford. We met when I accidentally impounded your ship. My silly fat fingers embarrassing me once again. I hope that wasn't too terribly inconvenient for you. It was such a pleasure for me, and I tremendously appreciate your forbearance in not throttling me. You really are quite the gentleman. If you're ever in Groundbreaker's airspace, well, space, please don't hesitate to look me up. The Last Hope serves Spectrum vodka. Perhaps we could try every color. You know, really tie one on. Let me know. Your new friend, Udom. Okay. So, in reading these messages and piecing them back together backwards, what we can determine is that Alex Hawthorne was impounded at the Groundbreaker by Udom Bedford, and Bedford just kinda really started trying to be his friend. Whether this was genuine or whether Bedford is just trying to use Alex in order to get knowledge of where Phineas Wells is, that remains to be seen, which we will be seeing about very shortly. Here's a couple logs. Ooh, these are really cool. So log entry number 1 is about a shrink ray. That sounds pretty intriguing. What do we got to say about the shrink ray? Note to self. Remember this later. No, better. Ada, remind me weekly to check this log until I tell you to stop. Yes, I mean continually. No, Ada, not if I'm dead. Why would you even ask me that? Back to my point. I saw, in actuality, with my own 2 eyes, a sublimely powerful weapon in Wells's lab. Just sitting there for the taking, if the gray hair were to look away, or even forget about it, maybe. Or if I'd asked a smidgen more nicely. He called it a shrink ray, but wouldn't let me test that claim after I lost my temper. Said he was inspired to create the thing by the achievements of other scientists who dared to push the boundaries of human knowledge and decency laws. I had heard rumors of fantastical weapons like this one, weapons that push the boundaries of the mind and science's cutting edge, but I figured they were just stories, to be honest. Laying eyes on Wells's shrink ray firsthand is enough to make a fellow wonder if there's more to the rumors. More to be had. Alright, we've got another cheetah fact going on here. Cheetah fact number 31. The scientific name of the cheetah is Acinonyx jubatus. Acinonyx translates to non-moving claw, and jubatus means maned. Yes. So cheetahs are the only big cats with non-retractile claws. That means that they cannot pull their claws in and stick them back out again the way that your little house cat can. Cheetah's claws are out all the time, and the reason that this is to provide them with better traction when running so that they can turn on a dime and chase down their prey. And since cheetah's claws are out all the time, they're actually very blunt. So they don't really use them for slashing and tearing like lions or tigers do. They're pretty much just for running and tripping up their prey as they're chasing it. And then the jubatus, the maned part of the cheetah's name, comes from the fact that baby cheetah cubs have a fluffy mane of fur down the backs of their necks when they are younger. That's for camouflage purposes, and then they lose that as they get older, except in the case of king cheetahs, like me, who have a dark black mane of fur on the backs of their necks. So, let's see here. What else do we have? Hammer power. That sounds interesting. What's the hammer power situation? Hammer power. The last time I got sloshed, was imbibing at the Lost Hope on the Groundbreaker. Look, Udon was really free with the drinks. He seems like an okay fellow. I shamelessly but subtly eavesdropped on two Mardits yammering on about a mad scientist some years back who claimed he'd made a huge discovery that would change the fate of the colony. Like, none of us have heard that one before. But here is the good part. The Mardit said the mad scientist kept yelling about the hammer's power or something similar. A strange weapon with a special power created by a crazy lab coat? Sure fits the bill. Could be another one of the weapons that inspired Wells. So there is another weapon that we could possibly find. Those are the science weapons I mentioned in a previous stream. Those have really, really interesting effects on NPCs and enemies. And the last one, the last log entry here is for black market leads. Why won't Wells just give the shrink ray to me? Blast him to the depths of the labyrinth on Tartarus and back. Let the record show I did apologize for shouting him down 5 times, but architect be damned, it's just sitting there, neglected and gathering dust. I should have commandeered it and thanked him without asking permission, or breaking expensive equipment when he said it wasn't ready yet, and that even if it were, he couldn't entrust it to someone like me. What does that even mean, I ask? That I'm not trustworthy enough? That I use it to wipe out the good, hard-working folks of the colony like some sort of moralist psycho? I'll admit to maintaining some questionable associations, but I follow a strict code of me, myself, and mine. What's not to respect in that? Exactly. Now I have to wait until Wells forgets or thinks he's misplaced it. In the meanwhile, I have been tracking down additional rumors pertaining to others of these science weapons throughout Halcyon. If gossip holds true, my next step will be to check in with the black market merchants on the Groundbreaker and in Fallbrook. So these are some very interesting pieces of information here. And in addition to just providing some great flavor for the world, they are giving us clues as to where we can find special and highly powerful science weapons in the game. The Groundbreaker, which you've heard mentioned a couple times, is actually the place that we are going to be heading to next. But before we do that, I do want to check out, and yeah, so those pips have been added to our quest diary. I do want to check out the rest of the Unreliable, before we head out. Oh yeah, and we got this for resolving the Edgewater quest line. It's this beautiful Edgewater sign, since we rerouted the power to there. Edgewater sign. Adelaide's deserters dreamed of an independent life without board oversight. You taught them an important lesson. Never dream. Oh, well. I don't think that's true. I think Adelaide is going to do a much, much better job of running Edgewater, and she's got more space now to grow her garden. I'm sure everything will be fine. So here we actually have Parvati's bedroom, her bunk on the ship, and you can collect, there are certain collectibles hidden out in the world which you can pick up, and those will be used to decorate the rooms of your companions. She's got some Ali Ali Toxifree, some Skin Tough Salve, some beauty products here. I'm not going to take those. Those belong to Parvati. Oh, here's a nice plant. Petunia the plant. This is not a petunia. It's not a petunia, it's just named Petunia. Here is a copy of the Modern Steel Wrench and You. This book is heavily dog-eared with doodles in the margins. Oh, sorry you got disconnected, Nico, but I am glad that you're back here on the stream. And here's some ammo, so in the event that we ever are desperately in need of ammo, we can take it from Parvati's room, but as I said earlier, since we can't actually put items down in space to kind of flesh out these areas, I try not to take any of the consumables from the companion bedrooms. Like a spade, some pep pills. What's this toolbox? It's a banged up toolbox, full of modified tools with unique mechanical uses. Digging around in here would be an easy way to lose a finger to a sawtooth blade. Okay, good to know. I'm not going to be touching that anymore. And here we have Abigail. First wrench Dad ever gave me. She's been a friend ever since. Aww. Parvati framed her first ever wrench and hung it on the wall. It's so cute. I'm sure a ton of us have mementos like that from their life. You know, keeping firsts. Oop, we've got a redeem here.
And now you're mine.
Ah, you love that witch redeem, don't you, Nico? Yep, that was me from Halloween a couple years back in my Wicked Witch costume. The Witch is one of my favorite cosplays because there's just so much potential with that. Casting spells, making potions, turning people into cats, being wicked and dastardly and wonderful. That's one of the costumes that I find myself continually returning to. And yeah, you can sleep in Parvati's bed if you want for some reason. Don't know why you would. And here's a photo of Parvati's father, a stern older man with warm eyes. Oops. Wish I could zoom in on that, but unfortunately I cannot. He looks like a nice enough fella, though, don't you think? He looks like a very nice dad. And there's just some more, some stuff, and yeah, that's all that's in Parvati's room right now, but we are just getting started on our journey, so we'll have plenty more opportunities to pick up stuff for her. This room belongs to someone we haven't met yet, and this room belongs to Vicar Max. There he is. He's got a book here, Doctrinal Studies 539 of Equity and Equations. These textbooks have been out of print for almost half a century. The margins are filled with scribbled notes, and many passages have been underlined. Some pages have come loose, the glue now yellowed and cracked along the spines. Yes, it is a good Halloween cosplay also. And here's another book, The Journal of Maximilian de Soto, Volume 1. The scribblings on these journal pages are utterly illegible to anyone except Vicar Maximilian de Soto. That's our good friend Max. Glad he's got that doctor scrawl. So Max has some heavy ammo in his room. Here's another thing. It's an index of banned literature. Part 1, Various Qualifying Considerations. Part 2, Principal Rules of Restrictive Management. Part 3, Morals and Maxims of Banning Unethical Literature. Part 4, Proof of the Grand Architect and Predestination, a refutation of the titles listed here within. Part 5, Consequences, the Mind, and the Will of Man when led astray. Part 6, Official List of Banned Titles. Part 7, Prerequisites for Advancing the Investigation, Outing, and Penalizing of Offenders. And there's the vial that we picked up from inside of his church back in Edgewater. It's an OSI anointment vial. It smells suspiciously like iceberg-aged whiskey. Alright, Max, I'll keep your little secret. Here's a cabinet full of books we can't look at. And he also has a stack of Toss Bowl trading cards in mint condition. Most of these cards represent players from the Hephaestus Hammers and the Tilebackers. Those must be Vicar Max's favorite teams. And here's a book about the art and science of tossball. Impossible to put down. Order of Scientific Inquiry, Office of Literature. This endorsement has been approved by Auntie Cleo's Darlings. Signed by Seymour Whitlock, who held the record for most on-the-field fatalities for 3 consecutive seasons. Yes, tossball is quite the dangerous sport. Hello, Vicar Max. Long time no talk. What do you have to say to us?
By verity, by strength. What are we contemplating today?
I'd like to know something about those I'm flying with. What's your story?
Nothing too out of the ordinary. Just your run-of-the-mill vicar with a violently enthusiastic disposition.
Violently enthusiastic disposition?
That's what my parents called it. I grew up in a pit of a town, much like Edgewater. I was destined to be a laborer like my parents, but I was infected early with a need to solve the equation. My passion didn't sit well with them.
Were they not religious?
On the contrary. They internalized the precepts of scientism like no one I've ever known. They had a pure faith, a faith that brought joy to them regardless of the situation. I envied that. I wanted that peace. I thought if I became a vicar, I could find it. Or at the very least, find out why I lacked it.
But weren't they proud when you became a vicar, at least?
They thought I was fighting the plan, should have accepted my lot. Some people pursue the clergy for power, prestige, but that was not me.
If you can't help but follow the plan, then everything you do is part of it, right?
The plan is not one rigid path. There are a variety of multitudes contained within it. Our paths have variance, but we'll end up adhering to it, whether we like it or not. Some choices make the path smoother, some rougher. You can even go outside the lines, but the further outside you go, it's like an unbreakable elastic band. It will only stretch so far before it snaps back. The further it is stretched, the more violent the eventual correction.
Well, it seems quite trusting of you to just sign on without knowing anything about me.
I have run headlong into too many walls in my pursuit of the truth. This book is my last hope, and you were my only hope of getting it translated.
That seems a bit extreme.
I've been called that more than once. What about you? What's your story?
I was a colonist on the Hope. A scientist named Wells saved me.
And how did he do that?
He stole my body from the Hope at the edge of the colony and thawed me out.
Well, you do seem different than every other colonist. Let's pretend for the moment I believe you. What are you going to do now?
I'm helping him recover more of the chemicals he needs to save the rest of the colonists.
That seems a dangerous proposition. Why risk your life now that it's been returned to you?
And we've got another cheetah fact here in the chat. So, cheetah fact number 14. Cheetahs were revered in ancient Egypt and were kept as trained hunting companions by royalty. The goddess Mafdet was often depicted with the skin or head of a cheetah. Yes, that is very true. Hunting cheetahs can be seen in a lot of art from the time of ancient Egypt. So, why risk my life now that it's been returned to me? Well, my friends are on the Hope.
Oh, I see. You have my condolences.
Tell me again about the book we picked up that's in French.
Baconu, the author, had some interesting theories about man's perception of reality that I thought could be applied to our attempts to decipher the plan. Unfortunately, he was also one of the founders of the Philosophist school of thought, so the book is banned in this colony.
Right, I remember. Remind me, what are your thoughts on the Philosophists?
Philosophism's a false religion that stands in contradiction to almost everything we know to be true. They believe all is chaos, in stark contrast to OSI's belief in the plan. But most of the Philosophist perversion of Bakonu's thoughts came more than a century after his death.
And any ideas where we can find someone who speaks French in this colony?
I've been thinking on that. There's a former infamous philosopher scholar who fled Terra 2 some years ago. He's an expert on Bakonu.
Yeah,
He's
what a
also
surprise you
told
know
me of
someone
the
like
journal's
that.
presence in Emerald Vale. If anyone in this colony could translate that book, it would be him.
Yes, indeed, Platinum. There was an Egyptian cheetah goddess. Most people know about Bastet, but yes, Mafdet was also a goddess who was specifically depicted with the head of a cheetah in certain situations. Oh, Nico says, cheetahs are really beautiful and majestic cats, and it's really amazing that you know so much about them. If I may add, you are an amazing king cheetah, Shetani. Well, thank you very much. I very much appreciate that. I love animals and nature, and I love, just spreading knowledge about the creatures that we base this community on. I think it's a bit sad that some furries take part in a community based around animal characters, yet know so very little about the actual animals who inspire these wonderful creations. And I always encourage anybody to learn as much as they can about animals, or even just the species of your fursona. It's always really, people love it when you can spout out these little facts about your fursona, and in fact, by doing so, you often find ways that you and your fursona species may be quite similar, and it helps you connect more with them. Yeah, Bastet stole all of the Egyptian feline spotlight. She really did. Okay, so that sounds like a good lead, but where do we find him?
That's a good question. We should start on the Groundbreaker. It's where I'd go if I wanted to get off Terra 2. Great place to pick up a ride to Hephaestus, Scylla, even Monarch. All I need is access to a data cartridge from the security terminal. Their easily hackable system keeps a registry of all crew manifests for both arrivals and departures.
Yes, Brimstone the Wolf. As G.I. Joe said so memorably, knowledge is power. I know, that's not exactly what G.I. Joe said. And Xenomnia, your birthday is going to be next Saturday? Well, very happy early birthday in advance. I really hope you can be here, at least for a little while, so that we can share some time and I can properly wish you a happy birthday on stream. Yeah, family stealing you for birthday stuff. Birthdays are usually a time for family. I hope that it's a good time and that you're able to have a nice time with your family on your birthday. So, how is it that such a simple vicar happens to be such a highly skilled hacker, huh, Max?
Before I transferred to Edgewater, I had a wealth of time to develop certain secular skills during my years serving a particular penitentiary flock. I meditated, led sermons, provided guidance to the inmates as needed, of course. I also played prison yard tossball and taught myself a bit about computronic security systems.
All right, Vicar Max, so you learned a little bit while you were behind bars. I see how it is. And it looks like Platinum is already off and running with those terrible puns. You gotta keep them coming, though, don't you? Vicar Max, how will a crew manifest help us track down your scholar friend?
I'll comb the last 6 months of departure manifests to track the Philosophist's off-world destination. Thank you, Captain.
Sounds good. Let's go. So, those are the 2 companions that we have so far. The rest of these rooms belong to folks that we have not met yet. It
I've
seems...
adjusted the spice containers to optimize the flow.
Aw, thank you, Ada. That was very nice of you. Though, I'm not sure what we need spices for. People don't seem to do a lot of, cooking. They just eat Spacer's Choice brand processed foods. I can imagine those don't really taste all that good.
The ship used to be much quieter.
Yeah, well, it's becoming more crewed, Ada. A ship cannot fly without a crew. You know that very well. And it's going to get even louder in the future as we bring more folks on to the Unreliable. You are more than welcome to tell a joke if you would like, Nico. Alright. Let's see if Ada has anything to say before we set off.
Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance?
I'd like to know more about the colony.
What part of the colony would you like to discuss?
Well, let's talk about the Groundbreaker, where we're heading right now.
We're cleared to dock with the Groundbreaker if that's your desired destination. If we're going there, please be sure all docking forms have been filed in triplicate and fees have been paid. The Mardettes take their docking laws quite seriously.
Well, I can't exactly, confirm or deny that. We'll have to see what happens when we get there. So, what did the King Cheetah say when she finished her cup of tea? I don't know. What did the King Cheetah say when she finished her cup of tea? So Ada, you can take care of that for us, right?
I can, yes. Let me add that to my list of 1,435,498 tasks I am simultaneously executing in order to run our ship.
Great, thanks.
You are more than welcome, Captain.
That hit the spot. Very good one. And you know what? For that, we're gonna have a little bit of tea time for everybody. All right, Ada, give me the spiel on the Groundbreaker.
The Groundbreaker was Halcyon's original colony ship. It has since been repurposed as a service station in the Lagrange point of the system. Freighters often deliver or pick up goods from the Groundbreaker en route to other destinations. The city ship hosts an array of cargo bays, factories, housing sections, and more. Many of Halcyon's companies maintain office spaces with station representatives in what is considered a truly neutral territory within the system. I have filed the required docking forms in triplicate, and fees have been paid.
Oh, looks like we've got a new face in the chat here today. Hello, Paul. How are you doing? I'm glad that you were able to come and stop by and watch us play a little bit of the Outer Worlds here. Feel free to ask any questions that you may have. Chat with other folks in the chat. If you're gonna lurk, just type !lurk, get cozy, and enjoy the stream. Alright, Ada, that's about enough for now, I think.
I require a functioning captain to run the ship.
Yeah, Ada, I'm gonna do my best. Ever see a snake eat a large meal? They get really unhinged. They sure do, Platinum. It is fascinating how snakes can unhinge their jaws like that. It's just so thrilling to watch them swallow their prey. Alrighty, so we are now hovering in space right above the Groundbreaker. Here is Monarch. We're not going to be heading there just yet. Terra 2, that is where we just lifted off from, I believe. Oh, there's also Scylla, which is, No, that's actually not one of the DLC planets. That's somewhere else that we could go, though not just yet. And here's Phineas's lab, though we are going to be heading over to the Groundbreaker. Yep, go to the docking bay. Welcome to the system map. I think that popped a little late, but oh well. Here you can see all the planets in the system, as well as some special points of interest that you may have discovered. You can fly your ship to any location that you have unlocked, though some landing bays require special codes and keys before they allow you to land there. Moving between planets is considered extremely dangerous, and all employers are encouraged to remain home or at work. Yes.
Station reached. The Groundbreaker.
Yay, we are here. Let us check our skills before we head out of the Unreliable, because we do have some skill points that we can allot. So now that we've hit 50 in Persuade and Lie, we can no longer update the entire dialogue tree at once. We would have to dump points into individual stats here. My stealth could still do with a little bit of upgrading, as could my tech. Let me go ahead and try to get those med and science points up, while we can take advantage of the bonus for updating more than one skill at a time. So now we've got both our medical and science skills up to 50. Let's see, what else is important to have. 50 is a good threshold to keep things at. We've only got 3 points here. Now that we've got 2 companions available, it might be worthwhile putting some more points into leadership, because you can unlock the ability to order your companions to do special attacks. I'm law of you. Yes, I'm sure you do. Determination, we're already up to the 20 novice slot, where the inhaler heals both you and your companions, but they get 30% of the healing effect. That's very helpful. Let's see, what do I want to do? I could get my intimidate up to 50, which we might need to do certain dialogue checks. I wonder if there would ever be a situation where we'd have to intimidate someone where we couldn't just lie or persuade our way out of it. You know what? Let's just go ahead and do that. I'm going to put the remaining points into intimidate, and we're going to go ahead and apply those. And since we're at an even level, we also can choose a perk. What perk am I going to take this time? Not the science weapon one. I still don't have a science weapon. Not the flaw one. I still don't have any flaws. Add to a base armor, companion crit chance, 25% less weapon armor durability loss. That's pretty cool. Paul asks, what is your favorite wolf? That's a pretty good question. Gray wolves are quite majestic, though I think timber wolves are beautiful. I would have to say that my favorite type of wolf would be the maned wolf. Maned wolves, if you count them as such, because they are not actually wolves, they are more in the fox family. But they are ruddy-coated and they have really, really long legs. If you look up any pictures of maned wolves, they often look quite disproportionate, but I assure you, they are indeed a real animal. Oh, Zanamni is asking, seeing as you like drinking tea, what kind of tea is your favorite? Black teas are definitely my favorite teas to drink in general. From that, I like Earl Grey. I love chai tea. Any sort of chai spice tea is great. Tea blends that involve cardamom and black tea, those are a very big favorite of mine. I think those flavors pair really, really well together. This increases our TTD recharge rate. This lets us fast travel when encumbered. It's a useful skill to have, though I'm not sure if I would be needing that at this stage in the game just yet. This gives me 50% XP from companion kills. So if I've been plugging away at an enemy and my companion gets the kill shot in on them, that won't be entirely wasted. This, however, would increase my base health, which might be pretty helpful to take, especially earlier on in the game, so that we can reap the benefits of that as time goes on. Yeah, Zanomnia, I'm glad you enjoy chai tea as well. Chai tea is so good. And that is why I do have a coffee page for folks to give me donations, and I chose that site so that it was set up where people could give me a cup of tea, because I love tea, and that would be a cute little gimmick for the donations. As a reminder, if you are enjoying the stream and you would like to leave me a little tip, you can take a look at that coffee link down there at the bottom of the page. I do also have a shop open on my coffee page, which you can take a look at if you would like to direct your donations to a certain purpose, and that certain purpose being making me play certain games. So when I'm done playing the Outer Worlds, I would move on to a game of your choice. So that is on my coffee shop, though you can, of course, just leave stream donations of the general sort. And those are going to pop up on the stream, and you'll get a really cool notification, which I will read out loud, and everybody gets to see how generous you are, which is really cool. Nico likes black tea with lemon and honey. That's very nice as well. I like black tea with honey, though not so much with lemon. That's pretty good when you're sick or you've got a cold. Honey helps soothe your throat. So what I think I'm going to take at this point is the 50% XP for companion kills. And now Parvati's been leveled up because we've had her running along with us the whole time. Though Vicar Max now has quite a few perks or points that need to be allocated. So what are we going to take for Vicar Max? I'm going to take bonus support hack, which increases the hack skill when Max is in the party. And I have one more, I think. Oh no, I've only got one perk point. Yeah, that just increases his base health. This just increases or decreases his threat. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna go with the hack one. Alright, so here's our main quest. The only side quest we have at this point is to collect those science weapons that were mentioned on the terminal. And Vicar Max also has his companion quest. He wants us to track down the guy who can translate the banned French book that he picked up. So we're going to stick with our main quest highlighted for now.
Can we talk?
Oh, you got something to say, Parvati? Sure.
Hey, Captain. I heard that Groundbreaker's got a real good engineer. A lady named Junlei Tennyson?
Platinum, for a minute I thought, like, people were being rude in the chat, and I was like, uh-oh, who do I have to smite? But that is a pretty good pun. You should refrain from calling people average. It's pretty mean. Paul's asking, what is your favorite dog? I'm not sure that I have a favorite dog. I highly prefer the feline persuasion of creatures. If you have a favorite dog, what is your favorite type of dog? So, Junlei Tennyson, huh? What about her?
I was thinking that maybe I ought to meet her. If you got time to swing us by, I mean. I don't got much experience fixing actual spaceships. I bet you a can of Borston beans she could teach me all manner of stuff.
Borston beans. Sure, we could head over to engineering now.
Thanks, Captain. I'll be sure to make it worth your time. Did you want to talk about something else?
Okay. By the way, I'm making sure not to click the I think it's time you move along option because this will prompt the companion to leave your party. I don't know why anybody would ever want to do that, but if you no longer want to have a companion in the game, you can just kick them out. I'm not sure what happens when you do that. If they return to their previous location or if they just kind of disappear and are never seen again, but I am fairly certain that you do not have an option to get them back onto your team. I guess some people would use that for gameplay purposes, you know, for roleplay purposes if they're just like playing as a certain type of a character, but yeah. I've really lucked out on the stream so far. We've had really, really nice folks up until now.
Behind you.
Thank you, Ada. I appreciate it. Would like for nobody to steal the ship. Yeah, we've had really nice folks in the streams, no trolls or anything of that nature, which I was worried I'd have to deal with, though not so much. It looks like Paul has managed to sneak in here on a technicality, asking what is my favorite fox. Foxes are vulpines. They are not actually canines, nor are they felines, though foxes are more closely related to cats than to dogs. My favorite type of fox? I would say marble foxes. That's a specific coat coloration of domesticated fox. It's like white with darker spots. They're very, very pretty. Cross foxes are also beautiful, beautiful creatures as well. If you are a furry and you are kicking around in the furry community, you probably know at least one person who has a cross fox character or a cross fox persona, because cross foxes are super, super popular, I've noticed, especially these days. There are a lot of fun species of fox. You've got the fennec fox, you've got the Tibetan fox, the sand fox, crab-eating fox. There are a lot of foxes out there. Let's see. Oh, I missed when Paul asked what my favorite cheetah is. My favorite cheetah is me, obviously. I'm the best cheetah, and I actually... Give me 1 second here. Bear with me 1 second. Because I got something fun to show you all. I just need to run and get it. So, if you don't mind holding on for a minute while I just make the effort to make a really funny joke. Hello, there we go. Okay. So, when you asked me who my favorite cheetah was, and I said me because I'm the best cheetah, well, I really am. I don't know if you can see it there, but this is a badge that I got at Anthrocon 2019, the last time I attended Anthrocon, and as you can see, it officially states that I am the best cheetah. There you go. Can't get more official than that. So yeah, that's pretty fun, huh? In a more realistic answer of that question, my favorite type of cheetah is, of course, the king cheetah, which is not a different species, rather a unique color, fur pattern mutation of the standard African cheetah. Yeah, and actually they were giving it out to a bunch of people at the con, but it says I'm the best cheetah and you can't argue with that. So this is the party selection screen. We only have 2 companions right now, but there will be 6 that we can unlock. I'm going to take Parvati and Vicar Max with me. You can also take just 1 or even no companions if you prefer. Though I would love for both Parvati and Vicar Max to experience the Groundbreaker. So here we go. My favorite animal movie, Paul, I would say would have to be The Lion King. And for that, I mean the original 1994 animated version, since I do have to specify that now that they've done their shitty little remake, but yeah. Oh god, Vicar Max, you scared me. So here we are on the Groundbreaker. Well, we're just in the docking bay of the Groundbreaker right now. I did notice there was a bin back here, so... Okay, it's just my companions. What do I want? Sure, I'll take mods. Mods are always useful. I really don't feel like I need a toss ball stick, though. Xenomnia says, I'd love to attend Anthrocon someday. One of my online friends staffs there, and it'd be cool not only to attend a furry convention, but also meet a good online friend at the same time. Yeah, I feel the same way. I would love to run into you at a convention, hopefully in the future. I believe you live over in Europe, right? Unfortunately, that is a little bit far for me to travel to. It'd be great if I could one day attend a European furry con. Though I know that it's a lot easier for folks in Europe, depending on where they live, to just come over here to America. We've got so many furry conventions. We've got a furry convention in almost every state. So if that's the reason for your traveling, it does make more sense for you to come over to America. Anthrocon is a great convention. Of course, not everybody has to go to furry conventions. It's just something that's available for those of us who enjoy that kind of thing. Though if you are the convention-going type, I do recommend saving up and trying to attend Anthrocon at least once, because it really is a unique convention experience. There is not another convention, furry, anime, gaming, comic, manga, any convention that I've ever attended in any subcategory just doesn't compare to the feeling of Anthrocon, where the whole city of Pittsburgh is just so excited to have you there and absolutely celebrates our arrival when we show up there every July. It's really something special, especially if you belong to a hobby or an interest community that you often receive quite the opposite reaction from. For people who are not themselves familiar with the subgroup, it's really a great thing to experience. Paul asks, can you watch The Lion King? I'm pretty sure you can. You can probably get it on Disney Plus, though I don't subscribe to that, so I'm not sure if you can. I'm pretty sure it's on there, though. You can also watch The Lion King if you have it on DVD or Blu-ray or even VHS. I got a copy of The Lion King on VHS, because of course I do. But I do have a DVD copy in case I ever want to watch it.
Just checking your ship's manifest. Standard procedure. Welcome to Groundbreaker, by the by.
Thank you so much.
Don't mind the heat. Got a few days before it reaches critical.
Oof.
I'm sure Miss Chief Tennyson will get it sorted before then.
Smells like grease and unwashed bodies. Just as I remembered.
Oh, great, Vicar Max. Well, off we go. Yeah, Anthrocon isn't even the largest furry convention in North America, but it's just such a special experience.
That's not the point. This halfwit just knocked out one of my workers.
Yeah, with a toss ball stick. I heard you the first time. There weren't any witnesses.
No witnesses. He's not even denying it.
Jackass had it coming.
Shut it, Felix. You're not making this any better.
You get cute with me again, you little back bay brat, I will toss you out an airlock.
This is the Groundbreaker, not Byzantium. You ain't the law here. I am. Now move along.
I don't have time for this. I need a drink.
Huh, looks like we got a little bit of a altercation that we just interrupted here. Though, before I go and talk to this, this miscreant youth, I'm just going to address a couple things that were in the chat. Paul asked, what is your favorite lion? My favorite lion is Scar from The Lion King. I think he is a fantastic character, and he is pretty much my favorite villain of all time. Xenomnia said, real talk, Be Prepared is my favorite Disney villain song. Yes! I was just about to mention that. It's so good. I've always found myself more drawn to the villains in any media, specifically children's media, because the villains often have more of a backstory or more of an explanation for why they act the way they do, whereas the good guys or the protagonists tend to be a little underdeveloped, in my opinion. Platinum asks, have you ever tried to sing along to the Lion King opening and proceed to butcher every lyric? No, I can't say that I have, because I do know every lyric to the opening of The Lion King. As I said before, it is my favorite movie, and what kind of a person would I be if I didn't know all of the lyrics to the opening song of my favorite movie? Oh my god, yeah, I was so upset by the version in the Lion King remake. I was like, oh man, what are they going to do with Be Prepared? But they just completely fell flat on it. That whole movie was just a real disappointment. There are a ton of people on YouTube who've done covers or remakes of Be Prepared that I think did an even better job than the version that they ended up having in the movie. Paul, I do not have a favorite Kung Fu Panda movie. Alright, so, yeah, Kay, you don't like it either. I'm sorry. The new Lion King movie just didn't click with me. There were some things that I enjoyed about it. I do enjoy how they gave Shenzi a little bit more agency, because in real life, as a hyena, she would be the female matriarch and the leader of her clan. But, oh man, it was just not good. It was just not good at all. I'm sure there are plenty of folks who enjoyed it. We do forget that it is meant to be a kid's movie, and anybody who is a kid right now probably has never seen the original, so they don't have that, nostalgia level to compare it to. So, as adults, and we are consuming media that is intended for children, we do need to keep that in the back of our minds that we are not, in fact, the intended audience for it. So as long as the intended audience enjoys that media, that is really what is the most important. So, what's going on here, Felix? Hi, what's your deal?
Going for a stroll around the docking base?
I noticed you were in the middle of an argument earlier, and by earlier, I mean literally 30 seconds ago.
Sure was. Got a knack for upsetting the board and the Mardettes all at once. Between you and me, I was hoping they'd come to fisticuffs.
Yeah, the characters had zero emotion, which really upset me, because as furries, as people in the furry community, which I am sure most, if not all, of my viewers are, we know for a fact that you can make animal characters, even realistically styled animal characters, so much more expressive than they did in that movie. Like you said, it really just looked like a nature documentary where the animals were just not emoting at all. I remember shortly after the trailers had started coming out for the 3D remake of The Lion King, people were sharing photographs of actual lions in real life who had more emotions on their faces than the characters in the movies were depicting. There was a lion cub that looked really scared. There was a lion grimacing, a lion that was, happy, and its face really looked like it was overjoyed. Two lions in love. So if Disney wanted to, they really could have done a much better job on the animation of those characters, especially since they're such beloved characters, I feel. The Lion King is one of Disney's most celebrated movies, and they completely dropped the ball on it with the depictions of their characters. Hey there, system. Nice to see you here. Let me say hi. Everybody give a warm welcome and say hello to system. So I'm still playing the Outer Worlds. Right now, what we are discussing is the differences between the original 2D animated Lion King and the 3D animated version that just came out a couple years ago. I am of the opinion that the remake is not that great. If you have a different opinion, I would love to hear that. But yeah, we're pretty much just ripping on the new Lion King movie. Yeah, we were discussing how the characters are not as emotive, and even if they were trying to go for a realistic depiction, real animals do have emotions and they do express different emotive abilities with their faces. So, and not even faces, they could have used body language in a way to make the characters more emotive. I feel like if they wanted to go with that just stoic demeanor, they should have done like a Milo and Otis or Homeward Bound, where the characters' mouths didn't move and they just had a voiceover going over it that was kind of like an inner monologue type thing. That I think would have looked better than just trying to make them talk and not ever have any emotions on their faces, because that's just so incongruent and it ruined the entire aesthetic of what they were trying to do, in my opinion. Yeah, as you can tell, this is something that I do feel very passionate about. I have a lot of Lion King opinions. What can I say? It is my favorite movie. Yep, there was fan art of it as well, where people were painting over or redoing scenes from the trailers and the posters to make them look better. There was one that was quite popular where the person sort of blended the 2D animation classic style with like the three-dimensional technology, and it looked like the cartoon but just more detailed in that way that a lot of furry art is. And if they had gone with that sort of aesthetic, I feel like the movie would have been even more popular. I feel like a lot of these companies are a little bit scared to dip their toe into the furry side of things. You know, we have been creating this sort of art for decades because we really care about these types of characters, and if you're doing it as a passion project, anything that you do is going to be way better than stuff that you're just being paid for. So I honestly think that a lot of these animation companies could stand to take a little page out of the book of the furries. Yeah, system, it's definitely not something that I would recommend that you pay for, at least right now. So, like, if they have it on, if it ever makes its way onto Netflix or something, and you've already got the Netflix subscription, you don't have to pay extra for it, I would say give it a watch, just so you have that comparison too. If you're already subscribed to Disney Plus, I think you would already have access to seeing the new movie, so I would not say to give your money to Disney just so that you can watch the new Lion King. It's not worth that much, and I wouldn't really recommend folks support them in that way, just because I think it was so crap. But if you got nothing better to do on a Friday night, sure, give it a watch. Why not? So, Felix, I'd like to hear your side. What happened?
I had this foreman, right? Guy never liked me, always trying to get a rise out of me. But I keep my chin up, right? Be the bigger man, I tell myself. He's a Spacer's chosen man, though. So when the Chosen beat my Rangers the other night, my foreman comes swaggering up with his head full of boasting.
Oh boy.
Look, this was a long time coming. Guy thinks he can push me around because he's some sky-high foreman, and I'm just a back bay's dock worker. Well, former dock worker. Guess I just tendered my resignation.
Oh. Sounds like you're better off on your own, honestly.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. Imagine me wasting my life loading boxes, unloading boxes, watching the ships roll in and take off. Hey, not for nothing, but I saw you wander out of that ship over there by the dock. Wouldn't happen to be yours, would it?
Yeah, Disney is just remaking all of their previous IPs because it's a lot easier for them. They don't have to go through the trouble of getting the rights to a script or a book to be adapted that might belong to somebody else because they already own the story. And plus they can bank on that whole cabal of people who are already familiar with it and they already like the original, so they know that they're going to be fans of the remake. And Disney is just a huge conglomerate at this point. People watch Disney stuff just because it's Disney, and they buy Disney things just because it's Disney. Now, don't get me wrong, I used to be a huge Disney fan when I was a kid. I loved everything Disney. I've been to the theme parks, everything like that. Though, as an adult, you learn a bit more, you become more worldly, and you have the knowledge to start making more critical decisions on the types of media that you consume and the types of corporations and companies that you choose to support with your funds and attention. I think it's very important for people to remain knowledgeable of things like this so that they can make their own choices about the companies and the media that they choose to support. Yeah, and I hate that they're calling it live action because there is no live action in that movie. It's all computer generated. Beauty and the Beast did have people in it. Jungle Book did have people in it too. The Lion King has 0 people in it. And they're definitely not making a real lion walk around and dance and sing, so they can't get away with calling it a live action film. So yeah, that's me, Felix, Captain of the Unreliable.
Captain of the Unreliable. You're like something out of a serial drama.
I am.
Hey, I don't want to talk your ears off, guessing you got places to be. I appreciate your time.
Oh, well, slow down there. You in a hurry to get somewhere?
Oh, not at all. Just, gonna figure out what to do next. See you around, boss. Going for a stroll around the docking bays?
Yeah. Well, Felix, I hope you figure out what you want to do. Brimstone says, if you think The Lion King was bad, you should have seen the movie Cats. Oh man, I could tell from the bat that I was not going to enjoy that, so I did not see it. Hello there, Mr. Stevedore.
Careful where you smoke. The crew bills us for air filtration.
Ouch. The younger generations get to know the stories that way with the remakes, and they might very likely find the originals in that way. Yeah, Xenomnia, that is very true. It might cause a resurgence in an older property that the younger generation would otherwise not be aware of. Oh, there's nothing back here. Hello, what have we got here? Oh. Excuse me one moment, please. Vicar Max, I wasn't done in here. Shut that door. Vicar! Oh, it's you! Hi. Hi, yes. I wasn't doing anything at all. Oh, a remake of Atlantis would be so amazing. That would totally work in live action, in my opinion. I've seen a couple fan casts online where people have selected actors that they think would portray the characters well. And yeah, it would be great to have a live action Atlantis. Treasure Planet, I assume as well. I haven't actually seen Treasure Planet. I know. But hey, if it doesn't have animals in it, you couldn't really get me to watch it. Treasure Planet's just got, what's his name, like Mort or something? The little pink blobby thing. He doesn't really count. Captain Amelia, she's like an anthro. But anyway, yeah. I did not watch Treasure Planet, though that movie would lend itself very well to a live action remake. Well, I guess I don't need that stuff. You going now? Haha. I ended up with it after all. I don't need to steal that stuff. There's too many people nearby. What's over here? Anything? No. Nothing worthwhile in there. Hey there, folks. Taking your break?
Mechanicals all over, but they still got us sweating to move boxes.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all staring at me from the doorway. They're like, hey, we got our eyes on ya. Okay. So we are coming up to customs. Uh-oh. Oh no! Our poor friend Phineas Wells is
That's
wanted.
Quite the impressive list of infractions.
Oof, yeah, Phineas is a guy that they really, really want to get. Oh, who's this? McCred. Captain Gunnar McCred. Wanted for several counts of public intoxication, destruction of Groundbreaker property, unpaid docking fees, and resisting arrest. Contact Commandant Sarita if you have any information concerning McCred's whereabouts. Failure to report a tip may result in imprisonment and a fine. Proof of kill required to collect reward. Interesting. It looks like they've got some bounties here that we may be able to turn in. Though we're not turning in our good friend Phineas. Phineas is the one who saved us. And we've got to help him rescue all those other colonists who are trapped on the Hope.
Hey, I saw that!
Uh-oh.
What do you think you're doing?
Nothing. I was just leaving.
Keep your hands to yourself.
So that's the benefit of having your speech checks up high. If they ever catch you, you can just talk your way out of it. Yeah, I'd rather see the actual musical cats as well. I never got a chance to.
Customs and inspection, right this way.
Yep, I'll be there in a second. Let's see. Do I have anything to unload? Oh yeah, I can sell this canned meat, these primal hides, pair of earrings, and do I have any duplicate weapons? No, not really. Oh, right, I can sell a couple of my mods. Bear with me a moment while I just unload a couple of this unnecessary clutter. Do-do-do-do. Okay, now we are ready to talk to the customs guy. Hello.
Identification, please.
Here you go.
Captain Hawthorne, you said. Let me apologize in advance. I'm about to ruin your day. According to your ship's record, you've been flagged by the board. Your ship will be impounded until such a time as they see fit to lift it.
But we've hardly been out of Edgewater long enough to get in trouble.
Well, isn't this wonderful? The captain's done something to get on the board's bad side.
Now, hold on. This isn't the end of the world. Probably.
Probably. Yeah. With the amount that they advertise and re-release their old movies, Disney doesn't even need to remake them. When I was younger, they had this thing called the Disney Vault, which is where Disney would just randomly decide what movies you could buy. At the time, it was on VHS tape. DVDs weren't even a thing. So they would just randomly decide that, we're going to sell Snow White for a couple years, and then Snow White is going back in the vault. And then after that time, they just didn't make any more copies of the Snow White VHS. And in doing so, they would create a forced scarcity of the movies. People would be like, oh no, if I don't buy it now, I'm never going to be able to watch Beauty and the Beast. And so they'd run out to the store and they'd buy the tape, and then 10 years later they would re-release it for an anniversary or something. And so that was how they kind of hyped up the false scarcity of their movies. Today, that is less of a thing that can be done simply because a lot of these films people already have hard copies of, and they're also available on streaming sites. So you can't really do that full scarcity anymore. So I guess what they've moved on to is just remaking old movies in different versions to make people buy and watch and pay for those as well. Yeah, it depends on the remake and who's remaking it. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. That's definitely true. Okay, so I got a bunch of fines on this ship, huh? How do I get this resolved?
You'll want to take it up with Udom Bedford, our board representative.
Yeah, the guy who was writing to Alex
Along the
Hawthorne.
starboard wall of the promenade. Shines like a Byzantium commode. You can't miss it.
Okay. Do you have any idea why my ship was impounded?
Access to that information is above my pay grade, and I've turned down 3 promotions, so it stays that way. I shouldn't be mentioning it, but what the hell? This here, impounding your ship, it doesn't happen much. The board knows we don't take kindly to their interfering in our operations. If I had to take a guess as to why, you must have riled up someone important.
Great. I'll go talk to him and straighten this out.
You take the starch out of him, well, you won't hear any complaints from me. Oh, and if you're headed that way, would you mind doing me a favor?
Sure.
Wanda Dorset over in sickbay. Tell her the shipment's not in yet.
If you
not
could
coming in
get
anytime
me
soon.
a
She'd be so obliged to get off my ass.
Oh, we have a drink redeem, so I and everybody watching at home needs to take a sip of water because it's very important to remain hydrated when you are on the computer for a very long time. So I do have my water right here. And everybody watching, you need to take a drink as well. It's important and it's good for your kidneys. Oh, excuse me. Sounds like my body really needed that water. Oh, and I don't know why the alert didn't go off. There may be a timer that keeps you from redeeming stuff within a certain period of each other, so I'm gonna have to fiddle around with that. But Platinum did redeem posture check as well, which means everybody has to sit up straight, take a nice big stretch, reach up, 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 towards the sky, and down towards the ground. Reach over to your left, and stretch over to your right. Trunk twist this side. Ooh, I feel my spine cracking. See, I needed that. Thank you. And trunk twist that side. There we go. Yes. It is very important to stretch as well when you're sitting still for long periods of time. So thank you for redeeming that. I forget to check my posture if folks are not reminding me, which is why I have those wonderful little redeems set up in the stream. So I do thank you for availing yourself of those. That is what they're there for. Aw, you like my paws holding the straw? Yes. I have a straw so that I can drink while in Fursuit, because if I had to wait until I got out of Fursuit to hydrate, that would not be very good for my body. So I do need a way to drink. Usually when you go to, if you go to furry conventions, they have a thing called the Headless Zone or the Fursuit Lounge, which is a room for fursuiters to just kind of take a break, pop their heads off if they can do that, get a drink of water, and rest while away from the prying eyes of the public. And in the Fursuit Lounge, they will have these really big straws, so the fursuiters can put the straw in the water and stick the other end in their fursuit head and drink without having to take their fursuit heads off. And usually you'll see those out and about in the convention as well. So like on tables next to the water cambros out in the main areas. So yeah, I've got something similar in my home setup. I've got a metal straw so that, you know, it's reusable and I can disinfect it. Oh, yeah, Platinum Posture Check hates you. I'm sorry. I don't know what the thing is. But I was... You know what? Let me... Oh, I know what you did. You didn't type redeem, Posture Check. You have to do exclamation... Hang on, where it is. Exclamation point, redeem. And now it should pop up. It's going to say I redeemed it, but we all know that you did. It's fine. Yeah, there you go. That's Our Lady of Sorrows by My Chemical Romance. But there, so there you get the pop-up. Because drink and posture check are redeems that you have to spend points on. Those are not just chat commands. I wanted to make it a little bit more special that way, because you need stuff to spend those points on. Yeah, that song was off, I Brought You My Bullets, You Brought Me Your Love, which is their first album. Oh, it's not working for Nico either. That's so weird. Maybe there's something going on with Streamlabs. Streamlabs, are you having a problem? Yeah, no, it should be running fine. I don't know what the deal is. And I just redeemed it myself, so... let me... It does have a global cooldown of 60 seconds. So, since I had just redeemed it, Nico, you were not able to also redeem that right afterwards. Because, I mean, you don't need to stretch twice in a minute. Though now I think you should be able to redeem that if you wanted. Oh, congratulations, System, on getting your first vaccine shot. That is so awesome. Yeah, not sure where you live, but here in the United States, everybody over the age of 16 is now eligible to get the shot. So it is slowly but surely rolling its way out to people. Which I am so happy to hear of. It's very important for us to all be doing our part to be safe so that we can help build up that herd immunity and do what's right. Anybody who has half a brain rattling around in their skull knows that vaccines are the way that we're gonna beat this thing. So the sooner that we all do our part and go out and get vaccinated, the sooner we can get back to a previous semblance of life, where we can all see each other and just exist outside of our homes once again. Yeah, thank you for the, Why are you redeeming the crab dance? I haven't fought anybody. That was supposed to be a redeem for, like, if I was fighting a really hard boss, and then, you know, you redeem the crab dance. It's like, the evil has been defeated. But yeah, we can have crabs. We can have crabs anytime. A posture check any minute would be crazy. I heard that that's how, like, the other streamers do it, and that makes, like, it's, like, I read tips for how to be a good streamer and set up the redeems. It was things along the lines of, you know, have cool redeems for your viewers so that they can redeem them all in a row and create funny moments. And I'm like, I don't think it would be very funny if, like, somebody made me take a drink every minute and I just did not have time to play the game because I was drinking water nonstop. But I guess people have different methods of streaming. I think I've got a pretty good setup here. If anybody has suggestions for redeems or commands that you would like to see me add to the chat, you are more than welcome to let me know here or on Twitter or elsewhere on social media. I'm always taking suggestions, and I'd love to do more fun stuff to help make the chat a little more engaging for folks. And yeah, I'm glad you appreciate my song selections. I try to make like a My Chemical Romance pun with as many of the redeems as possible. I think there's only, like the witch one has I put a spell on you because, of course, like there isn't another song that would be better for that's like the perfect song for that type of redeem. And I do have some redeems that are based on existing media properties. Like I have one based on TF2 and one based on Overwatch, which nobody has redeemed yet. So you'll have to see what songs play for those when they get redeemed. But yeah, for the most part, most of my redeems have associated My Chemical Romance songs because they are my favorite band. Can do stuff with random username in the commands too. Huh, I'll have to play around with that. Xenomnia, do you stream on Twitch or do you stream on YouTube? Because a few of the commands are different and are only Twitch exclusive. Like, I have one set up that's supposed to tell you the follower count, but it doesn't work with YouTube. That's only for Twitch followers. So if you're streaming on Twitch, some of those commands might not be available to YouTube streamers. Anyway, while we're waiting for a response, this corporal has been waiting a very long time to hear from me. So he wants me to head over to sickbay and tell Wanda that the shipment is not coming in anytime soon and to get off his ass about it. Her shipment?
A handful of SAM cleaning units retrofitted for surgery. I don't know much else. I stopped listening when she started yelling.
Okay, I'll take care of it.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
I'm looking for someone named Gladys.
The fence. You'll find her in the rest and go. On your left when you enter the promenade. Make sure you bring an empty belly.
Ooh, yum yum. Can I find a job around here?
Maybe. Most of the shipping traffic in the system passes through Groundbreaker. Every couple of months, we even get a big interstellar freighter.
Ooh la la.
Two biggest operations are the board. That is, Halcyon Holdings and Sublight Salvage. But there are independent operators around the promenade deck. Most of those jobs are going to take you off station, though.
I'm looking at something a little more local.
Commandant Sanita might have a couple of folks she needs killed. Bad folks, I mean. Not regular folks. She'll be at the security desk behind me. Chief Junlei might have an errand needs running. She's all tied up trying to fix our heat problem. You'll find her in engineering.
No kidding? I'd love to get a look at this old girl's innards. I bet they're real twisty and weird. In a good way.
I love you, Parvati. Oh, Nico is giving me a little pet. Thank you. Alright. How about something long-term?
If you're thinking to make a career here, don't waste your time.
Oh, yeah?
Full-time jobs on Groundbreaker tend to be inherited, or go to a fellow crew member's kid. Keep it in the family, you know.
Nepotism at work. How does Halcyon Holdings work anyway?
Are you pulling my leg?
I'm new around here.
You must be one of them long-haul freighters from outside the colony.
Hey, you could say that.
I won't hold it against you. Goes like this. Back on Earth, before the crossing, the powers that be were selling off stakes in distant star systems they thought had potential. A bunch of companies decided to throw in together and form the Halcyon Holdings Corporation, then buy up the rights to this here colony. That group's what we now call the board.
The board runs most of the system, don't they?
Yep. Groundbreaker's the only real independent port. Aside from us, there's just tramp freighters and wildcat miners. Seems like every year the board's offices get bigger and their ships take up more of the landing base. Haven't seen nearly as many tramp crews this year.
How does Groundbreaker fit into that?
Groundbreaker was one of the original colony vessels to come over on the crossing, a few years before her sister ship, the Hope.
The Hope?
Once everybody been de-thawed and dropped dirt side, the original crew of the Groundbreaker decided they rather liked the spacefaring life. I guess that was the start of our independent spirit. Now, here we are.
So there's actually a boardroom somewhere with all these company heads in it?
Sitting around drinking whiskey and smoking cigars, yeah, probably. Can't say for sure, of course. Doubt I'll ever see the inside of it myself.
Alright.
Glad to help.
I didn't think there were many independent operators in the system.
Relative to the board holdings? Not really. But there's a few with the means to go where they will. They aren't rich, but they aren't likely to look too close at your work history either.
Yeah, I've never actually seen Avatar. I gotta get around to it one of these days, but, you know, it's not that big of a series, but it's something that would take a little more time to get involved with if you have not seen it so far. Zanomnia says, I just checked the thing with random username, and it works on YouTube too, but it's called $rand username there. Interesting. That is very good to know. And what do we got? Oh, what do we got? Oh, chirp time. So there you are, Nico. There are your cheetah chirps. Yes, what was I saying? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good to know. I will definitely have to look into the random username commands. There's a lot of potential that could be done there. I'm intrigued. Let me see. I think I missed something. Well, if I missed something, just let me know. Thank you. Okay. Back at it again, at Krispy Kreme, and by Krispy Kreme, I mean the Groundbreaker. What do you know about sublight salvage?
They strip the parts from derelict ships and abandoned outposts. There's some that say they make the derelicts and encourage folks to abandon their steads. Sublight gives me the creeps. I've known folks who went to work for them and just vanished.
Jeez.
They're on the promenade run by a woman named Lilia Hagen. I'm only telling you so you know to avoid them.
Nice. I will probably not take your advice. That's all I needed to know about work.
All right.
And what can you tell me about Udom Bedford?
He's friendly enough unless you speak ill of the board. Get the sense he doesn't care for Groundbreaker much. Not that he would, being a board man and all. He's our liaison.
Sounds like a fun guy.
Really likes his cereals, too. Maybe a little too much. Bit of a weird bird, all told.
Don't see what's so wrong about liking cereals. They're fun.
Udom takes it to an, unhealthy level.
Seems like there's some tension between the board and Groundbreaker.
You noticed, huh?
Yeah, I'm sharp like that.
What can I say? We're passionate folks, and the board can't abide that independent spirit, especially not when it might impact their bottom line. All their interstellar freighters come through us, and we skim a few bits off the top in manifest processing fees with every one. Folks around here will bluster that the board hates our freedom, but really, they know we can stop their out-system shipments anytime we like, and that terrifies them.
Yet your station's in a state of disrepair. You could make the board fix it.
You mean the heat? Sure, we could make them fix it. But what would they do in retaliation?
Oh,
They got assault cruisers, gunships, and a handful of mining operations at their fingertips. We push them too hard, maybe they decide we'd be better in 10 trillion little pieces. Or they cobble together a new Groundbreaker and put us out of business.
The board wouldn't do that. Would they?
Don't put it past the
board.
board.
Is necessary to provide order to the colony. They believe it's their prerogative to overrun you. But whether you allow that is up to you.
It's a tough line to walk, no doubt about that. But we may do all right. So far, anyway.
Thank you for the info.
Sure thing.
I'm looking for a drink. Any recommendations?
Most places are on the promenade deck. Big door yonder, straight through security. There's a bar on the starboard side. I got a preference for the Lost Hope myself. Talk to Vera. She'll set you right.
Wow. They've got a bar named after the ship that I came from. Thanks.
You need anything else? You let me know. Don't want anyone saying Groundbreaker's not the most hospitable port in the colony.
Alrighty, see you
Be seeing
around.
you.
Okay. Let us step on through. What's over here? Oh, hi. Are you gonna get mad at me if I say hello to you? Hi.
Hey there.
Oh, okay. Bye.
Be seeing you.
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just using your computer. It's fine. Alright, so some arrivals that came in. A Clio freighter hauling tobaccorn, dues paid. A Rizzo freighter hauling purpleberry everything, dues paid. Freelancer, possibly sublight, dues paid. Freelancer, definitely sublight, dues waived. Unreliable, business unknown. Impounded, Hawthorne's ship, but no Hawthorne. Wonder what happened there. Oops. Looks like I've been found out. Yeah, Leonard is just like, look, I don't get paid enough to care about this. You can do whatever, it's fine. I passed down 5 promotions. I don't want to advance in the ranks. I'm fine working my menial desk job. It's fine. Do whatever you want. And who has left? Freelancer, sublight. Freelancer, none, deadbeat at the rest and go, insisted once again that he's part of the crew, but they acted like they didn't know him. And a Spacer's Choice freighter delivered Callahan's new mask. Interesting. Platinum says, I could only afford a chest-up statue instead of a full body like I wanted. It was a bust. That's a pretty good one, and you could probably even adapt it to a full-body commission or a chest-up commission to make it more furry-centric. Any messages worth reading? These conditions. This is a joke, right? I'm forwarding this around the station, and no one thinks you're real. And if you are, welcome to Groundbreaker, asshole. And the original message, which they forwarded, was, these conditions aren't fit for cysty pigs. You honestly expect me to share a berth with some junker flown by a freelancer? I am a company man, and I demand company accommodations. Auntie Cleo would give you such a withering glare if she saw how you treated her 2-time employee of the month. Yes, that is me. You signed a social contract when you gave me clearance to land. I ask for what is mine by right. Room to breathe, a heated berth so I can walk around barefoot, and service with a smile. You've given me 1 out of 3. I'll give you until I hit send to rectify this error. Well, someone is friggin' full of themselves. And there was another one about harassment. Hey, I landed like 15 minutes ago and this crazy guy with no shoes on has been throwing shit at my rig. Like, actual shit. Can I open fire or what? Don't bother, we're on our way. Oh, God. The entitlement of some people. Alright, Leonard, I will let you get back to your job. Have fun with that. Oh, hello. It's Commandant Sunita, the person who's got some bounties for us. Hello there. Oop. Quest objective requires you to enter a restricted area. If caught inside, you'll be shot on sight. Using a disguise will prevent immediate hostilities.
This is it. Security. I can check the departures registry to find out which crew the Scholar shipped in and out with.
Udon Noodles guy. Oh my god. That's gonna be his nickname now. We're just gonna call him Noodles. So anyway, before we sneak in there, I'm gonna talk to Sir Sunita.
Unless you're here to file an incident report or to inquire about the bounty posting, I must kindly ask you to clear out. The Mardet's offices aren't for leisure time nor loitering.
Well, I'm interested in that McCred bounty. Where can I find him?
Last tip we got pointed toward the back bays. You want the reward? Do the legwork.
Why don't you send a Mardette to apprehend him?
Oh, I will. As soon as the chief approves the personnel reorg required for a bounty dispatch. So, in about 3 to 7 weeks.
We got a donation from Xenomnia. Places a cup of tea down. Thank you so much for the cup of tea. And you know what? I'm going to share that with everybody here. Boop. Tea time for everyone. Thank you, Xenomnia. I appreciate your donation so very much. I'm going to use that to actually go out and get myself a cup of tea tomorrow morning. So thank you. See how fun it is to use the little donation widgets? Oh, and of course, shout out to Xenomnia. Thank you so much for supporting the stream with your donations. That is what keeps me running. All right, Commandant, I'll take the posting.
You and about 6 other enterprising mavericks. It's only a matter of time before someone brings me McRed's head, or his lucky lighter, as proof of kill.
Okay.
I do hope you're the lucky hunter, though. Good luck and skip speed to you.
So I can either bring her back the guy's head or his lighter. Good to know. Well, I couldn't help but notice the bounty posting on Phineas Wells.
The outlaw scientist fella, right. The board's had it out for him for ages. If you have an inkling of the wheres or what-fors of his location, Udon Bedford would surely like to hear it.
I'm certain he would. Let's try to play it a little bit cool. So, is this Wells fellow a famous criminal or something?
To the board, yeah. You've read his wanted poster. Whole list of things to get their unders in a wad. But he's never done nothing to Groundbreaker, so I've no problem with him. We keep the poster up to keep the peace is all.
A lizard thought wings would make them look cool, but they only dragged on. Womp womp. Well, maybe the problem is that they only need one wing, and then they could be a wingling dragon, which would be way cooler than a pair of wings. Where do hamburgers go on New Year's Eve? That's a good question, Nico. Where do hamburgers go on New Year's Eve? Okay, Commandant, what's it like working security detail on a space station?
Do I look like your gossipy best friend?
Rude.
While I'm on post, I take my duties real serious. I would have no qualms whatsoever escorting you to a cell. Understand?
Look, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm just asking you a freaking question here, jeez. Well, alright, just trying to make conversation.
I'm not here for a chat. Now get moving before I see you moved.
Yeah, I see that. What's a Mardette?
We're the security force here on Groundbreaker. Started back before the crossing, you know.
To a meatball. That's a good one. There's actually a furry convention around here that takes place on New Year's Eve called New Year's Furry Ball. I have yet to have the pleasure of attending there in person, though I did happen to make it to their online version just this past year. And I presented my panel Fursuiting in the time of quarantine there. It was a great time. That was actually the first time that I hosted a panel where I had an MC. Their MC was Prince Mai, who did a really great job of fielding questions back and forth from the chat to myself. And it was super duper appreciated. And Prince Mai is a great person. They are a wonderful conversationalist, a fantastic host. And I've actually done a stream with them before. Last summer, it was a charity stream for trans rights, and we raised a good amount of money for that as well. Yeah, Furry Convention on New Year's Eve sounds amazing. For the time being, I'm not going to be able to attend that con in person because every New Year's Eve I do spend that with my loved ones. So, you know, that takes priority over furry conventions, obviously, but it might be a nice thing to check out if I ever get an opportunity to do so. So why do you call them Mardettes and not guards or officers?
The original force was made up of a Marine detachment from the 77th Marine Expeditionary Unit, Trailward Fleet. Folks started calling us Mardettes because it was easier to say. Guess it stuck.
I mean, I guess. Nicknames don't always make sense, though. Yeah, you'll find out that a lot of furry conventions are based around holidays, typically because various jobs will give time off for holidays, though folks may not necessarily have any reason to celebrate as such if they're not of that particular faith, or if that's not just something that's important to them, or they may simply have nowhere to go. So a lot of furry conventions, set up shop around those holidays because that's a time when many folks will have free time from work and they are able to go and take trips. All right, what bounties do you have available?
Still waiting to hear back on that bounty for McRed. That aside, not much else. Groundbreaker's keeping calm at the moment.
How did skeletons send their mail in the olden days? I haven't the foggiest system. How did skeletons send their mail in the olden days? Hi, Private. Will you talk to me?
Hi there. Haven't seen you around before. What can Groundbreaker Security do for you today?
Well, I'm just getting my bearings. What do you do here?
This is the security desk, ma'am. If you're here to report a crime, you'll want to talk to Commandant Sanita. I'm not authorized to take incident reports anymore.
Oh, sounds like there's a bit of history there. Why can't you take incident reports?
I'm not so good at filing. Mix up first name and surname 1, 2, 7 times. Well,
oof, yeah.
Folks are liable to start taking your filing privileges away.
You're gonna want to not do that. Oh my god, by Boney Express. I like that one. That's a good one. Do you, I don't know, do tours or something?
We can't just let anyone walk in here. I wouldn't be, well, it's not... we just don't. Maybe if you clear an open bounty and get in good with Commandant Sanita, or help Chief Tennyson fix this heat, that might warrant a thank you tour or something.
Oh, we got a farewell chirp for Nico. Heading out so soon. Aw, sad to see you go. Well, we are all going to say a nice, hearty goodbye for Nico. And before you go out, I am going to fulfill your chat redeem with a couple farewell chirps for you. There you go, Nico. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you for spending time with us here on the chat. Oh, you have to make dinner. If you have time before you leave, what are you going to make for dinner tonight? I got to make dinner too. But I'm streaming, so that's not going to be for a couple hours yet. Mika is just going to have to be hungry. Nah, just kidding. She's fine. Though I do have a new setup on the stream here. Don't know if you folks may have noticed, but the bot has been mentioning that once or twice. So you can scroll up a little bit. I think it actually mentioned that feature just a couple minutes ago. So take a look at that and see what you can do if you want. Spicy sausage sandwich and fries. Okay, I hope you enjoy. Bye-bye now. Oh, Lee. We're friends, right, Lee? Do me a favor and I'll owe you one.
All right, I guess. In and out, though. Just try not to do any shady stuff. I'd like to keep my job.
Ah, Lee. I will not do that.
I picked up this weird signal the other day. It was coming from Monarch.
Here we go again. No one lives on Monarch. It's a wasteland. You were hearing things.
No, seriously. There was a lot of static at first, but then this voice
Huh?
said his name was Gran?
Graham, right. Broadcasting on a dead world full of monsters. Now I've heard everything.
Interesting.
You know, it takes more muscles to frown than to smile.
Who told you that? Graham?
Asshole.
Okay, so anyway, Lee has said we can come inside. So this is normally a restricted area, which you would have seen the shroud at work, though since Lee has given us permission to come in, we are not going to need a disguise, though I'm going to try not to bother people too much. Okay, so we're looking for something that Vicar Max needs. Hello. Everybody come in. Come in, come in, come in. Parvati. Psst, Parvati, get in here. Okay.
Great work.
That was a tough one to crack, but I did it. What else do we have in here? Hoo-hoo! Some energy cells. Uh-oh.
What do you think you're doing?
Nothing at all.
Just don't make more paperwork for me, alright?
Alright, dude. He must have stuck in here when we didn't notice. Well, while he's over there, I'm gonna grab these. Ooh, a Mardit ID cartridge. You found an ID cartridge to use with the holographic shroud. You will now be automatically disguised when entering the associated restricted area. And so the answer to the question of what happens when a metal clashes with a non-metal is assault. I am always one for science jokes. Okay, so now we've got our first disguise for the shroud. While the guy's over there, I'm just gonna grab as much as I can. Oh my god. That was empty. Good job. Is he still... Okay, he left. Okay, shut the door. Impact hammer. Take that ammo. Okay. I think we've cleared out... Oh, wait. A hoop. I wonder what a hoop's gonna be for. Okay, I heard you. I heard you come in that time. Oh, take the prayer beads. Okay. I'm not gonna steal the rest of the cigarettes because I don't even use them. And, looks like this is a back door to the security office. So that would have been another way to enter the security office. Remember, we came around here, and these are the guys that were all just standing there staring at me. So if you wanted to, you could have come in this way and snuck around the back. Alright. Well, we haven't yet found what we're looking for, so we're going to have to keep looking. Looks like we're going to have to go back here where the cells are. Yeah! Yeah, they don't mess around when they catch you stealing. Though if you have a high enough speech check, you can usually wave them away by either lying, bribing them, or intimidating them. That is not going to work forever, though. Like, if this guy caught me again, the speech check that I would have had to pass would have been much, much higher, and I probably would not have been able to lie my way out of it a second time. Okay, looks like these cells are sealed, but it's alright because there isn't anything in them. Oh no. Oh. Whoever was in this cell had a bad time. Yeah, that guy is very dedicated to his job, unlike Leonard. Yeah, can't even open it. Can't go in here. Alright.
There it is. Just yank the drive, and I'll do the rest.
Got it, Max. Let's just see. Is there anything in this drawer? Nope, just the terminal. Max, you watch. You stand watch, okay? I'm gonna hack it. Eject the data cartridge. Great, I got it. While we're here, let me just take a look at the bill of confiscated goods. detained a freelancer who was cagey about his business, confiscated his personal belongings while he waited for questioning. Modified pistol, jock, hatchet, metal hoop, prayer beads, locked container, owner refused inspection. He fled before we could get down to it, left his things behind, so they're stored in the back of the security station until the idiot shows his face again, which is likely to be never. Okay, so that was all stuff that we just took from the back room. So we took it from some guy who just really never showed up to claim it. So don't worry, I'm sure it won't be missed. Security logs. Sublight put a bid on one of our impounds. Generous one, too. Negotiate for the usual finder's fee and then give Lilia her salvage. A brawl at the Lost Hope. Freelancers versus board. Freelancers won. Arrested a freighter captain with more bits than brains. Hawthorne's ship impounded by order of Udon Bedford. Udon noodles. Still no clue why Hawthorne associates with that bored snake. A guy from the back bays roughed up the Moon Kid, raving mad, warned me that the moon was going to bring about the end times. He was flying high on whatever McCred grows down there. Got a sworn testimony that McCred was spotted at the Rest and Go. Not that anyone will corroborate it. Reminder to keep an eye on Gladys. Yeah, if no one claims it, it's free game. Never mind the fact that I'm not even supposed to be in here, but, you know, finders keepers and all that.
Now that we have the data cartridge, I can finally find out where that scholar I'm looking for ended up.
Vicar Max, why did you and Parvati go all the way back outside? I've been standing here looking at the computer. Anyway, I think that's about all that there is. I'm just gonna talk to Lee one more time.
What can Groundbreaker Security do for you today?
Thank you so much, Lee. I really appreciate you letting me work back here. Chief Tennyson?
Chief Junlei Tennyson. She runs the ship. Does a real great job of it, too. Her family's worked on it for, gosh, since it was built, I think. Back before the crossing.
She seems to be well respected here.
Is she a good boss?
Good as she can be, I guess. What with all the troubles Groundbreaker's facing.
Yeah.
She could stand to lighten up, I suppose. But she tries her best to do right by folks, and that's what matters.
Yeah, leading a ship the size of Groundbreaker must be a challenge.
Sure is, but she makes it look easy. She's real competent, our chief, even if she ain't real friendly.
I don't mind if I ask you some questions.
That's what I'm here for, ma'am.
I bet you've got seized contraband from all over the system locked up back there.
Sure, and stuff from outside the system, too, off the interstellar freighters. That's why we also have so many armed Mardettes on duty here.
Yeah, I've met one of them. He's very good at his job. What if some of that contraband is mine and I'm here to claim it?
That'd be awful weird. On account of you should be locked up back here, too, then.
I was just kidding. Yeah, anyway, a lot of freighters come through this station. Must keep you busy.
Less than there used to be. Fewer freighters passing through these days. I spend some shifts just listening to the wireless.
Why aren't as many freighters coming through?
Search me. I mean, don't search me, because that's my job.
Hey.
Get it? I reckon you'd have to ask the folks in Byzantium.
Alright, see you around. Okay. We are not going to be hanging around in the security office anymore, at least for the time being. Here's a nice workbench that I could use to upgrade my weapons. There's some Adreno in there, but it belongs to somebody. And there is a Mardette ID cartridge, which we don't need because we've already got like 2. Hello guys, how you doing back here? It's not worth stealing, just 2 light ammo. And we've got a lot... What are you... Ma'am, what are you doing? What? You're just typing on the old ghost typewriter, huh? That what they pay you for? Yeah, I'm sure. Okay. Anyway. We are moving on. Oh, what's back here? It's barred from the other side. Yeah, this stuff doesn't belong to anybody. It belongs to me now. Okay. Nothing back here. This is a door we can go through. Where does this lead? Oh, it looks like a little,
This is
barrack.
Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story.
Oh boy, the news.
The board would like to remind spacers and other travelers that passage to Monarch is restricted for your protection. Canyons of acid and sulfur rain are the least of the horrors plaguing the surface of Monarch.
Oh, that doesn't sound very friendly.
Anarchists live as one with the animals, lawless, savage, and unemployed.
Oh my god, those unemployed
The board's
anarchists!
embargo ensures that nothing can leave the planet and threaten our hardworking citizens. This has been Halcyon News, your only source for news in the Halcyon colony.
Wonderful. Oh, she was just calibrating the table, of course. I don't know why I didn't notice that. Table calibrations are so important. My tiger friend told me my shirt was on backwards, but she was just kidding. Aww. On a side note, tiger kittens are very, very cute. Ooh, a flyer. Halcyon News. Chairman salutes Earth Minister Clark. Chairman Rockwell took time out from his busy schedule today to talk to us about Minister Clark and his impact on the colony. Working with Minister Clark has been truly wonderful these past 8 years, he said. His predecessor did a fine job, but Clark's brilliance cannot be overstated. The early retirement program is just the latest in a long line of initiatives he has spearheaded that will ensure Halcyon continues to be the envy of all the outer colonies. We couldn't agree more, Mr. Chairman. It seems like Earth still has presidents.
We move cargo 16 hours a day, and half of us still can't afford a bed.
Being underpaid sucks. Is this the same thing? Oh no, it's a different one. Media circus surrounds circus time clowns. The politics of Tossball have grown increasingly turbulent of late, with the circus time clowns trading out every single member of the team. Asked to comment on the upheaval, the Owners League released a statement saying that the clowns' failure to reach the finals was a deciding factor in their organizational rearrangement. When questioned about the values of this overhauled team, a representative from the clowns stated that their goals remain the same as ever. Toss, ball, win, repeat. I wonder what toss ball is actually like. All we know about it is it involves a stick, a ball, and a lot of violence. Every time an electric weapon is used, it's charged with battery. Yeah, I got a couple electric weapons in this game. They pack a powerful punch. Speaking of powerful punch, here's some purpleberry punch. I wonder if these people would wake up if I tried to steal one. Nope, they are out for the count. Well, it's now my purpleberry punch. Rid. Ooh, a Rest and Go key card. The Rest and Go is one of the places that we need to check out. So that might be very useful. Some armor parts in here. Ooh, what's that? Purpleberry bunch. It's mine now.
Miscreant, I saw that. What do you think you're doing?
I was just taking a free sample. It's fine. It's fine.
My mistake.
Oh, you heading out, Brimstone? Well, I'm gonna say bye. And Xenomnia has already beaten me to the punch. So thank you very much for stopping by the stream today. As always, it is lovely to have you here. I will be doing my announcement on Twitter as to when next week's stream will be, so keep an eye out for that. Yeah, take care and have a great rest of your evening. Oh man, yeah, my reputation decreases every time I'm caught stealing, so it is better to not get caught. I think I was too close to this person when I stole that item, which is why they happened to see me. So I'm not going to do too much more risky stealing. Alright. And just taking a quick look at my loadout here. So this is the part that I am actually super excited for everybody to see here. And here we are. It's The Groundbreaker!
Try not to be distracted by the glare of the adverts. Lots of unsavory types about.
Yeah, I remember being so in awe the first time that I landed here playing this game. It's just beautiful with all the lights. It really feels like a city built on a spaceship. There's a lot of possibility here, which I am excited to explore. First of all, okay, yeah, there's nothing in there.
Rizzo Spectra Vodka. Aftertaste the rainbow.
Gross! So, yeah, they have ad drones here.
Rizzo's Purpleberry Fudge. A soft, sour candy shell around a sweet purpleberry flavored center. Suck it, chew it, you can do it.
Suck it, chew it, you can do it. Yep, you can talk to the drones and make them say an ad.
When might we expect you out here again? Canned surfish is already sold out again.
Who knows? Halls are scarce. Back in Triangulum, there were hundreds of space hands idle.
I heard piracy was up some around Halcyon, but I didn't think it was that bad.
I heard there's been a rash of conveyor losses on all routes.
Yeah, there's a lot to check out here. There's the Rest and Go. There's the Lost Hope. In the back there's a waste disposal place. A couple more shops. The med bay, where we have to deliver a message for Leonard at the front desk. And of course, we need to take a visit to our friend Udon Noodles, who is completely obsessed with Alex Hawthorne for some reason. The reason being that he loves cereals and sees Alex Hawthorne as one of those famed adventurers, just like the serials that he used to watch. Robots! There's robots here, yes. And we've also got to talk to Lilia Hagen from Sublight. So there's a lot left to do here. I think I am going to pop this here suit head off and take a bit of a break. So it is just a tad after 7:20 right now. I am going to, let's give everybody an about 10-minute break so that the folks watching the stream can have an option to go to the bathroom, get a snack or a drink, stand up and stretch a little bit. I'll give you a free one there. You don't have to redeem anything for that. So yeah, I am going to take a short break. I'll be back here at 7:30, which is in less than 8 minutes from now. So I will see you all in a bit. Alrighty, folks. I am back. My face is washed. My fursuit head is disinfecting. My under armor is off. My water cup is full. And yeah, I am so ready to continue exploring the beautiful Groundbreaker with all y'all folks. Let's see. I'm actually in the process of trying to put in a little bonus thingy on the stream. I want to see if I can make it unobtrusive as possible. How's that gonna look? Okay, I don't think that's gonna be blocking much of anything. There we go. Okay, so I've decided to add in a little Fursuit timer that counts how long I've been in Fursuit. Because I feel bad for folks who tune in near the end of the streams and they have not caught me while I was in suit. But I suit for as long as I possibly can. Hang on, that's not the right thing. Is there no way to rename this? I guess not. Oh, there we go. Rename it. Okay. So, did I miss anything while I was gone? It seems like Paul asked, what's your favorite poodle? I don't have a favorite poodle, actually. Alright, so, where are we gonna go first? I think we should check out... Max, do you have to stand so close? I think we'll check out the Lost Hope. Drink efficiently. Okay. Pretty spacious.
We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story.
Oh, another news story.
Tossball finals are scheduled to air soon, but a scandal has rocked the league and thrown this pivotal game into question. Both teams have tested negative for performance-enhancing stims. A tossball first. Coaches and referees are debating how and if this behavior could lead to an unfair advantage. You've been listening to Halcyon News, your mandated duty as a good citizen of Halcyon.
Ah, you gotta love it. So I'm sure there's a bartender around here we can have a chat with. Hey, you've got a name? What's going on?
Seeking relief from the heat? Till June Lay gets those radiators fixed, I've got the next best thing.
I don't suppose you know a way I could get to Stellar Bay on Monarch?
Stellar Bay proper? Tough to say. The board recalled all the nav keys about 10 years back when the corpse pulled back to Terra 2.
Oh, interesting. Do you know why?
It's overrun with beasts, I heard.
Oof.
Big ones. Kinda chew your face off for fun. Might all be board propaganda, though. If you're aiming to get to Stellar Bay, you're gonna have to get your hands dirty. The board don't like them that truck with Monarch. But I ain't the one you ought to be asking. Try Gladys on the promenade. She'll fix you up.
Alright, so if we want to get to Monarch, which we do, we're gonna have to go about it a bit black markety. So, all the traders in the system come through here. You heard anything interesting?
Some big shot down in Byzantium's holding auditions for a new adventure serial. So yay, another 6 of those next season.
What's this heat issue I hear people complaining about?
The radiators, they're fucked 10 ways to Sunday. And we're all sweating buckets wondering when the powers that be are gonna get around to fixing it.
Yes, companions are either halfway across the map from you or right in your face. There's no in between. As shown earlier, when I was looking at a computer and they decided to just leave the room for no reason. You can direct the companions in this game, but I try not to do that unless, like, we're in a firefight and they need to get behind cover, because the AI pathing is a little bit wonky. Oh, so it's hot in here, huh? It sounds like you might have an issue with your thermal control system.
Couldn't say, and I wouldn't be pouring drinks professionally if I could. All I know is we're cooking in our own juices here, and it's only gonna get worse.
Well, first of all, before I commit to anything, I'd like to know a little bit more information. What do you need radiators for?
They're supposed to gather up all the heat the systems generate and vent it into space.
I see.
Instead of the heat going where it ought, though, it seems to be blowing straight down the promenade.
Ew, that's not what you want. How long has it been like this?
Weeks? I've lost track. Too law-damn long.
Oof. Who's in charge of fixing it? Watch or say nobody.
Engineering. Chief Junlei Tennyson, to be precise.
Huh, okay.
She runs this heap. Best she can, anyway.
Sounds
Don't
like
know
she
what's
might need
got her
help.
dragging her heels, but I wish she'd hurry it up.
Parvati desperately wants to meet Junlei. She seems to have a great deal of respect for her. Let's try to, we'll definitely try to put a pin in that and see Junlei Tennyson as we make our way across the beautiful and expansive Groundbreaker. Maybe I can do something about that, Vera?
That's not for me to say. But if you're feeling the urge toward helpfulness, you can find Chief Junlei in engineering.
Will do. What do you know about Chief Junlei?
There's nobody who knows more about the station's guts. Any system you could name, June's crawled around inside and made it better. She doesn't come around here often, though. Don't see her as much of a drinker. Too straight-laced for that.
Alright, got anything fun for sale?
What ain't I got?
Ooh, deep-fried cysty bits. Yuck. She also sells purple berry munch, dried purple berries, CCN 76 chocolate chips, pea-free nuts, and triticale flakes. Aw, sad to see you go, Xenomnia, but I am so glad that you were able to spend time here with us on the stream today. I will say a lovely warm bye for you. Thank you so much for that donation earlier. I appreciate it more than you even know. It's so great that you take time out of your Saturdays to spend here playing video games with us. And actually, in case we don't see you next week, I am going to say in advance a very happy birthday to you. I hope you have a wonderful day full of fun and you get everything that you wish for. Take care and have a lovely rest. So yeah, this is a food vendor. She's not going to sell much other than alcohol, some bar snacks, and cigarettes. We can sell whatever we want to her, though. We haven't actually picked up any more junk since the last time we hit up a vendor because we've been doing a lot of talking and exploring. But it's good to know that she is here.
Just got done with a real sweet haul. Heft to Fairfield. Loads of metals and rare earths for the T&L factory.
What's a rare earth?
Hell if I know, but it's rare, so it's gotta be expensive, yeah?
One would
Made
think.
a good pile of bits on it.
Planning to blow it all here, huh?
Lano. Burned half of it before I got off the dock in Gantry. Fees, fuel, some overdue repairs.
Yeah, it seems that if there's anything to know about the Groundbreaker, it's that it costs a lot in fees to just even land here. I am looking around just to make sure that none of these people have anything to say to me. Nope. How about you? Can I talk to you?
Colonials are always itching for a fight.
Okay, good to know. Don't worry, I'm not going to be doing any stealing here in the bar. There's like 586 people in here. No way that I would be not caught. I am going to look in this here back room. Ooh, locked door. My lockpick isn't high enough, though I could enter it if I had a Lost Hope Bar key card. I will remember that for later. This is a door I can open. And, oh, it looks like we're in a kitchen. And in fact, there's one of the chefs. Pre-sliced bread. Bread noodles. Frozen dinner. All belong to me now. Don't worry, you know, this is a kitchen, so I'm sure they have plenty more supplies, and that's not even putting a dent in it. Oh, they're even wearing the checkered chef pants. That's a really cool detail. If you, like me, know people who are chefs, they actually wear these pants
Quiet, Cap.
in real life. So it's really cool for them to implement it in the game. And this guy is making a delicious invisible tartare. Man, I can't wait to taste that. It's going to be great once it's finished.
If you're short on bits, you can work off your tab.
Oh, that's very nice of you. He assumes that I came back here because I'm hungry and can't pay. We'll take some triple pasta. And looks like there's nothing else in this kitchen for me to abscond with.
What's a nice boy like you watch? Something to...
This is Halcyon News.
I was listening to them. Rude.
Advertisement for the following story.
What's the story,
Remember Auntie
Wishbone?
Cleo? Because she remembers you. When you were sick, who took your temperature? When you were hungry, who gave you a needle full of love?
Ugh.
Auntie Cleo, that's who. Have you given your auntie a hug today? This is Halcyon News, reminding you that there's no I in news, no we in Halcyon, and no Mercury in Saltuna.
Platinum says, I could have sworn the fire was hitting on me. Even when I put it out, it still had a smolder.
If you want anything else, just flag me down.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely sounds like the flame was still a-burning. Alright, here's a bathroom. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. Is this a bad time? Do you need me to hold back your hair or something?
I'll be just a moment.
Oh. A little too much, Spectrum vodka. I understand. Oh, these bins don't actually belong to anyone, so I'll take that stuff. Because, you know, in the bathroom, in the commonly shared bathroom is definitely a place to store your ammunition. You never know when you might need to shoot somebody while you're shitting. Oh yeah, Wishbone! When I was younger, I used to love reading the books and watching the show. Wishbone was a Jack Russell Terrier. And for anyone who may not be familiar, Wishbone was a series of books that adapted classic novels for children, like, you know, Moby Dick, Sherlock Holmes's The Hound of the Baskervilles, Treasure Island, you know, all of those American literature classics. They adapted it for children. There was a little dog named Wishbone who would jump into the stories, and they had that as both books and a television show. Wishbone was a cute little Jack Russell Terrier, and he had a little brown paw print on his ear. Alright, that's the door that we can't get into just yet. This is where we just came from, though it simply wraps around.
Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story.
Is it going to be worth listening to? Because if not, I'm going to leave.
You have what it takes to defend your corporate township from the dangers
Oh,
of
that's
alien
interesting.
wildlife and unemployed.
Like, as I back away from the TV, if I hit the sweet spot, it actually has, like, CRT interference on the screen. That's pretty cool.
Military service does not guarantee full employment rights, tax breaks, military discount, health benefits, military burial, participation medal, training, or weapons.
Of course, why would it?
This story brought to you by Halcyon News. All the news that's fit to broadcast.
According to you. Okay.
Hey, you, where's my order?
I am gonna head out of here. Is that anything? Oh no, it's just some assorted garbage. We've discovered Belle's shells. Are you Belle? You are Belle. Oh my god, Belle's shells, because she sells ammunition and weapons. That's a cute name. Belle. Belle. I am so glad to meet another pun enthusiast. System and I are both huge appreciators of puns, so we would love to talk to you. What have you got to say?
You know that sound when you've snapped on an injector clip? That's how you know your weapon loves you back. I got a full line of weapon modifications I'd be happy to show you.
Yeah, the Robin Hood one. That was a good one. It's been a very long time since I thought about Wishbone. I'm trying to think of what my favorite one would be. I really liked the Treasure Planet, look at me. I really liked the Treasure Island one. So what's the benefit of modifying my weapons?
Why, it gets you the weapon best suited for your lifestyle.
All the better for performing a little percussive maintenance.
Self-improvement, including one's weapons, is always a worthy endeavor.
Take your basic Deadeye assault rifle. Perfectly serviceable. But what if you like finesse? Slap a scope and silencer on that bad boy. Bunker down in a bush someplace and pop off heads. What if you like getting in close and making a lot of noise? Extended ammo magazine and a barrel heatsink to bump up rate of fire.
Yeah, so she's basically going to teach you about modding your weapons.
Only takes a bit of elbow grease and a spot of engineering know-how. Most ships have a workbench near the cargo hold. Ours is in engineering. You could take your new toys over there if you feel like tinkering. No and yes. When you install something, it pops in there real nice, but if you want to replace it, the originals tend to snap like plastic toys.
So basically, if you want to replace a mod on a weapon, you can, but you're not going to get the original mod back.
Right here for a start. I got a fair selection. Modified weapons are my specialty.
And does modifying a weapon void the warranty?
A what? Sorry, hon. Here at Belle's Shells, we just don't discuss impolite topics, and WARRA and TIES tops the list.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
What can I get you?
What have you got? Ooh, she's got a lot. Though... Oh. Okay. I guess that's how the scroll bars work. I can't buy these because they're restricted. I think I either need a high enough skill or a high enough reputation with the Groundbreaker to unlock these. But it is good to know that she is here. I am not going to be buying any weapons yet because we're not going to be doing a whole lot of fighting on the Groundbreaker. At least not for today. I assure you, there is plenty of trouble that we can get up to on here, and most likely will be. So I'm going to be just working my way around from the right side of the ship over to the left. Looks like the next place to look at is this here waste disposal unit area. Okay. Well, this door is locked, but won't require too much effort to get into. A ladder. Well, before we climb that, I'd like to see where the rest of these go.
Great work.
Oh wow, a DVD? Yeah, I didn't have Wishbone on DVD. DVD wasn't really a thing when I watched Wishbone. Oh, I hear some sprats down here. Well, before I go handle the sprats, let me go this way. Uh-oh. Hey! That's a white sprat. It doesn't seem to be aggressive, though.
I was wondering what they do with their waste. I guess they just chuck it down here. Where's it all go?
Oh, that's disgusting. Yuck. garbage. It's literally a garbage chute. They're just...
How about I stay up top? You know, keep watch, okay?
You're more than welcome to Parvati. I probably won't need help down here. Oh man, don't step in that. Ooh. Splatters and crap. I'll take... Oh no! Sir? My god, this guy fell so hard that his head just popped off. That's some way to go. Oh yeah, system, I'm sure that a load of people have uploaded Wishbone episodes to YouTube. That would be a great resource to finding that. Okay, so what's this guy got next to his sorry corpse? Crumpled instructions. Frankie got a lead on some local salvage. One of Groundbreaker's old hangars was bricked over until someone found it by poking around the stevedores' quarters. Lilia gave us the go-ahead to plant her flag once we clear out the new arrivals. I'm sending you to scout. Look for a loose panel. You gotta climb on top of their bunks and head toward the back wall. Lilia says we should watch our backs. She thinks we're being tailed. In other words, typical Lilia. Ooh, okay, that's an interesting thing to remember. Yeah, Platinum, I was wondering what would happen if you ever ran out of puns. Parvati, I guess you decided to join us? There wasn't really much of a need. I'm about to head back up anyway. But, you know, I appreciate you facing your fear / disgust of the garbage. Alright, so it looks like we're going to have to go in here, and the sprats that are in here are not going to be very friendly. What's a good weapon to use on these? I'll just use the good old assault rifle. Oh no, they're rabid.
Here they come!
Everyone hit! We're destined to die!
Oh, chill out, Max. They're just sprats. Destined to die. So dramatic. Okay. Anything worth taking in here? Just some fast ration pills and a little bit of tartar sauce. Maybe that's what the sprats were nibbling on. Oh, it looks like this passageway continues into a storeroom. Hello? Ooh, don't mind if I do. Heavy ammo. Yum, 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 yum. Take all of that. HMG? Why not? More ammo for the gun we've just picked up. And this is another door that can be picked. I'm wondering if this is the other side of that door in the hallway. I should probably conserve my mag picks, but well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, as they say.
Nicely done.
Okay.
Hey, how'd you get back there?
Oh, Belle. I don't know anything about what may or may not have just happened to your ammo supplies. Bye. Well, that leads us to the back of Belle's shell. It's good to know. There's still the matter of where this ladder goes. I'm a poet, and I didn't even know it.
I'm not winded. Honest. My, boot was untied.
Oh, Parvati, what's the
Would hate for
matter?
you to get left behind, or architect forbid, become lost.
Yeah, that's why I love to have the companions follow me in this game, because not only do they have little quips, but they also banter with each other. So it's always useful to have more than one companion with you if you're interested in that kind of thing, and to bring out different combinations of companions. The game does a great job of motivating the player to switch up their team. If anything, not only because different characters will have different play styles, benefits, and drawbacks, and some will work better or worse together with each other, but just to see all of the things that they have to say to each other. Different characters will have different personalities, and they'll have different opinions of each other, and it's something that I really enjoy. Looks like there's some enemies up here, so I'm gonna have my gun at the ready. Yeah, okay, don't need to reload. Sprats, maybe? A person. Oh, that's a mantipillar.
Here we go!
I was gonna kill that one, but it looks like Vicar Max took care of it for me. Nice job, Maxie. So these are mantipillars. Nasty little things. And it looks like this guy, unfortunately, met his match against them. Oh, so did this guy. Well, your loss is my gain. And what have you got here? A work order. Vera says the Lost Hopes Plumbing is acting up again. Take a gander at the usual spot. While you're there, someone locked their key behind a door. It's the locked one. Once you're ready for a challenge, come back and we'll discuss the radiators for the 100th time. Oof, alrighty. Unfortunately, it looks like this guy never got his chance to finish that work. And here's a neat little bonus. If you come out here, you get this really cool... Oops. Did not mean to do that. I was trying to put my gun away so that I do not interrupt this really cool bird's eye view of the Groundbreaker. Beautiful, isn't it? And thankfully, Parvati and the Vicar are not going to fall off. I'm going to safely climb my way back in. Forgot to check these here bins. And what's in this door? Oh, this door is barred off. Not anymore, it isn't.
If you can hear me, please hurry. The toilets overflowed on me at least twice.
You stuck in the bathroom, Private Taylor? Well, I'll let you out, but I'm gonna look around a little first. So that's the door that we entered to get to the Mantipillars. This is where we came up. And this is...
My dad taught me some French, you know. Stuff about omelets and, fromage. I could take a look at that journal.
By all means. I would be astounded, yet astronomically in your debt.
Oh, yeah, there's nothing at all about eggs and cheese in here. Sorry.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a Dexter's Lab reference. And for our trouble, we get a little bit of mag picks and bypass shunts. So that's gonna take us over to here, which it seems like there's a little goodie for us if we pussyfoot our way over. Nice. I wonder if there's anything else up here. Wheep! Hup! I just want to make sure I don't fall. Oh, God. Okay. I don't think I'm supposed to be up here. Oh, my God. I'm just going to try to jump not on top of the bin. Okay, no. Definitely not supposed to be climbing on there. Guys, you're not going to fall off if I walk back through you, right? Max, hold on. Phew. Okay. Alright, well, you're walking so nonchalantly. Please be careful. You'll fall off these pipes to your death. Though, thankfully, I'm not playing Supernova mode, so I don't have to worry about companion permadeath. If you crossed Star Platinum with sticky fingers or stand cry, it would be Oh my god. Stand crosses. That would be a thing, wouldn't it? Alright, Private Taylor, we'll let you out.
Thank you.
Ew!
Shit, ain't that a relief?
What the fuck did you do in here? Oh, dude, you're so nasty. You didn't even wash your hands. Gross.
You have no idea how good the air on Groundbreaker smells until you've been trapped in a tiny bathroom with an overflowing toilet. Thanks again, friend.
Dude, what happened?
What usually happens on this partially pressurized rust bucket? Something broke. Well, actually, two things broke. First, the damn toilet overflowed. When I came to clean that up, the damn door decided to close and lock on me.
Oh man, how long were you in there?
Time stood still. I was aware of nothing but the smell. Ugh, could have been days.
I'm sure it wasn't.
Shit. That means I haven't clocked out in days. Song is gonna have my ass for wage theft.
I should have worried about that before you got stuck in the shitter. Well, I did you a favor. What are you gonna do for me?
You're gonna shake me down after I was trapped in a shit-covered bathroom? Is that how it is?
Look, are you gonna pay up, or are you gonna just stand here smelling like shit?
Fine. Here's every bit I've got. That enough for you, or do you want my shit-covered clothes as well?
Keep your pants on, smartass.
I will. I will preserve my dignity. No one can take that away from me.
Yeah, I'm sure. And off you go. Ew. Oh, barfo. I could close the door. Alright, not spending any more time than I have to in there. Where's he going? I'm interested. Oh, he's going down the stairs. Right. Well, there's a bit more to explore up here. That is the Mantipillar room. This goes
is the
somewhere.
simple truth. We are all molecular machines. The body is a collection of atoms. The mind is a consequence of chemical reactions. Therefore, our lives are predestined along a path that is only visible in retrospect. Life is fated and unstoppable.
I don't know, Mr. Vicar. That seems like quite a leap.
Thank you, Vicar Max, for that, ladder wisdom. Meanwhile, I'm just grabbing as many weapons as I can, as well as some supplies. And finally, which I didn't want to do while Vicar Max was talking, I'm going to grab this Lost Hope Bar key card. Which, if you look at it, it looks like those vintage punch cards, which I think is a very nice touch. Now, where does this open up? Why, it's that room that we couldn't get into before, and wouldn't you know it, the key that we needed to get in was right behind the door. Oh, it looks like I forgot to take some stuff. I will rectify that issue immediately. Alright, so now that I've cleared out the storeroom of the bar, I'm sure it won't be a problem. I'll probably get a shipment in just next week. That's the kitchen. This is heading back into the bar proper.
This is house
Man gets stuck in a nasty bathroom and all he can think about is money. The shame.
You know what's happening on Terra 1? Last I heard, the board was in dispute with the Renegade Company. Sounded dire.
Alright, so we checked out over here. Yeah, I guess this is just a corner. I'm always poking my muzzle into stuff. Oh, look, it's a public terminal. That's nice. What have we got on this public terminal? Ooh, well, before we hack it, let's take a look at the public notices. Regarding the food situation. To those of you who have raised concerns about the quality of Groundbreaker's victuals, yes, I'm aware the promenade stinks. Allow me to put the matter to rest. Our ancestors didn't rise from humble beginnings on a diet of spratwurst and borst, but that's the reality of life up here. If you can salt it, can it, or zip it up in a pouch, then we're not picky about calling it food. Spacers make do with what they have, and what we have is smelly meat, lots of salt, and 11 kinds of mustard, last time I counted. Try and enjoy it. Imagine the only things you could eat were canned meat and, like, mustard and salt. It's weird that they have so much meat, but not a lot of plant-based foods, considering most meat needs to eat plants in order to survive. Makes you really wonder where the things that they're eating are finding food. Here is a notice about a ship being impounded. This is a general notice about our impound policies. If the board impounded your ship, take it up with the board. Their embassy is the gaudy building opposite Sublight's warehouse. Send them your questions, outstanding fees, and hate mail. Especially hate mail. If Groundbreaker impounded you, pay your damn fees and don't bother my people. A notice about looking for work. Urgently looking for a new crew to sign on with. I've been stuck in Halcyon for almost a year now. Don't know what's holding up my next posting. Never had to wait this long to get on another freighter. I'd planned to take one of the rare long hauls back to Earth, but I haven't been able to find any, and even the shorter skips to the inner world seem rarer than the outer world routes these days. If anyone has any information about upcoming work, please post it here. Down on my luck. Hey, so here's my story. My ship limped into Groundbreaker in a rough state. We couldn't make the repair fees, the docking fees, refueling, or the fees for not being able to pay our fees. So, I'm kind of stuck here now. Then they took my ship and sold it as scrap. Now my credit is shot to hell and corporate freighters won't hire me on. I'm hoping someone with a bunk to spare and places to go is feeling charitable. Thanks for listening. This notice has been posted 56 times in 632 days. Aw, this person sounds pretty darn desperate. I hope they manage to get off the ship soon. Alright, now let's hack into the admin access. To Wildcat Group, subject Groundbreaker Meetup. Even though it's been nigh on 20 years since our last meetup on Groundbreaker, I was hoping we could get the old gang back together. I understand that things have changed. Some of us are long-range haulers, some of us have gone corporate, some of us are likely dead, and some of us are on Tartarus and not reading this message. But I haven't lost hope. No one responded to my last invite. I hope that means your schedules are full up with family gatherings and job opportunities. Stay free, freelancers. From Kitty Buchanan to the Wildcat Group. Interesting. Now this is to the IS Conveyors Collective. Subject Conveyors Rights. From Iceman. Hi all. So I just got off ice from a round trip to Dashkova. 2 years out, 2 years back. Imagine my surprise when we de-thawed and Groundbreaker comms told us our docking was going to be delayed. 1 hour turned into 5, then days went by. In the end, we spent an entire goddamn week waiting for a berth on this law-fucked bolt bucket. And because we were kicking our heels all that time, not a one of us got paid. I don't know about you, but I got expenses. Family I don't see often enough, debt you wouldn't fucking believe, and even if I'm not working, I still gotta make my payments. Does that seem proper to you? Don't we conveyors have rights? We should do something about this. If you agree, leave a message here, and I'll respond when I get back from Gensan in 3 years. Iceman out. Is this a reply to that? This message is no longer accessible at your clearance level. Interesting. Your attempt to access this message has been logged. Well, you know what I'm gonna do? Searching, searching, searching. This message does not exist. Very interesting. Onwards we go.
Go back to Byzantium, you gold-plated bastards.
Uh-oh, some strife.
Yeah, no one wants you on Groundbreaker.
These stairs are board property.
Oh my god.
Now, or I'll detain you for trespassing.
Stairs.
Oh, real scary. You're really gonna arrest us on our station?
Yeah, this is Chief Junlei's ship. You don't own shit here.
Step back. I'm required by board bylaws to use excessive force.
Required.
Would space you for trying, you waste of O2 scrubbers.
Yeah, you tell him.
O2 scrubbers.
Look, just get out of here before I tell your captain what you've been getting up to on the clock.
Whatever. We got a date at the Lost Hope anyway.
Is this really what you want to be doing with your life, Marcy? Guarding stairs for that walking mustache Udon fucking Bedford? I gotta get off this detail.
Hey, what was all that about?
Got my sights on you.
Yeah, I bet you fucking do. Well, Udon Noodles is in here. I guess... Hello, Maximilian. I guess now's as good a time as any to have a chat with him. Oh, man. This office looks imposing. Well, here goes nothing.
Ah, the board. Organized, efficient, competent. Well, mostly.
I think everything in here is worth more than I made in my whole life.
Probably, Parvati.
Time theft are on the rise. We urge all of our listeners
Ugh.
to remember that lack
Hey,
of
mustache man.
Ah, yes. Wheeler messaged me you were coming. He must be the captain of the Unreliable, a vessel that used to be helmed by one Alex Hawthorne. And you are not he.
I most certainly am not.
Something happened to my favorite scruffy freelancer?
Oh. Well, I'm not sure how he'll relate to Alex being dead, so we're gonna bypass that for now. Forget Alex. Why'd you impound my ship?
I impounded Alex's ship, not yours. Well, I guess it's yours now if you're captaining it. It's a game we play, he and I. I ask him to turn in Phineas Wells. He tells me he will soon. I impound his ship. He explains why he can't give me the info right now. I ask him to turn in Wells. Around and around we go.
It doesn't sound very fun. Thrilling. Anyway, about my ship.
Right. You're going important places, I'm sure. Big, exciting, important places. There, I've removed the flag from your ship. I'm terribly sorry for the inconvenience.
Oh, thanks.
However, before you go, Alex promised to tell me the location of Phineas Wells. I'm sure you've seen his wanted posters all over the colony. Did Alex tell you where Wells might be? Anything at all?
Why is the board so interested in Wells anyway?
You haven't read the posters? He's a terrorist, a thief, a madman. It's really in the colony's best interest that we stop him before he does further harm.
Why do you think I'd know anything about Wells?
Well, Alex knew, or he said he did. And you have his ship. Maybe he kept some records around, or a conveniently placed note on his bedside table.
Well, Alex never mentioned Phineas Wells.
That's... well, that's just terrible news. Law, what am I going to do now? The board will have my head. Oh, I'm sorry. This is terribly unprofessional of me. Is there anything else I might help you with?
Yeah, I'm not gonna turn in poor old Phineas. What's this about the board having your head?
It's personal business, I'm afraid. Miserably, terribly personal.
Stop playing coy, Bedford.
I don't intend to be. It's just a matter of trust.
How can I win your trust, then?
Information on the whereabouts of Phineas Wells would go a long way. It's... well, it's my white whale, I suppose.
Well, I can't tell you where Wells is.
It's fine. Really, it's perfectly fine. I understand. Now, if you've nothing else, please see yourself out. I'd like to drown myself in work.
I don't know if you can see, but if you look really closely at his eyes, they almost look like his pupils are diamonds. Not sure if that's a feature or a bug, but it's very interesting. Paul, you've already asked me what my favorite poodle is. I don't have a favorite poodle, unfortunately. I don't think I've encountered enough poodles to have a favorite one, to be completely honest. Oh, yeah. He looks exactly as smug as his name. He absolutely does. This is Noodle Boy now. Your name is Noodle Boy. Well, I wanted to ask you something else, Noodle Boy.
Be my guest.
What do you do here exactly, besides be Noodle?
I'm the certified representative of the board's interests here on the Groundbreaker. I'm their eyes, ears, and busy little hands.
That doesn't answer my question.
I send a lot of messages. Sometimes I read them. Every once in a while, I'll impound a ship if I want to feel alive.
Ugh. Well, what are those locked doors in the back?
A luxury stateroom, reserved for Chairman Rockwell's use.
Why are there armed guards in here?
Oh, you've noticed my friends. Wonderful. Aren't their guns very large? Tremendously impressive. They're here to keep the peace, of course.
To watch your back, you mean?
Precisely. Groundbreaker makes much ado about its independent status, and so resents any board presence, no matter how benign.
You call keeping offices on their promenade benign?
When the alternative is board guards at their gates, yes, I do. They don't see it that way, of course, but I can't say I much care.
Does it seem hot in here to you?
Law, but it's miserable. My underarms are damp. How can I be expected to work in these conditions?
Have you heard of
Chief Tennyson is
antiperspirant?
supposedly looking into the cause, but I've seen no action from her. Deplorable conduct. My superiors will be hearing about it. You can be certain of that.
I think charging a dead device should be considered necromancy. That would definitely fall under the criteria. My favorite hyena would be the spotted hyena. I think spotted hyenas are super cool. Female spotted hyenas in particular. They have a very unique and fascinating social structure dynamic to their packs. Mr. Noodle Boy, can you get me to Stellar Bay?
Good law. Who'd want to go to that toxic hell pit?
Me? So no?
No. Emphatically no. Unequivocally no. Immutably no.
No would have done it. You didn't have to crack open a thesaurus.
Best to be clear, I believe.
Sure. Back to my other questions.
Ask away.
Well, I'm not going to tell him I know where to find Phineas Wells. We're leaving. Hi, Parvati. Yeah, those guards are so not gonna let me pick anything in here. We are getting out of Noodle Boy's house ASAP. I don't want to spend another moment in there. Come on, Max, and we're shutting the door behind us. Good day to you.
Have you seen this man? Reward offered for information leading to the capture of noted terrorist Phineas Wells. Report any sightings to your local board embassy. Have you seen this man? Reward offered
I thought talking to it might make it say something different, like the ad drones.
to your local board embassy.
Oh, would you look at this? Auntie's kitchen. Aw, Greasy. What a cute little proprietor. Hi, Greasy.
Hearty greeting, potential customer. Welcome to Auntie's Kitchen, a home-style consumable protein dispensary.
Oh,
This unit
boy.
dispenses proteins for your ingestion.
Aren't you just a glorified vending machine?
This unit is programmed to simulate shock at such assertions. Shock simulation non-functional. A trouble ticket has been filed.
Aw, well, let me take a look at that. Maybe I can fix it.
Shock simulation restored. Initiating shock subroutine.
Yay.
How dare you? Shock subroutine complete. Estimated guilt level of customer increased by 35%. Resuming protein dispensation protocol. May this unit dispense proteins for your ingestion.
Oh, yeah, dispense me up,
Beginning
Greasy.
dispensing sequence. Please unblock all relevant facial protein ingestion tubes.
Opening my mouth wide. So he actually sells pasta, which is a carbohydrate, not a protein. He's also got some ketchup, some tobacco corn ears. Oh my god, tobacorn counts as a meat? What the hell is tobacorn made out of? That's nasty. He also sells nicotine. Ooh, a chef's hat. Some lager and mock apple juice. So out of all of these things, I wouldn't consider any of these protein. The tobacorn is questionable. How is a corn a meat? You know what? I'm not going to worry about it too much. Yeah, if you resurrected your phone from zero, you are a technological necromancer. Go right ahead and add that to your resume. I want the chef's hat, and I have some bits to spare, so I'm going to buy the chef's hat. Oh. Yay. Oh, and this is actually a buyback tab, so if you sold items to a vendor and you were like, no, wait, stop, you can actually buy them back. I think it would cost more than the amount that you've sold them for, though. I can't recall. Yeah, but it's not meat, it's corn. It's tobacorn, which is... I mean, look, roast them, pop them, or eat them raw. So it's implying that it's corn kernels, which I wouldn't consider a corn a meat, but we are in space, so who knows what the deal is. And... ooh, I could sneak into the back. I don't think that guy is going to pay attention to me. And that's just Vicar Max.
Well done.
Sweet. If anything, lockpicking is useful in this game simply because you get the XP from doing so. Oh. Well, the first thing I notice is that the air is shimmering in here. So it's either really hot or really gassy. And the second thing I notice is these feet in a bloody pile sticking out from behind the refrigerator. What happened to you? Is this going to elucidate the situation? Maintenance and repair of ACSR 5900. Warning, please follow all recommended safety protocols before maintaining or cleaning your unit. The ACSR 5900 is equipped with anti-tampering subsystems which trigger a self-defense mechanism in the food preparation apparatus. Self-defense supersedes any pacifistic function. Please also remember to deactivate and remove all slicing, dicing, blending, filleting, chopping, deboning, or tenderizing apparatus prior to opening any access panels. It is critical that a spray of blood obscures the rest of the manual. Oh no. So it looks like this maintenance tech did not follow the protocols before trying to fix the, what was it? The shock subroutine on, Greasy, the Auntie Cleo's robot out there. See, that's why it's, buddy, that's why it's important to always read the manual. The instructions are there for a reason. Well, anyway, now that I'm here... oh, look, he's got fish sticks back here. He's got bread. He's got even more pasta. You know, you weren't going to sell me those fish sticks. That was really rude of you. Greasy.
All ingestible proteins are guaranteed better than nature. May this unit dispense proteins for your ingestion.
Greasy, do you have anything to say about the guy back there? You know there's a dead body in your kitchen.
This unit would clarify. There is a dead mechanic in the kitchen. User error in the maintenance of this unit's cutlery engaged several systems at once. The slicer, the grinder, the tenderizer.
That sounds like a pretty nasty bug in your systems.
This unit behaves precisely as it was engineered. Neither this unit nor its corporate proprietor claim any responsibility for the mess.
Do you plan on cleaning up back there?
This unit is not designated for cleaning duties and cannot be compelled to accept another unit's responsibilities.
All this morbid talk is making me hungry.
Beginning dispensing sequence. Please unblock all relevant facial protein ingestion tubes.
I'm done with you, Greasy. A meat-based plant would be quite interesting. Do you think Greasy is gonna mind if I take this purple berry punch? Or the zero-G brew? I guess not. Yeah, Greasy doesn't really seem to give a shit. He doesn't care that I'm back here. He doesn't care that I just stole from his establishment. Or that there's a dead body that needs taken care of. Hupped. Hupped. Whipped. Huibed. Well, it seems like these are impassable flags, so I can't actually jump over the counter. Back out the old-fashioned way, I suppose. Parvati, Max, come on out so I can shut the door, please. Thank you. Bye. Hello.
Wish they'd let us off station. Air up here's just recycled spacer farts.
Nasty. Alright, so it's engineering. Woo, Parvati, are you excited? We're gonna finally meet Junlei Tennyson. Let's go. You know, I'm surprised Greasy didn't just chop up the dead body for food. The flags are made of steel, it's true. And if I jumped into them, it would chop my head off. So it's a good thing I didn't.
Regularly scheduled advertisement for the fall.
Those XF411s? And an old Yakita 37? You think they'd let me peek at the power plant?
Oh, of course they will, Parvati. You are so cute. I want to just pinch your cheeks. They need to implement a command so I can just pinch Parvati's cheeks. She is so sweet. And look at there, it's Junlei Tennyson.
Thought there'd be more machinery. Must be housed on a sub-level.
I could spend all day in here and not have looked at half the best stuff. It's all pretty worn, though.
I imagine it gets a lot of use. Alright, let us talk to Junlei. And I don't know if you can notice, but the air is shimmering in here from the oppressive heat. They gotta get that cooling system fixed pronto. Hi, Junlei, it's me.
Junlei Tennyson. I'm captain around here, but chief to my friends. Hope you don't mind the formal introduction. Groundbreaker doesn't see many visitors.
Hi, I'm Shetani. Nice place you got here, Chief.
No, it isn't. It's a mess. But it's my mess, so I'll take the compliment. Just so we understand each other, I'm the final word on the ship. The Mardits, the crew, the engineers, their family. I hope there won't be any problems while you're visiting.
Oh, I'll try to do whatever I can to help you keep the peace.
Good. Don't go making trouble, and chances are you won't find any. That's how I like it here. So what brings you to Groundbreaker? I'm curious, even though 9 times out of 10 the answer's just passing through.
Now that my ship's out of impound, I can safely say that I'm headed for Monarch.
Interesting. The powers that be paint an ugly picture of Monarch. Critters and such. Maybe someone in the promenade can get you the right weapon for the job. We see a lot of the same faces coming and going. Most of them board spies and corporate sprats. Makes it hard to trust outsiders. You seem different, so welcome aboard.
Thanks. I heard you're having a heat problem. What's going on?
Groundbreaker's radiators need replacement parts. They're dumping superheated air into my ship.
I'm sure your capable staff can stay ahead of the problem.
My engineers have managed to keep the heat to livable levels, but all the fixes are temporary. This wound is bound to fester. Only the board has access to new parts, and I won't let them swindle me into a corner.
Oh, I hear ya. Surely the board doesn't want Groundbreaker to roast.
They want us to sweat, thinking that'll soften me up for a bad faith deal. If you'll excuse me, they can go fuck themselves.
Understandable.
The board isn't helping and my resources are spread thin. If I don't get those radiators back online, Groundbreaker, everyone aboard, will be cooked alive.
You need a contractor to work this out. I'm available for a reasonable rate.
Reasonable, huh? That's the best news I've heard all day. According to my grandmother's old schematics, the parts we need should be in the back bays.
The back bays? Am I supposed to know where that is?
Sorry, I forgot not everyone knows this ship like I do. The back bays are on a lower deck, long abandoned and a haven for miscreants now.
Have you tried sending anyone else down there to get the parts?
I have. One of my engineers, plus a small security detail. They didn't come back. I can't afford to lose any Mardits on this job. No offense, but a freelancer like you is more dispensable.
I get it. Flasheroo gesture with both hands. Nah, I'm not gonna flip her off. None taken.
Nice and pragmatic. Thanks for understanding.
Couldn't we try to talk this out with whoever is down there?
Those idiots are immune to reason, and they don't much care if the station melts to pieces. They're content to die last. If you could find some way to solve this without violence, I'd prefer that. But more than anything, we need those parts.
You can't get these parts anywhere else.
You must not have been here long. In Halcyon, new parts come by way of interstellar freighters from Earth, and the board monopolizes that kind of trade. That means I'd have to negotiate with the board. I've already given them the shops, the docking fees, and a damn embassy.
Their negotiations sound like a bureaucratic coup.
Damn right. And while I'm captain of the Groundbreaker, it falls to me to preserve this ship's independence.
I'll get you those parts from the back bays.
Good. Once you've obtained the parts, we can proceed to the next phase of repairs.
Alright, well, before I head off, there was something else I wanted to talk
Honestly, I could use the distraction.
to you about. What's it like being in command around here?
Frustrating. Everything down to the circuit boards is past warranty, so I have the pleasure of making life or death decisions on a shoestring budget. Plus, there's no time to train my successor or document fixes in a way that anyone outside the family would understand.
This ship is a family business?
Sure is. The Tennysons came over on the Groundbreaker. My grandmother, Chief Gang, kept it together during the crossing and until she died. I was promoted only recently, when my mom died.
Oh.
Then I took the leap from chief engineer to captain.
They must have been amazing people to have taught you all you know, I mean, which is a lot.
That means a lot coming from a fellow engineer.
Condolences, Junlei. I'm sure those were some big shoes to fill.
Appreciate it. There wasn't much that took me by surprise about the job, but the little things you never expect or think about, they add up over time. Maybe you can see why I'm protective of Groundbreaker. This ship is family. It's got tinkerings and bypasses that only Tennysons know about.
I'm so impressed by the minutiae of the expressions in this game. While she speaks, even from sentence to sentence, as she talks about different topics, her facial expressions change to match the emotion of what she's discussing. Well, aren't you a little young to be training a successor?
You see any bite-sized Tennyson children running around? I didn't think so. The next captain won't have my heritage. I'll have to foster that talent from somewhere. It's only a question of when.
Parvati here could always help you shoulder the burden.
Oh, gosh. I don't know. I'm really just a dab hand with a wrench. Nothing special. Not like a chief engineer.
Don't sell yourself short. It doesn't take a seasoned pro to tinker on Groundbreaker. Just someone who knows how a ship ought to feel. We're always thirsting for help. If you could find your way around this labyrinth of ducts and panels, we could work something out. You've got my attention.
Hey, Parvati, you wanted to talk to Junlei? Go ahead.
What? I didn't think you just...
Parvati, is it? That's a lovely name. What can I do for you?
I was just thinking, I haven't got much experience working with actual, real spaceships, Miss Junlei. Chief Junlei.
Junlei is fine.
Nudge Parvati to continue.
Okay. Since you run a whole space station, I was wondering if, well, maybe you could teach me some things. I could message you later, maybe?
I'd be happy to make the time, Parvati. You can ask me anything.
I make a gesture to encourage Parvati to go on.
Wow, great. I'll do that then. Messages. Later. Oh, your name's pretty too. I should have said sorry. I like it. Honest. Sorry.
Nice job, Parvati.
Couldn't have done it without your moral support, Captain.
Now, if there's nothing else, there are other parts of the ship begging for my attention.
You don't have a lot of faith in the board.
You're right, I don't. The board is after two things, bits and power, and they only get it by sticking their nose where it doesn't belong.
Oh, and by the way, that encounter with Parvati and Junlei, absolutely adorable. Parvati is so cute with her little crush. Oh, well, you must not like udon noodles very much.
I like to think of myself as a nice person, but if that gaudy embassy of his was on fire, I might hold my breath a moment before activating the sprinkler system. The board wants control over Groundbreaker, and leeches like Udon Bedford will do anything to please their corporate masters.
How do you keep the board at a safe distance?
I placate them when I have something to offer, but I can also be a real hard-ass. It'd be a joy if I could kick out the corporate merchants and reclaim the docking fees in my lifetime. Too much of Groundbreaker's income is flowing in the wrong direction. I'd like to see that change.
Mm-hmm.
You've got my attention.
And that's about it for now. Thank you. I don't think she has anything around here that we want to take. Besides, I like Junlei. We don't want to be stealing from her. Let's check out the rest of engineering while we're here. Oh, hello. You've got a name?
Good law, the heathen here is so unbearable I can hardly even concentrate. Junlei better hurry up with those damn repairs already.
What? You can't help? Yeah. Parvati is so cute. Oh, yeah. Oh, we got a workbench. And discovering that workbench has netted us a hefty 200 XP. Hello.
What? I had nearly figured out how to run that bypass job. Now I've lost my concentration.
Well, sounds like that's a you problem. Dude, be careful with those sparks. You could get hurt.
Something's broke. Fill out an incident report. You keep the yellow copy.
Okay, he looks like he's actually doing something over here. So they at least bothered to animate this guy's idle animation properly. Hello.
If it's not a life or death problem, I've got more important repairs to do.
Certainly. I will leave you to it.
If you're here about the loose seals on level 3, it's on our list.
Not quite. Yeah, that door is sealed. Hello, you have a name?
You should clear out. Engineering's a dangerous place to wander until we get those radiators fixed.
Okay. What's down there? Oh, looks like an enemy. A couple enemies. See those manta pillars? Okay, well, we've got some stuff to take care of. Let us check our journal. So, here is Junlei's side quest to get parts for the radiator array to keep the Groundbreaker from overheating. We're going to want to go down to the back bays for that. As well in the back bays is the supposed location of McCready, one of the bounties that we could collect if we would like. That's the science weapon quest. This is the quest for killing Captain McCred. Excuse me, I called him McCready. And yep, based on the listing, he was last sighted in the back bays. So we're going to have 2 things to possibly take care of when we go down there. We also need to talk to Dr. Dorset in sick bay with the status of her shipment. So, we've got a couple things going on. Let's see. let's take care of that next. So we'll mark it off on our journal. Doesn't look like it's too far away. We should be getting there in no time flat. Hello. And nothing in there. Oh, hello. Ike's Armory. And these people are shopping from the shelves. How cute. You must be Ike. What you got going on, Ike?
You look like someone who's taken their share of cuts and bruises.
Heck yeah.
And some armor. Maybe it's a bit secondhand, but that's only testament to its durability.
I like your style.
We also have a line of specialized melee weapons. For those times you have to repel boarders, but don't want to risk a bullet through the hull.
That's very good. Tell me more about your wares.
Everything I sell is fresh from the forge. Technically, the metal formed billions of years ago, but it's freshly in the shape.
Are you a spacer yourself?
Not me, but it's in my blood. After the crossing, my family worked Eridanos, indentured to the corporations.
Go on.
I was born into corporate labor, but I'm the first one of my family to buy my way out. That's why I settled on Groundbreaker. It's the last bastion of freedom.
Let me see what you've got for sale. Ooh, he's got a bunch of shinies. Look at all this stuff. A lot of this weaponry and gear is stuff that we have seen before, though, so I'm not gonna avail myself of any of it just yet. I will leave plenty of stock for these NPCs to check out. And, oh, would you look at that? It's a Spratwurst vendor. Name of Ethel. Hi, Ethel.
If you're hungry, you've come to the right place. I've got a fresh ground batch of Spratwurst cooking. They're terra-fried to lock in the juices. How about a grinder's dozen?
What's Spratwurst exactly?
You know what sprats are? Space rats. The laboratories of Spacer's Choice found a use for this limitless frontier resource. Sprat meat is plenty tasty when properly prepared.
Oh.
We grind them up in sausages, then terra-fry them in their own juices.
Is Spratwurst like Borstwurst? I've seen that a lot.
Absolutely not. Spratwurst and all related terms are registered trademarks of Spacer's Choice. Boar, the other meat, is a registered trademark of C&P. Everyone knows our company and theirs are nothing alike.
Nothing alike at all. Well, what does terra-fry mean?
Terra-frying is a Spacer's Choice brand secret. A mix of 13 herbs and spices, plus a dash of modern chemistry.
Is Spratwurst your own invention, or what?
Legally? No. The terra-frying method was developed and marketed by Spacer's Choice. Between you, me, and this grinder, I've been through lean times. If there's one thing you learn on tramp freighters, it's how to make near anything edible. Might be that this old space hand put a few words in the right ears, and could be that Spacer's Choice liked sticking it to C&P by R&D'ing our own special meat. Just as well,
okay.
Near about time for me to go check on the trap. I mean, to unload another crate of farm fresh sprats.
Yeah, I get you. One second, I'm just checking a message. Okay. Yeah, it is Space KFC. I would eat a terra-fried sprat. You got time to chat?
Long as you don't mind me grinding Spratwurst while we talk. Little things don't make themselves chewy. At least not yet. I'm sure modern science will find a way.
Okay, and there's nothing
Just
else
as well.
to discuss with her.
Fresh from the grinder, any hour.
So she sells, terra-fried Spratwurst and dehydrated water tablets. I will try a Spratwurst, thank you very much. I'll just take one. Oh, look at the sprats up there. Ready to be, processed, I guess. Can I come back here? I sure can. Oh. Well, there's the grinder. And there's the sprats. Looks like they're the albino variety that we've seen running around on the Groundbreaker, which would make sense. Well, hey, when life gives you lemons, you make Spratwurst. You don't have any Oh, let me guess. Are these sprats made of metal and I also can't jump over the counter? Correct. These sprats are also made of metal and I cannot jump over the counter. I can crawl underneath, though. So there's that. Oh, hey, Platinum. Glad to see you back. At least, the chat told me that you were not here for a while, but I am glad that you have returned. Or, you know what? It actually doesn't track viewers if you're not chatting in the chat too frequently, so it may have said that there was nobody available. Anyway, onwards we go. Oh, it looks like before we reach the medical bay... yeah, the chat tracker is weird sometimes. Like it says there's 3 people watching right now, but I'm sure there's more. Okay. Sure, let's take a look at Sublight.
Oh, neat. They got stuff in here I ain't seen in ages.
Now, this should prove interesting, to say the least.
Okay. Hi there.
Miss Lilia takes good care of us, see? The authorities stay off our tails.
Yeah, she. Are you going to be upset if I look at this computer? No? Okay. Message. Subject. Don't run. We lost another contractor to a UDL gunship. This is your daily reminder that legitimate businesses don't run from the authorities. And that is what we are. Stay calm. Present your papers. If you get tangled up in the courts, I will personally bail you out. Anyone see Hawthorne lately? I could use some reliable help. Unfortunately, Lilia, I don't think that help from Hawthorne is ever going to come. Though, maybe I can be of some help to you. Here's a message about the Fallbrook shipments. Unlike most of you sprats, Catherine is bringing Sublight a consistent income. From today until I say so, you're to treat her as an extension of my desk. Speaking of which, Tobias, order an extension for my desk. Fallbrook shipment. Purpleberry liqueur, lots. Spectrum vodka, even more than that. Erotica, generic. The locals aren't picky. Erotica, exotic. Except for the ones who are. Space cake surprise. I don't know what this is, but it was on last month's order list, so either track some down or do your best in the kitchen. Black Hole Holcomb signed tossball poster. Holcomb? That's Parvati's last name. Does Parvati have a tossball player in the family, perhaps? P.S. Tobias, where are we with that desk extension? We've got one more message about this week in salvage. My scanner says the Mardits impounded a freelancer ship after the captain misbehaved. The crew dropped so many bits at Vera's place that they can't afford to lift the impound. Whoever gets me salvage rights gets to sit quietly in my office and watch a professional work. One of ours had an altercation with one of theirs, lost another contractor. Scrapped the ship, dedicated a tenth of the salvage to funeral expenses. I take care of my people. Oh! We got a redeem going on here. Okay. Now, I have a question for you. Did you see that animation playing, or was it just a still image? There's a little bit of a stream delay, so I'm going to wait for your response. Yeah, it looked still. It was fine when I tested it the other day, but there might be a problem with the GIF size. It might be too big. Anyway, I will make sure to have that fixed before next stream, and I'll also go ahead and I'll redeem your, I will, shoot, what's the word? Brain is fried. I will reimburse, there you go, I will reimburse your per points for that since the redeem did not work properly. Actually, I think I have a command to do that in the stream, but I forget how. Oh, okay. No, that can't be it because that was set up with the witch one. Yeah, that's the same settings as the witch one, and there isn't a problem with that. I will look into this when I am not streaming. And I will remember to reimburse your points for that platinum. So anyway, little Sprat told me that a crate of spoiled cysty pork ended up at the bottom of a Monarch Canyon. Let's see how much we can sell. Speaking of which, no one eat at Auntie Cleo's stall until I say so. Something in the kitchen's gone bad. Now that's interesting. You think she might actually know about the guy back there, or is she just kind of playing cagey? The next time one of us finds an abandoned ship and decommissions it, they had better dispatch a ground team to the debris field before the marauders have their turn. Just because we're salvagers doesn't mean we have to be scavengers. Alright, we got a little bit of interesting information from that. Oh, that's really bugging me. I just want to test the alert. Maybe I set it up wrong. Yeah, nope, I have the GIF, and let me go ahead and test it. Okay. Well, there you go, Platinum. That's what it's supposed to look like. So, yeah. There is your redeem. I need to pay a little bit of a visit to my settings and see why it just did the still thumbnail instead of the actual GIF. But for now, there is your redeem. I hope you enjoyed it. That was my cosplay of the Red Scout from Team Fortress 2. And that video clip was filmed live on location at Anthrocon 2017, I believe, which is when they had the theme of Take Me Out to the Ball Game. I don't typically dress up for convention themes, especially not ones related to sports, as I myself do not follow sports too much, but I happened to have the Scout cosplay, and I figured, you know, that would actually fit perfectly with the theme. And it went over swimmingly. A whole bunch of people got a real kick out of it. And yeah, it was a really great time. I should see if I still have that cosplay. Bust it out one of these days. See if the old bird still fits. Oh, hey, that Raven Man. I do not recall stopping by the chat previously. Welcome, welcome. Everybody say hi to that Raven Man. I'm just going to call you Raven. And let me know if you would like me to call you something different. But yeah. Hello. Thank you so much for coming by the stream and stopping by on this wonderful Saturday. I guess it counts as Saturday evening at this point. we are playing the Outer Worlds. Here is the information about the game that I am currently streaming. And you can even get me games to play on my coffee shop if you check out the link that the bot is going to give you in just about a second or so. Al. Alright, Al. Nice to see you. This is your first time, viewing the stream, is it not? And yeah, Furvilla. It's been a while since I've been on Furvilla. I was one of the first adopters of that website, because I had found out about it at Anthrocon, and then I just immediately went home and, made an account there. They were giving out special codes at Anthrocon, the year of their launch, which would give you, like, some bonuses for your Furvilla account. I did play it a little bit. It was pretty fun.
I had a question about your plan, Mr. Vicker.
Oh?
Of course. The cosmos is generated and directed by the universal equation, also known as the Grand Plan. By contemplating the teleological order of things, one can achieve verity. Oh, right. You had a question?
Never mind. That about answers it.
Yeah. I had been remembering to log into Furvilla every now and then just to, you know, get my monthly bonuses and stuff, but, admittedly, it has fallen by the wayside lately for me. I'm fairly interested in virtual pet sites, but Furvilla did not really have much gameplay-wise that I found interesting. Of course, I love the ability to make your own characters, and naturally they're anthropomorphic animals, so that's right up my alley. I also greatly enjoy how Furvilla is itself a furry-run website that is designed for furries. It was really cool that you're able to make multiple characters, so I had one for my persona, my partner's persona, and I even made a couple for my friends because you need more than one villager in order to do certain stuff, since you specialize them with their jobs that you choose. Yeah, the Show Me Your Fursuit forum, I remember posting on there. I love showing off my fursuit whenever I can to folks online, particularly when I believe that is to an audience that may not have come across a fursuit like mine before, because I greatly enjoy how my presence reminds folks that there is not one way that a fursuit has to look. There is a lot of creativity and variety that can be brought into fursuiting. I feel like in certain communities, especially when they tend to get insular in the furry subculture, people kind of, well, they don't exactly broaden their horizons as much as they should, and that can lead to some negative attitudes festering. Yeah, Magpie Bones, that would be me. Oh, and I completely forgot about my chat command. So, that is the information about my lovely fursuit. It was made in 2014 by the fursuit maker Magpie Bones. It is currently, as far as I know, one-of-a-kind fursuit that utilizes my real eyes as well as my real hair. I was fursuiting earlier on the stream, as you can see from the fursuit timer up at the top rightish of the video capture. I stayed in fursuit for a whopping 2 hours and 20 minutes straight today while I was streaming the Outer Worlds. So you are more than welcome to go back and watch the video on demand. As soon as I'm done streaming today, that's going to be up on YouTube. You can also watch all the previous episodes of my Outer Worlds fursuit stream. Since you're new here today, I know that you've got quite a bit that you would want to be catching up on, yeah. Yeah, Furvilla is a long-term game, and there's a lot that goes into it. Like, they've got the Explorer is like the basic job, I believe, and then they've got like the tailor, and I think when I stopped playing they were doing the like warrior or whatever, but I could never really figure out how to get that going. So I really just log in every month to get my monthlies, though I think it's been like a year and a half since I logged in. I haven't really been keeping up on it since the pandemic. Oh, I'm so glad that my suit has made you fall in love with Use Your Own Eyes Fursuits, Raven, or Al, excuse me. That is super duper awesome. Yeah, we could always use more folks who are enamored by this style. It's certainly not for everyone. It's very much a kind of a niche thing. And a fursuit like this is not going to work for everybody, particularly not your more standard furry or person in the furry community who wants to get into fursuiting. But for those of us who are a little bit weird and wild and out there, you'll find that a Use Your Own Eyes fursuit matches quite well, at least with my personal specifications that I needed in order to be able to fursuit safely and comfortably. So, back to the game. We've got Mr. Tobias over here, which, as we recall from the message that we just read, he seems to be Lilia Hagen's gopher. She told him to get her an extension for her desk. Looks like we're going to have to talk to him before we head into Lilia.
Welcome to Sublight Salvage and Shipping, a legitimate business for legitimate consumers.
Oh my god.
You the one flying the unreliable?
Oh man, he sounds like a dude who is just thrilled to be here, and he loves his job. Oh yeah, Al says, I kind of like them because I have bad eyesight and I can't wear contacts too. Yeah, that was a major reason why I made the decision to get the type of fursuit that I did. As anyone who is more than passingly familiar with me knows, I cannot wear contact lenses. I wear glasses, and I greatly enjoy them. I find my glasses and my eyes to be one of my best physical features. So when I made a fursona, a character to represent me in the furry community, I gave those features to my fursona, and they would naturally need to be represented in a fursuit of her. So when it came time for me to make a fursuit, I decided to see if it were possible to incorporate my real glasses as well as my real hair into the fursuit itself, instead of getting a big old, standard fursuit head and put a bunch of fake stuff on top that would look totally unnatural, cost extra, and be super out of place. And it took me about a year of research, but I finally found the person for the job, who was Magpie Bones. And yeah, I'm just going to pop this here link in the chat. Y'all are more than welcome to check out my website, where I give some more information about me, who I am, what I do, my character, all of my activities within the furry community and beyond, should any viewers want to learn more about me. Oh, it looks like now might be a good time for people to be watching. We've got a bunch more viewers hopping into the chat. Welcome everybody who has shown up. So yeah, feel free to chat with each other here. I've got a bunch of really fun stream commands so you can keep the excitement going. You can just type !commands to see all of the fun and cool stuff that you can do in the chat. Also, you earn what are known as per points simply by watching the stream as well as being active in the chat, and those can be saved up to redeem for all sorts of fun little things. You can type exclamation point store, to see all of the things that you can redeem with your per points. Also, if you're watching the stream and you're enjoying it, feel free to spot me a cup of tea. I got a coffee link down there at the bottom of the page for donations. If anyone is so obliged, it would be very much appreciated. I was streaming in Fursuit earlier. My MO is to begin the stream in Fursuit, and I suit for as long as I possibly can before my body screams at me. Today, I was in suit for a total of 2 hours and 20 minutes while playing the Outer Worlds, which, as you can imagine, is quite the feat. So, back to our game. Well, I'm not going to lie and say I'm Captain Hawthorne, because I know that Lilia is familiar with Captain Hawthorne, and she'd see right through my eye. So, I'm just going to say, how'd you know?
Money. We got it. The Steve Doors want it. I'll take that as a yes. Miss Lilia's been expecting you. I'll unlock the door.
Thanks. So, you're a Sublight employee?
Sure am. A few years back, they got me started on simple acquisitions. You know those latches they put on cargo bays ain't worth a damn? These days, I stick to HQ and look after Miss Lilia.
Alrighty. Oh yeah, Al says, I used to have a toonie head that I made for my first con. I like larger glasses, and because of it, my original head was massive. When I was researching different styles of fursuits, I noticed that the ones where people had to wear glasses underneath the heads ended up way bigger to accommodate for this, and it would give the wearer more of a bobblehead look, especially when they were a partial fursuiter, which was the type of fursuit that I was going to be choosing. So I really, that aesthetic works for some people. It's definitely not the way that I envision my fursona. So I did research to find a fursuit maker who could do like a really small and slim and realistically proportioned suit that would just make the most naturally looking character possible. Magpie Bones was the one for the job. Ooh, man, it also weighed like 10 pounds. Wow. I've heard that, what are they called? I'm trying to remember the name of the fursuit maker. There's one that's pretty popular, but people say their heads weigh a ton. I think it's Made for You or something like that. They say that their heads are really, really heavy. But it is really cool that you made your own fursuit head, Al. I commend you for that. There's a lot of work that goes into making a fursuit. Howdy ho, Lilia, what's going on?
So you're the new captain in town. I was hoping you'd make your way to my office. Saves me the work of hunting you down. Lilia Hagen, CEO and Executive Director of Aggressive Operations. I'm guessing you already know about Sublight, otherwise you wouldn't have come.
Hey, Misa. Wonderful to see you here. I believe this is your first time catching one of my streams. Thank you so much for coming by. Everybody give a warm welcome to me, Zaketza Wild Rose. Yeah, I am streaming The Outer Worlds. If you didn't catch that earlier, here's some information about the game I'm streaming right now. It is a single-player action RPG from Obsidian, considered a spiritual successor to Fallout New Vegas, though, of course, in a much, much different style, and not part of the same canon at all. So yeah, I was streaming in Fursuit earlier. The Fursuit counter up there at the top right of your screen informs you that I was suiting for a total of 2 hours and 20 minutes today. Though you are not going to be seeing me in suit any longer because that's about my limit for suiting while playing a video game. Though it has been increasing as time goes on. You can go back and check my previous streams if you would like to see evidence of that. So I'm slowly building up my suit stamina. And by the time that we get back to conventions, hopefully next year, I'm going to be so good at it. I'm going to be able to stay in suit forever. It's going to be really, really cool. Alright, so, Lilia. Hi, name's Shetani, Captain of the Unreliable.
Charmed. It's nice to see the Unreliable again. Useful ship. Hawthorne was my contractor. I'd recognize that leaky boat of his anywhere.
Don't let Ada hear you calling her ship names.
Is Ada still at the helm? I don't know how many times I told Hawthorne to restore that smartass to factory settings. I have a salvage job for someone light on corporate ties with a reliable set of wings, but there's a catch.
Just like in the serials.
If you have a nav key to Stellar Bay, the job's yours. Interested?
It's nice to hear that you've sneaked in here before. For anybody who wants to watch the streams and not participate in chat, you're more than welcome to do so. You can just type !lurk in the chat and it'll give you a cute little message. It's really nice to know that there are people who watch my streams that don't participate in the chat, because if you're not active in chat for, I think it's about 10 minutes, the stream stops registering you as a viewer. So it looks like my viewer count is dropping, but it's nice to know that there are people actually watching and just kind of like chilling out and enjoying themselves, which you are more than welcome to do if you're shy and you don't want to talk. I know I see a couple of you lurking here in the chat. That's completely fine. Though if you would like to, just entertain yourselves while the game is going on, you can utilize any of the many chat commands that I have put into the chat. The bot will remind you of a couple of the more interesting ones every few minutes. Or you can type !commands to see all of the fun commands that you can do in chat. Yeah, Platinum, it is kind of unfair, but that's the way it goes with streams. Oh wow, Al, the longest you've lasted in Suit is like 50 minutes? Yeah, suiting is a strenuous activity. There's a reason that only about 20% or fewer of furries have a fursuit. It's definitely not for everybody. Contrary to what media representations of our community might have you believe. Not all furries have a fursuit. Not all furries want one. Most aren't even interested in them. It's like cosplaying to our community, as I often say to people to help them understand it a little bit better. There are a ton of folks out there who are a fan of superheroes. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have a Batman costume in your closet and you dress up as Batman every Saturday. You can absolutely be a furry and not want or be interested in fursuiting. For those of us who do enjoy fursuiting, we find it a amazing, wonderful, great pastime. It's a fantastic way to have fun and express yourself. And yep, Misa, that's great advice. Trust your own body and don't push yourself. That's why I always listen to my body when I'm on stream and my head starts pounding. That's when I know I gotta take the suit head off and I gotta stop. For anyone who is a fursuiter in the chat, one of the biggest things that I can recommend is to put your fursuit on at home and just wear it around in your house before you even go to your first event, because every fursuit is made differently. That will give you a great idea of how it moves, how you're going to be able to see and hear in it, how your breathing will be, how quickly you will start overheating, when you'll need to take breaks, and how long you'll need to take breaks for. This is all stuff that you really want to familiarize yourself with before you go out there to a public place full of variables and excitement that you don't know what's going to be going on. You want to make sure that you have a grasp on that and you understand the signals of your body before you go out and start suiting publicly. Also, if you're going to be suiting publicly, I recommend, if you're at a furry con for the first few times, to have a handler with you. If you're fursuiting in public in any capacity, always, always, always have a handler with you. Do not go fursuiting in public by yourself. I don't have a nav key, but can I still take the job?
I like that initiative, but ease back on the throttle. Gladys at the Rest and Go might have what you need. If there's anything else, be quick about it. Time is bits.
It's really funny, Al, that you would cop to frequenting that forum. I know what forum you're talking about, and I'm not going to mention their name because they're a real shit place full of real shit people. But, see, the funny thing about making content on the internet is that we've got a lot of tools to tell us where our attention is coming from and where our content is being shared. So about as soon as I came across those people's radar, I was made aware of it. You know, I'm fully aware that the type of fursuiting that I do is not for everybody. Guess what? I don't fursuit for everybody. I fursuit for myself. I wear this costume because I enjoy it. It makes me happy. I am 100% satisfied with the way that it looks. I didn't trip and fall down and accidentally throw my money at an, at the time, unknown costume artisan. None of this was by chance. If I wanted a more normal-looking fursuit in the first place, I would have bought one of those. So it's very interesting to me when folks think that sharing their opinions like that is gonna, I guess, do something or make a change of some kind. Like, nah, buddy, I've been doing this for years. Yep, anything that you say, I've heard it all before. I don't really give a shit. I'm just doing my thing over here, and any negativity that I get at this point is completely counteracted tenfold by the folks who message me on a regular basis saying, I saw your fursuit and it looks so cool. It really resonated with me, and until I saw you, I didn't know that this was even a possibility. Because I remember back when I was in that position myself, and when I first encountered fursuits like Magpie Bones's, and I realized, wow, this concept that I had in my head and I was wondering if it was possible, it really, really can be. And not only that, but there are a bunch of other people out there who like the exact same thing as I do, and they're really cool. So this has put me in contact with a ton of awesome people. I've made so many great friends, great connections, so many, you know, indelible memories simply from doing what I'm doing, being myself, and just enjoying what I do. Well, anyway, back to Lilia here. I take it Sublight isn't strictly a salvage operation.
These days, the scrap business all but runs itself. Gives me the time to expand our interests into other sectors, where I can let my hair down.
And yeah, Misa said, make sure you have someone you trust with you if you are new. That would hopefully be your handler. Fursuit handler is the term that we use for a person who is not in fursuit that goes along with a fursuiter and helps them out with things that their costume makes more difficult for them. Most fursuits have very poor vision, very poor dexterity. Your hearing is muffled as well, so fursuiters tend to need help. It's kind of like a costume performer at a theme park. They usually have a person with them that helps them navigate around, not trip over stuff, see people who are trying to talk to them, and things of that nature. Also, if you're a silent suitor, if you're a fursuiter who prefers not to talk, or you just like make little sounds in your fursuit, it really helps to have somebody with you who can quote-unquote translate or facilitate the communication back and forth. I actually did an episode of Cheetah Chat, which is my series that I run here on YouTube, where I discuss topics pertinent to the furry community that I don't really see folks talking about. I did a great episode about do's and don'ts for the dealer's den at conventions, in which I mention navigating those in a fursuit. So if you'd like to check that out, I've got the bot sending you a link to my playlist as we speak. You can go ahead and bookmark that and watch your favorite episodes after the stream is done. Misa says, I would totally get a Magpie Bones head because I wear glasses, but I'm also super lazy and don't want to put makeup on every time I suit. Well, look, honey, that is a personal choice. Like, I prefer to only wear makeup every time I suit, because that's just, you know, the aesthetic that I wish to portray. You know, and for my own reasons, that is the choice that I've made. That is my personal decision. There are other Magpie Bones suitors and use your own eyes suitors as well who don't put the makeup on when they suit, and they look fantastic. That is a whole look in and of itself. That can be super cool. And there's a lot that can be done with these types of fursuit heads. So it's entirely up to you. It's personal choice, it's personal preference, and it's a different way of expressing yourself and portraying a character. I'm just double checking what was said in the chat here. Yeah, Al, I didn't even ask you what character, what species is your fursuit? What kind of fursuit are you making that use your own eyes head that you're printing out yourself? And yep, the memories, like, I remember that time that I met you at Anthrocon. Yeah, that was Anthrocon 2017, because I met you at the Furry Femme shoot with Shujin Tribble, and you said that your roommate had a Magpie Bones suit, and I was like, oh, I'm doing a Magpie Bones group photo shoot tomorrow. You should totally send them my way. And it turned out that your friend was Fuzzy Dice, the rat, and he is super cute, and it was a really fun, you know, time just talking with you and meeting you there. And he's just such a darling person too. I don't know if he's on social media or what. His account seems to have been pretty quiet these past few years, but yeah, if he's like on Twitter or something, feel free to have him get in contact with me. Oh my god, I misspelled the command. Lol. I'm not even wearing the paws right now, so I can't even attribute it to that. But anyway, there's the link to the Cheetah Chat playlist. And Platinum says, I first found Shetani by wondering if there were any cheetah furries, looked it up on YouTube, and it eventually led me to your plushie collection video. I liked what I saw and continued watching. That's so cool. Yeah, my plushie video I made quite a few years back. It's totally outdated now because I've had a whole bunch more stuffed cheetahs join my coalition since then. But that was really fun to make. You know, I love cheetahs, obviously. They're my favorite animal, and that's why I chose one to be my fursona and represent me as part of the community. And I've been receiving, you know, plush cheetahs ever since I was a kid. And eventually I had so much of them that I was like, why not make a collection out of it? And I name all my cheetahs, I give them personalities and everything. It's something very common to a lot of furries. Obviously, we enjoy stuffed animals of the species that we associate with ourselves the most. And some people just love everything to do with plushies. Plushies in general. More plushies, the better. And yes. Oh, a Raven use your own eyes fursuit. That's gonna be so cool. Magpie Bones has not made just like flat out a bird. She has made a couple griffin heads, or actually, I stand corrected. She has made a cockatoo. The cockatoo is owned by Kevlar Unitard, who has a couple more Magpie Bones heads as well. I believe their main fursona is a boar. But yeah, Magpie Bones made a cockatoo one time, and it came out super interesting looking. So I would love, Al, to see the progress on your raven head. That's something I would totally want to take a look at. And the last time you went to a con, you brought your furry friend for the first half. Al suited, and then they handled, and then you switched. That's so cool. It's also cool that you can swap suits with your friend. I have had friends try to wear Shetani, and Magpie Bones is just like such an expert craftsperson that, well, nobody else other than me can even put the fursuit head on because it is just perfectly tailored to the shape and size of my head. So, you know, I don't mind that, actually. I kind of like that I'm the only person who will ever be able to embody Shetani. Whenever you see Shetani out there running around, you'll know that it's me. But on the other hand, you know, it would be nice. I've actually never tried on a different person's fursuit or a more standard type of fursuit. That would be an experience that I do hope to have one day, simply so I can have something to compare it to. From what I've been told, it appears that Magpie Bones fursuits are kind of like a unicorn, and they are highly dissimilar to the experience of wearing your more standard type of fursuit. Not even the heads, but just like how the paws are fitted and the range of motion with those. So I'm hoping, you know, one day when we get back to physical conventions, I'll be in a situation where a person and I are very good friends, and I'm like, yo, can I try the fursuit on for a little bit? And they're like, yeah, go for it. And yep, depending on your suit's design, the makeup can be more or less complex. I know several Magpie Bones use your own eyes fursuiters, who have a character that's all black, and so what they do is they'll just put straight black around their eyes and bing bang boom, you're done. Then there are other people who have a character like that and they choose to do like a more fancy look with, you know, highlighting and contours, eyeliner, eyeshadow of different types. I myself don't really wear very much makeup in my day-to-day. When I do Shetani, it's unfortunate that I'm not in fursuit right now to show everybody. But when I do Shetani, I just do a base coat of Krylon Aqua Color in a yellow hue that I custom picked to match my fursuit. And then I usually just do some black eyeliner to help my eyes pop a little bit. Because the glasses that I wear are prescription glasses. I do need them to see, and for that reason, when you look through the glasses, it's not just like looking through a straight pair of costume glasses. The lenses do change the shape of my eyes a little bit, so I use the eyeliner to just kind of make my eyes pop a bit more. I have experimented with eyeshadow as well. You can see more pictures of me and my suiting exploits on my website. But eyeshadow is hard for me to manage with my fursuit because I have to put down the base coat of yellow first, and then I have to put the eyeshadow over that. So it's hard to get the eyeshadow to actually come out and not be muddied up by the yellow. Probably doesn't help that I'm not using like super high quality products. Well, except for the Krylon Aqua Color. That I had to get from a specialty place. But the eyeshadow is just kind of like generic drugstore stuff. So I might need to try some different supplies. But I'm pretty satisfied with the current look of my eye makeup. Some people go completely off the wall, and other people like to keep it nice and simple. Even others still prefer to not wear any eyeshadow at all. Or eye makeup at all, excuse me. So it's, you know, entirely at the preference of the individual. Lilica the Drifter. I'm not actually familiar with that person, Al. Who is Lilica the Drifter? It's interesting that you said that you found that person through Five Nights at Freddy's animations. I've been called that quite frequently as sort of a negative. Oh, a thing from space. I know this fursuiter. I ran into them at Anthro, New England. Either 2018 or 2019. I can't remember the year off the top of my head, but I did run into them. I thought they had a super cool fursuit, and I took a picture of them. So yeah. That's a fun con as well. She made a Blue Jay too. Yeah, saw it on DeviantArt. DeviantArt is where Magpie Bones posts most of her fursuits. Platinum asks, do you prefer plantigrade or digitigrade? Well, my opinion doesn't really matter because every person in the furry community has their fursona exactly the way that they would like it. So whether or not I prefer plantigrade or digitigrade on other people's fursuits has no bearing on that. Because, you know, it's their character and they can do what they'd like to it. For myself, I chose to have Shetani be plantigrade because I wanted it to be most comfortable when I was fursuiting, and I really can't walk in heels. I tried walking in heels for various cosplays that I've done, but I just simply do not have the proper practice. I have not put in the hours into that skill set, as it were. And I knew from research that fursuits are really complicated to wear as it is, so I wanted to make it as simple as possible for myself. Hence, I made Shetani a plantigrade character. In addition, Shetani is always wearing clothing, so if she had been digitigrade, artists would have had to kind of do a little more creative freedom when it comes to making pants work and stuff like that. So I figured that it would be easier, since she's going to be a character with a wardrobe who wears clothes, to simply have her be a plantigrade character. Well, anyway, I think Lilia here has been waiting very patiently for our answer. Well, Lilia, what kinds of other sectors does Sublight pursue other than salvage and shipping?
Our field is persuasive acquisitions. At least that's how my legal advisors tell me to phrase it. Not all of our salvage is abandoned when we find it. Sometimes it takes a polite conversation and a shot across the bow. You know, legal formalities.
Sounds complicated, but profitable.
Thank you. I work hard to keep it that way.
You're very honest about Sublight's criminal side.
Hey, careful with the C word around here. I like to keep things above board, and that kind of talk only makes trouble. Sublight occupies a legal blind spot. No one knows what we're licensed to do, and that gives our little business some freedom. But let's not tempt fate.
How organized is this business?
Very. I have this thing about numbers in spreadsheets. Grids in general. I like to think of myself as the last honest businesswoman in Halcyon, but I'll settle for being the most organized one.
Al says, I've been experimenting with Al says, I've been experimenting with digitigrade stilts for suits. That's a pretty, cool pursuit there. I've seen a couple fursuits that use digitigrade stilts. I can't imagine they're very easy to, engineer, let alone wear. Magpie Bones can actually make digitigrade paws that end up essentially being a kind of stilt. What she does is she takes high-heeled boots and then she cuts the heel off of the boot so that you don't have that back support for your foot, but it makes the visual effect look more like a digitigrade animal, since you are walking like a digitigrade animal. Digitigrade means walking on your toes, and when you walk in a high heel shoe, you are walking on your toes. But yeah, I've seen folks do stilts for werewolves. I don't think the Hogger cosplayer made stilts for theirs. I think they just, they just walked straight on the ground. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I don't think I can bring to mind specific names of fursuiters who have stilts in their costumes. But it is definitely a thing. If I were to wear a suit of any other character than Shetani, for it to be accurate, I'd probably have to wear stilts because I'm very, very short. And most people's fursunas are quite tall, at least in comparison to myself. Okay.
Ask. I have nothing to hide.
Let's see, what else do I have to ask? Oh, more questions about
I don't charge
Sublight?
for curiosity. At least, not yet I don't.
Oh.
Be seeing you. Make sure you aren't followed on your way out.
Alright. Looks like we have exhausted Lilia Hagen's chat opportunities. I will take a look at what she's got on her desk here, though. Sublight, a legitimate business. Contractors. If the authorities are on your heels, our legal team has pre-approved you to recite this passage from our colonial trading rights. Pursuant to regulations following internally preserved Borst, such a business entity would therefore be entitled to gather, maintain, and ultimately dispose of decommissioned agricultural hardware and accessories for profit or convenience. The short version: if we can handle potted meat, we can legally salvage tractors and tractor parts. That's why I keep a can of Borst in a Sublight-owned safe deposit box off-world, and why the goods you bring in are cataloged as farm equipment. Everything we do is perfectly legal. Now go home and bring home some bacon. All right. Oh, I can head out this here door. Wow. Lily's got a super swanky balcony with a wonderful view of this sector of the Groundbreaker. Just take a look at that sky and all the ships shooting by. Wow, that's really something. Now back inside the office. And let me guess, need a key card for this? Oh, I could just pick the door, but that subcontractor wouldn't really approve of it. So, ooh, what's this? Dangerous Frontiers by Ophelia Sweeney. It is intriguing how we devoted our resources to the stars when there were still so many problems to be solved on Earth. Exposing our fragile species to the breadth of the cosmos renders settlers and spacers alike vulnerable to the mysteries of other worlds. The fate of an outbound civilization could hinge on a single miscalculation, an unobserved variable, and any number of alien catastrophes. Recklessness and impatience are, perhaps, hardwired features of humanity, and not errors in our genes, as others might imply. Seems like this is the type of literature that Lilia over here enjoys, which would make sense given her personality. Tobias, you got anything to say to us on our way out?
Talk to Miss Lilia if you're looking for work.
Does Sublight handle any legitimate business, or is this all just a front?
That's a good question. Yes? Yes, that sounds right. I'll make sure to include that in the new employee salvage tutorial.
Alright, thanks for that. Down we go.
I see you limping a bit. You alright, Mr. Vicker? Need us to slow down?
What are you implying? I am perfectly fit. My knee is just acting up.
There's no shame in being older, Mr. Vicker. Don't worry. The captain and I'll take care of you.
I need neither your advice nor your pity, young lady.
I mean, he just looks middle-aged is all. He doesn't look elderly. Then again, Parvati is quite young, so she's got that, that view of anybody older than her is ancient and about to drop dead any second now. Al says, my fursona is digi and wears pants. When I draw them, it kind of looks like a person standing on their toes. Oh, okay. Well, Shetani wears a lot of leggings and tights, so that would be clothing that conforms to the leg more. So if she had been designed with digitigrade legs and people were drawing her in that type of clothing, they would have to make sure that it conforms more to the shape of the leg. I also noticed that a lot of, well, I'm going to try to put a positive spin on it. The way that artists in the furry community draw digitigrade legs have quite a bit of variance in them. We'll put it that way. And I did not want there to be any sort of a misunderstanding when it comes to the way legs are looking, so I was just like, I'll give my Fursona plantigrade legs, that's fine. And yeah, the Hogger cosplay that won the prize at BlizzCon a couple years back, that's the one that I was talking about, exactly.
B&P, I can't believe it's not forced. It's unbelievable how good it is.
CNP, you know our season piece. Now here's a different terminal. Oh, it looks like there is different information on it than the other public terminal that we came across. Who's been using this recently? Callahan M is signed in, Everson B is logged out, and Oyama T is logged out. Oh, Tobias Oyama. That is the receptionist for Lilia Hagen. Well, let's access Callahan's messages. From SC Manager 541, subject, the hat. I keep telling you, the hat doesn't fit right. There's something wrong with it. How many people have worn this thing before me? Is this my life now? Because if it is, I'll take it. I'll be your moon man, but there won't be anything left of me to care. Martin. Subject, read the hat. You made your spacer's choice when you signed the employment contract. Oh my god. And here are some messages to his mom. We'll start with the first one. Hi, Mom. Hope you're doing well, Mom. Thought I'd check in. Engineers visit the shop a bunch. I remember when I used to turn a wrench back home on Terra 2. Lilia Hagen over in Sublight told me that I could always pursue a career in salvage if this thing doesn't work out. Please give Dad and the others a hug from me. Mom, it's really great that we can stay in touch like this. Little reminders of home are more important than ever. Enjoy the quality Spacer's Choice goods I sent. You can get ones just like them at home, but I figured you might appreciate me getting the company discount and all. Martin. Are you okay, honey? Now, there's something unusual about Martin's message. And I'm going to give y'all a minute or two to see if you can figure out what is going on with this email that Martin sent. Alright, so I know there is a bit of a delay on the stream, but I'm still waiting to see if anyone has figured out what is unusual or out of the ordinary about Martin's message. Oh, looks like Al has redeemed a cheetah fact. I'm waiting for the bot to pull it up. There we go. Cheetah fact number 5. Cheetah cubs have long, silvery manes of fluffy fur on their necks and backs. Some scientists think this adaptation is to help them camouflage in the tall grass, while others believe it makes the weak cub look like a dangerous and aggressive honey badger. Yes, this is very true. It is one of the most distinctive features of baby cheetahs. If you look up a picture of a baby cheetah online, you'll see that they look like little poof balls. They got this great big mane of grayish silver fur on the backs of their necks. They are born with that, and they do lose it over time as they get older. And regardless of the actual reason for this adaptation, the result is the same. It helps the cub camouflage and protects it from predators. So, looks like y'all might need a little bit of a clue here. Take a look at the first letter of each line of Martin's message. Yup, you got it. That boy needs some help. He's written, "Help me." I don't know what's going on with Martin, but he's not having a good time with this, hat. This Moon Man hat. Wonder if we're gonna find out some more information about this guy. Platinum asks, did anyone find any of the Easter eggs yet? Yeah, some people in the chat, in the stream earlier, have been redeeming new commands, as well as commands that I have never advertised on the stream. There are still plenty more that I have not seen people using yet. So as a reminder, you can type !commands to go to the page and see the list of all of the commands that can be utilized in the stream chat.
Are you listening to me, Emfuru? You can't get me out of there.
Please don't make a scene, Dr. Fenhill.
I am not making a scene.
That guy's voice is super familiar, but I can't place where I recognize that voice actor from. Hey, he probably just needs some Pepto-Bismol. He'll be fine. Okay, we got a bit of an incident going on here. What's going on?
I'm sorry. Am I causing a scene? See, Emfuru? We could have avoided all this unpleasantness if you just let me talk to Jesse in the first place.
What's this about your friend?
Let me get one thing straight. Jesse and I are not friends. I just owe her, okay? As for the rest, I'm trying to figure that out. All I know is that she's been here too long, and she's apparently not receiving visitors.
Wait, you don't even like her, but you're checking in on her?
You say that like it's weird.
I mean, that's just very noble of you.
It is most certainly not. And watch where you go saying that, okay? You're gonna give people the wrong idea. I just don't like to leave a debt unpaid, that's all.
Maybe I can look in on Jesse.
Be my guest. If you know something I don't about dealing with hospital bureaucracy, I'll be impressed.
What seems to be the problem? If only my other patients had so many inquiring after them. I'll tell you what I've told the others. The records say Miss Doyle checked herself in and requested I admit no visitors. The requests of our patients are paramount, so no, you may not see her. She's not my patient. I'm certain no one on my staff would falsify patient records, if that's what you're implying. Not without dispensation from Chief Junlei, I fear. Supplies are hard to come by out here. We don't have the ability to manufacture our own medical supplies here on Groundbreaker. Regrettably, we are dependent on the board for such mundane items as bandages and antibiotics, as well as more critical resources like adequately trained staff. We'd nearly signed a supply agreement with Anti-Cleos, but they demanded we only use their branded drugs, and that's simply not tenable. Take care.
I can't hardly think with Dr. Fenhill's yelling.
Med bays for crew only. Sorry, freighters got to see their ship's sawbones.
Oh, shoot. Can you hear me now? There we go. That's better. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Anyway. Yeah, I think I was just, reading the logs and then... What did I say? I think I had said that system, depending on the type of media that you may have been familiar with, there are a bunch of different ways that people can depict anthropomorphic characters and their legs. Okay, cool. Yes, okay. Now it's working. Anyway. Wouldn't be a stream if there weren't some sort of a technological issue. Oh dear. Oh no. I don't want to sleep in that bed. Thank you very much. Oh, what's going on here? Patient experiences unusual side effects post-hibernation after his latest voyage. Complains of longer days and increased boredom, as if time itself is slowing down. I've never seen complications this severe and am prescribing a high dosage of stims. While I'm optimistic that I can address the symptoms, the cause still troubles me. I'm going to try reaching out to conveyor crews and some corp docs I know on Terra 2 for answers. Update. I've learned that interstellar crews call the condition skip flu. Everyone I asked says they know someone who had it. In extreme cases, they say the person's body and mind break down entirely. Bored medics, the few who bothered to reply, insisted the patient was making it up to shirk their duties. I don't believe my patient is malingering, but how do I prove that when the board won't even review my evidence? Alright, and yeah, not gonna take that stuff. That's for the sick people. So, okay, here's a Mardet ID cartridge. I'm like 99% sure. Yeah, I already had one of those. Okay, so here is the fun thing about stealth in the Outer Worlds. The mechanic is slightly different than what most video games have for their sneak mechanic, and I've honestly not seen another game that implements it this way. So I've got something on right now called the Holographic Shroud, which when I enter a restricted area, it will put essentially a hologram on you of the type of person or NPC whom that area is restricted to. I'm going to go in backwards so you can look at my companions and see what I mean. Alright. Trespassers will be shot on sight and fined. Holographic disguise activated. Your holographic shroud has activated, giving you temporary access to this restricted area. Moving drains the shroud's energy. When it runs out, personnel will see and interrogate you. Talk your way out of the interrogation to reset your shroud. It will get harder to talk your way out the more you are interrogated. Alright, so
keep up the good work.
They've got, so that's the little suspicion meter over the Mardet's head. There's the operating room, and there's the quarantine room. So if you look down at the bottom of the screen, that purple bar, that is my disguise meter. As I move, it goes down. If you run, it goes down even more, which I'm not going to do right now, because I just want to kind of sneak back here. So, oh boy. I'm going to pop my head in here. Ooh, if I had a medical bay key card, I could get in here without unlocking the door. Oh, hey, Nico. Everybody give a warm and welcoming hello to Nico. Glad to see you back here on the stream. You were watching earlier. How was your dinner? I believe you said you had a sausage sandwich. How was that? Ooh. Okay, well, there was an operation. I don't know whether or not it was successful, but it happened. And before I go out there, I'm gonna stick my head out here to regen my shield. So, see that with Parvati and Vicar Max? Their uniforms changed to match the Mardets because of the holographic shield. How it affects both me and my companions? Well, the answer is sci-fi magic. So now that I've renewed my shroud, I'm going to go into the quarantine room.
You ever wonder if maybe folks keep doors closed for a reason?
Parvati, shut up. I'm the captain and you do what I say. I'm sorry, Parvati. Didn't mean to be mean to you. So here's a door that we can't get through, and we know that because it's a different color. No, but seriously, we can't get through that door, and, doesn't look like we would want to anyway. Ugh. Alright, what's in here? Well, here's some chems I'll take. I'm gonna crouch down. I don't know if that Mardet will see me if I take this drug. Okay, they didn't see me. Cool. I'll This door needs to be picked, but our lockpick skill is high enough that we didn't even use any mag picks for it, so it's no skin off of my back. Ooh, I will clear everything out of this bin. How's my weight doing? Oh, I'm actually doing pretty well. Not close to being over encumbered yet. Grab those chems. Gotta get a little closer to get the thinking caplet. That appears to be about everything that's in this room. That's not a door I can go through. I can tell just from the way it looks. Yeah, you know, I just kind of like slap it with my hands and it opens up. It's fine. Like that guy said earlier, the locks are super shoddy. You just kind of rub it gently, like a lover. Yeah, no, I can't open that door. And, oh, here is the person that we need to talk to. Looks like we have to use this old-fashioned intercom. Hello, hello.
To the last ratchet on Rutton time. Leave me in peace. You hull-headed quacks do know that restful recuperation requires not being disturbed, don't you?
Ellie sent me.
What? Why? Everything's fine. We're all fine here. No need for her to be worrying her pretty little head about me. I'm just terrible, dreadful sick is all. Got a cough that won't quit and sores all over my body. Highly, lethally contagious. But I'll be fine, so long as I'm left alone.
Yeah, I saw you through the window. You looked perfectly fine, and you're not coughing right now. Look, open the door before I kick it down.
Should've known she'd send a bruiser after me. Damned if I don't rue the day I saved her scrawny little hide. Inadvertently, I befriended a bloodhound in the process. Alright, okay. We can discuss this like the level-headed folk that we are.
Thank you.
Seems I've got to do something before Ellie goes jabbering my business to anyone with one ear and an intent to listen.
Alright, I'm gonna scooch my way in here. Hey there, Jesse. What's going on?
The truth is, I'm not sick. But if you repeat what I'm about to tell you to anyone, I will deny it with my dying breath. You, ain't with the board, are you? See, I owe them a lot. I might have missed a payment or two, and the other night I swear someone was following me back to my room. So I hold up here to lay low.
I'm not gonna lie to Jessie. She seems nice enough. What did you do that got you in trouble?
What? No, I didn't do anything. I'm a law-abiding denizen of this ship, I swear.
Yet you think the board had someone follow you, and now you're hiding out.
Think? No. I recognize a contracted killer when I see one, thank you. In my line of work, that's a skill you develop during week 1, assuming you want to keep breathing. Alright, I'll fess this part up too, if it means you'll help me. I'm a thief. I specialize in particularly high-end and historically valuable items. 3 weeks back, I caught rumor that the blood-tier diamond, last worn by an heiress on the Lost Hope, had surfaced for the first time in 70 years.
So you stole it.
If I had, you think I'd be hiding out in the med bay? I was gonna steal it, lined up Udom as my buyer. He paid half up front to finance the operation. Let's just say things went sideways about the time I got my hands on the diamond, and it crumbled to stardust in my palm.
Oof, that's
Anywho,
tough.
I barely made it out with my life, and nary a plan to make back Udom's deposit I'd spent.
Oh, that Udon Noodles. You don't want to get on his bad side. He seems like a right piece of work. Well, Ellie asked me to help you, so that's what I plan to do.
Udom Bedford's the board guy on the station.
Oh, I know him.
He'd know how I stand with them. If you can square things for me, I'd owe you one even bigger than Ellie owes me.
Noodles is gonna be a bitch to talk down from this. Alright, I'll talk to Udom for you.
Thanks for helping me with the board. You're a real pal. Or I guess I should say, Ellie is one, huh?
Yeah. Ooh, boy, oh boy. Level up. Time to apply some skill points. Woo! Alright, so we've got our dialogue at 50. That seems to be serving us pretty well so far. I don't think I would need to be putting any more points into this just yet. It might be worth investing a little more into stealth. I didn't put any points into stealth last time I leveled up. Let's see. We won't actually be able to get either of these two to 40 this time, but if we do, and the lockpick is at 40, we'll find 25% more bits in containers, and if our sneak is at 40, we can now steal from humans while sneaking. This is worth putting points into because, as you can see, as your skill tier gets higher, you can do really cool stuff like sneak attack weak spots on enemies for added damage. But I'm not going to be worrying too much about that at this time. It's always good to have a high-tech skill, though at this point I'd be upgrading my engineering. In leadership, as I mentioned the last time I leveled up, we're not going to be doing a ton of fighting here on the Groundbreaker, so it might not be worth putting points into this just yet. I've still yet to upgrade any of my guns. Maybe I should put some points into guns. It's sad, but I really don't dodge or block at all in this game. I'm probably not going to put any points into defense. Let's see, what do we got going on here? Well, I'm going to try to get most of my skills up to 50 before I worry about specializing. So, let's get at least 10 in leadership and inspiration. And I'm going to put... I'm going to put a little bit more into ranged. There we go. And since this is an odd number level, we do not get to pick a perk this time. Perk points are only given on even number levels. Yep, continue. I don't need to steal that shit from her, besides she'll just get pissed at me. Oh, you got some cinnamon rolls. That's cool, Nico. Alright, so I think our shroud might run out before I get out the door. And you're going to see what it looks like when that happens. Maybe I can book it. Ah! Phew, by the skin of our teeth. Oh, you're leaving again? Aw, so sad to see you go. Well, you get a goodbye anyway. Oh, and Al's going too. It seems like we got some folks dropping off here. Well, I'm going to continue streaming for a while yet because I'm still having fun. But it was really great to see both of you in the stream. Al for the first time. I stream on here every Saturday, and I post on my Twitter account the day before to let you know what time I will be streaming on Saturday. So you can go right ahead and follow my Twitter if you meet the criteria in order to see when I will be streaming, as well as just keep up to date with all things Shetani. Twitter is where I do most of my posting, so if you want to see stuff like a cool picture for Fursuit Friday every week, as well as posts from me in between at almost a daily basis, that would be the best platform for you to follow me at. Take care, and I'll see you all next time. Hi there, Lynx! Hi, Lynx. Everybody say hello to Lynx. I'm glad to see you stopping by the stream here. I don't recall seeing your name and face in here before, so welcome. I am Shetani. Right now I am playing the Outer Worlds. The helpful little stream bot is about to give you information about the game I am playing. It is a single-person action RPG by Obsidian set in the future of space. And it's got a very old-timey sci-fi radio drama aesthetic to it. It's a very interesting game. If you want to just hang out and lurk, you can type !lurk in the chat and get cozy. Otherwise, you can use the multitude of magnificent chat commands that I have available to you. You can type !commands to see all of those cool little features that you can use to be active in the chat with other folks as I am playing the game. Also, you earn points simply by watching the stream as well as participating in the chat, which you can save up and redeem for all sorts of weird, wacky, and wild stuff. You can type !store at any time if you would like to see what your points can get you. I always start streaming in Fursuit, as the friendly counter at the top right of the game capture is telling you. I suited for a total of 2 hours and 20 minutes today, playing a video game the entire time. So yeah, that is the longest that I've suited while streaming so far. I'm pretty proud of myself. Every time I stream, I suit for a little bit longer, I build up my endurance, and, you know, by the time we get back to conventions next year, I am gonna be, like, so powerful. I'm gonna be able to suit forever, which I am way excited for. I can't wait to get back to conventions. Excuse me. So, it looks like we weren't able to find a medical ID card. I'm gonna just have to hack open this door anyway. It's gonna use 4 of our picks, but, you know, I'm sure we'll have plenty more opportunities to replenish them. What do we have in here? Okay, so there's some supplies, which we'll take. We'll just take everything out of that bin. Some gel, some ambidextrine, adrenatime. Oh, can always use some more adrenatime. And, oh, what's this here? Is this a secret passage? And a shroud has been dropped.
Why in the architect's name would you say that?
It's just that you're real grouchy. Kinda all the time?
I'm not grouchy. I'm just irritated by inane questions.
Yeah, see, when you say it like that, it makes me wonder.
Oh, Parvati, you'll have to forgive Max. It's just how he is. So it looks like there was some kind of secret back way into the medical facility. And where does this tunnel lead us? Huh. It looks like some kind of a bunker? Someone was sleeping here, but they're not here now, as evidenced by the fact that none of these items appear claimed. I wonder what had happened to them. Maybe this data pad will have some answers for us. Squatter's Journal. I served on 2 corporate freighters before I got stranded here. Everyone's heard my sob story, but no one's listening. To them, I'm just background radiation. Wasn't my fault the captain decided to take off early. Wasn't my fault no one checked the crew manifest. Wasn't my fault they replaced me with a full-timer. Now I'm filthy, bitless, and bedless. Far as anyone's concerned, I'm Groundbreaker trash. That's how I live, and if no one agrees to take me on as crew, I suppose that's how I'll die. Aw, jeez. The fact that these items were unclaimed leads me to believe that perhaps things did not turn out well for this poor soul. Now where is this taking us? Huh. Well, here's a bathroom. Oh, with a little sprat. Bye. There's a bit of ammo we can take from there. Some skin tough salve. Dervish mist. Alright. Come on out, you two. Let's head back. Before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let us head back to the medical room so that we can finish up. Tell Jesse what we learned. Or, excuse me, we're gonna tell Ellie what we learned by talking to Jesse. Oh, wait, no, I was already in here. What I need to do is go in here, and then go out here, and voila! And just like that, shroud is lifted, and they don't care that you're running out of a room that they just saw you in because they're video game characters. It's fine. Oh, hello, Dr. Dorset. I don't remember meeting you before.
Can't say I've seen you before. I take it you're a freighter captain? If you're here to better yourself, you'll have to wait. We're having a spot of trouble with our delivery service.
Yeah, so I heard. Wheeler says... I'm not going to be rude to her about it. I'm just going to say, Wheeler says your shipment won't be coming in soon.
He must be referring to Irion. I'm sure the fool's gotten himself into another scrape. I'm beginning to wonder if I'm ever going to get my service mechanicals at this rate.
Who's Irion?
Our delivery man. A brave idiot with a penchant for getting himself delayed. Sometimes by dates, usually by bandits.
What do you need mechanicals for?
Surgery, mostly. Medical personnel are difficult to come by on Groundbreaker.
Why's that?
The board won't let their doctors and nurses station here, and they own all the medical schools. If we can't hire their people, we can't hire anyone. Everyone on staff here on Groundbreaker was trained by me or Idris. We're good, don't get me wrong. But we've only 2 heads between us, and we don't know everything.
I could try to find him.
I'd be grateful if you'd spare the time. We need his delivery soon as yesterday. Last he told me, he was taking a shortcut by Scylla, an asteroid in the Charybdis cluster. That's where I'd start, were I the adventuring type. You look out, though. The place is probably crawling with outlaws.
Scylla and Charybdis, of course. The 2 storm monsters from Greek mythology. Alright, Ellie.
Any word on Jessie?
Yeah. She's in debt to the board and thinks someone's after her. I'll handle it.
Good luck. The board's got an office on the promenade just before engineering. You can't miss it.
Yeah, I've been there. Well, unfortunately, Parvati and Max, looks like we're gonna be paying another visit to old Udon Noodles. Woe betide us that we should have to be subjected to his face again so soon. Oh, what up, fucker? It's me again.
How do you do? Ah, how might I assist you?
I'm here about Jessie Doyle. I want her debt settled.
Miss Doyle owes the board a significant sum. Alas, the only collateral she has is her organs.
Yikes.
Compulsory donation is quite legal in such cases.
What the heck? No, she's worth more alive. Oh, wait. I don't want to put her under indenture contract. Jesus. Look, I'll pay it off for her.
Kind and efficient. Can't say I disapprove. Although, seeing as this woman isn't a member of our crew, it'd be nice if the price weren't quite so high.
I think you may have underestimated the size of Miss Doyle's debt. If you'll look over this itemized bill.
You're charging that much for emotional anguish? Really?
I am extremely anguished, Captain. Please respect my feelings in this difficult time.
I doubt Mr. Bedford's ever felt real pain. We could introduce him to the sort of suffering that actually constitutes extreme anguish. For the good of his understanding.
Oh, I like your line of thinking, Max.
Be careful you don't irritate my guards, Vicar. You might not like their rather narrow understanding of what constitutes excessive force.
Well, it'd be nice if we could talk him down a bit, but I do have enough bits to cover the fine. And it's not worth putting the poor woman into indentured servitude. If I have the means to do so, which I do, I'll just go right ahead and pay it off outright. Total of 2,128 bits. I'll cover that.
I'm glad we could come to an accommodation. You may inform Miss Doyle that our collections agent will be recalled. Now, is there anything else you need, or can I return to my work?
We're leaving. Yeah, I've got 6,000 bits. I had plenty to spare. Out we go for the time being. I wonder what that enemy on the radar is. It might be like a sprat stuck behind a wall or something.
Wish I could say it was good to see you, Ellie. At least you finally got your chance to square our debt. That ought to make you smile for once, huh?
Nothing makes me happier than being even. Except being right. That's nice, too.
Hey, Jesse.
Got word from Udom, from the hitman who trailed me the other night. Seems I'm in the clear, thanks to you squaring my debt. You sure saved my skin, stranger. All debts between me and Ellie
we
are
got
cleared.
1,000 of those bits refunded to us. Alright, you. Watch yourself while I'm gone. I did it, Ellie. I saved your friend.
The good news came through the wireless. Looks like you paid my debt to Jesse. I guess that means I owe you now, right? Tell you what, I'm a little short on bits at the moment, but I'm a decent scrapper and a better than average sawbones. If you're looking for a medic, I can work my debt off.
Yeah, you really don't like owing people, do you?
It's like people touching a cookie and leaving it in the box. It's just one of those things that gets under my skin.
Are you saying you'll work for me just because I helped Jesse?
If I'm being honest, and I prefer not to, I was about ready to pick up another contract anyway, and you settled this in a pretty tidy fashion, which tells me you're competent. But we can say I'm repaying the favor if you prefer that version.
I get it. What exactly did Jesse do for you anyway?
She helped me win a bet.
What was the bet?
We were on a smuggling run planet side when our point man bet me I couldn't outrun a mantisaur.
Oh my god. Don't tell me you tried.
What can I say? Something about people telling me I can't do a thing that just makes me itch to prove them wrong. And, as you can probably guess, the thing was faster than it looked. Probably would have caught me if Jesse hadn't picked it off.
I guess she technically won. So she saved your life.
Yeah, but the important thing is I won the bet.
Well, welcome aboard, Ellie.
You won't be sorry. Though it looks like you've got a full roster already. Time to play favorites, Captain.
Ellie, you can meet me back on the ship later.
Traveling in style, are we? I'll be sure to nab a cabin with a view.
Do.
Welcome to the crew, Miss Ellie. We're real happy to have you.
And, Jessie has to stand in my field of view because she's an NPC in a video game. Alright. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, remember those messages about a guy with a defective Moon Man hat who was named Martin? I think we might have found our dude. Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Sorry about the heat. Chief Dennison will get the radiators fixed soon. Of course, this heat sure makes a zero-G brew extra refreshing. It's an ale that's good for what ails you. Oh, and it's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice. Taste the freedom. A lot of slogans to keep track of. Sometimes I forget.
Well, first of all, I've got to ask you about the hat.
I'm bound to satisfy headgear-related inquiries. Please send any complaints to our Consumer Care Headwear Division.
You doing all right in there?
Oh, I'm having a stellar day. And not just because I'm legally obligated to say so. Almost as stellar as a Spacer's Choice is affordable.
Can you see in there?
I can see all of the top-quality merchandise in the Spacer's Choice catalog, which is available here at a reasonable price.
How do you brush your teeth?
Spacer's Choice regrets that we don't sell toothpaste at this time, but we're always working on delivering exciting new products to our customers. Sprout Wash, Mouthwash, and Mantafloss are among the exciting line of dental goods currently in development.
Ew. Do you miss eating solid food?
Don't miss out on these deals. You'll find none like them on all of Groundbreaker, or anywhere in the Halcyon colony.
Do you have to sleep with that on?
Trouble sleeping? Try our Lunar Eclipse mix. That's 2 handfuls of pep pills washed down with a hearty swig of 2-hour energy brew. The blast will send you through the stratosphere, and the crash will knock you out cold, guaranteed.
Man, that guy is good. Everything that I have asked him, he's countered with some kind of advertisement for a Spacer's Choice product. Does Spacer's Choice make you wear that?
Add an additional 10% to your purchase today, and the proceeds will be donated to Spacer Cares, our premier corporate welfare program.
Oh my god.
At Spacer's Choice, we care about your health and emotional well-being. That's why we put Martin through 6 years of vendor school, only to make him wear this hat.
Do you need me to help get you out of there?
Even if my contract didn't forbid it, I think it's part of me now. Now, are you ready to make Spacer's Choice Lunar Green Moonmouth lozenges a part of you? Lunar Green, the future is spearmint.
Okay. Well, I've heard about being stuck inside of a fursuit, but I think this guy really needs some help. I am the dressing the man beneath the mask. Are you okay?
Damn it. No slogan for that one. Look, this hat, my job. It may not seem like much to a brave space captain, but they're all that I have. If there are self-made purgatories, then we all have to live in them. Mine can be no worse than someone else's. Now, if we're done with the chit-chat, I hope you don't mind if I make the most of this short life and try to be the best moon person I can be.
Oh my god. Sorry if I pushed you too hard, Martin.
It's fine. I should be stronger than this. Thanks for taking an interest. Speaking of interest, can I interest you in some quality budget goods? At Spacer's Choice, we cut corners so you don't have to.
Well, it certainly shows that he spent 6 years at vendor school for this. He's got a advertising comeback for pretty much anything I say. Fair warning, you're still logged in on one of the public terminals.
Shit. No, I mean, excellent. Yeah, that was intentional. As the face of Spacer's Choice, it's my honor to be a public figure. Who needs privacy when you have job security?
The mouth flap doesn't even move. I'm so concerned for this man. You work for Spacer's Choice. Have you ever been to Edgewater?
Heard of it. My orientation aether wave showed that famous Saltuna cannery, which I'm sure smells as good as it looks.
Yeah, it's not so bad. They're struggling, but they've got good hearts.
That's true.
Yeah. I hope they're gonna be okay.
That's a Spacer's Choice beer. Take what you have, polish it up, and make the best of it. So, what can I get you? Some soap? Everyone loves soap. Everyone will love you for using it, too.
He does look like a rejected Thomas the Tank Engine character. I could just see this face right on the front of one of those trains. Oh boy. Poor Martin. What do you sell here, Martin?
Anything and everything. Whatever you want, we got it. And when you need a replacement, we got that, too.
Must be shoddy quality if it needs replacing.
Just the opposite. Spacer's Choice items are always new, hot off the shelves, because customers just can't stop buying new stuff.
That's not how that works.
Sorry. Got the line wrong. You want me to do it again?
The line?
It's a script. If I don't follow it to a T, I might lose my job. You want me to do it right?
Platinum has redeemed or commanded a cheetah fact. Cheetah fact number 34. Unlike other predators, cheetahs don't do well in wildlife reserves. These areas contain lots of other big carnivores like lions, leopards, and hyenas, which compete with cheetahs for prey and will even kill cheetahs. Yes, this is definitely an interesting factoid. You would think that a wildlife reserve would be the perfect place for any animal to live because they're protected from poachers and things of that nature. And while that is very true, there are lots of other animals that thrive in wildlife preserves, those being herbivores as well as carnivores. On the hierarchy of predators, cheetahs don't rank very high. They can't really stand up to more powerful carnivores like hyenas or lions or leopards, as I mentioned earlier. So while those predators, with the advantages that they have, flourish in wildlife reserves, that actually crowds cheetahs out because they take up the ecological niches that would have otherwise been occupied by the cheetahs. Well, hi there, Siddharth. I don't recall seeing you in the stream so far. I'm very glad that you were able to stop by today. Welcome, welcome. Everybody give a warm welcome to Siddharth. And yes, you have discovered the Fursuit Parade command. I put that in there for a little bit of fun. And it's cute to look at all the little animal emojis. I didn't use just mammals. I used a whole variety of creatures within the animal kingdom to help represent the great diversity of characters that we'll see in the furry community itself. Since this is your first time in the stream, howdy ho. My name is Shetani. I'm assuming you're familiar with me from elsewhere, or you may have just stumbled upon this stream, organically, I guess. How did you find out about my stream? I'm very curious. Please let me know in the chat. And while I wait for the stream delay to catch up to your response, we are going to ask Martin to go ahead and do his line again.
Spacer's Choice items are always new, hot off the shelves, because customers just can't stop improving their lives with our fine products. You could go broke buying overpriced Aramid gear, or you could buy from us at a much more reasonable rate.
But it sounds like Aramid gear won't break the first time you use it.
That's why you should get a backup or 3. Become a frequent buyer. Join our Friendship Rewards program.
Friendship Rewards.
Program currently unapproved in Alpha. Rewards and friendship pending.
Oh my god. Alright, let's see what you got for sale.
Have a look.
Alright, so he sells pretty much anything. Sells some weaponry, sells a little bit of... Oh. Well, I'm getting myself one of these for sure. I mean, it's only 195 bits. How could I say no? Alright, so in any case, for our new viewer or anybody else who may be watching the stream, I am playing The Outer Worlds, which is a first-person RPG action-adventure game from Obsidian. The friendly bot is just about to tell you information about the game that I am playing. You can also click on the link that will be given in the chat very shortly if you'd like to check out my coffee shop and choose which game I play next. As well, if you just like to lurk, you can type !lurk in the chat and kind of hang out. Otherwise, you can feel free to converse with the other folks who are watching the stream here, as well as myself, ask questions, tell us about how your day is going, stuff like that. I've also got some fun chat commands that you can use in order to make your chatting experience a little more involved. You can type in !commands if you'd like to see all of the commands that are possible to be used in the chat. As well, don't forget, you earn points by watching the stream and being active in the chat, which you can save up and then redeem for all sorts of cool and crazy stuff. You can type !store in the chat if you would like to see what you can buy with your points. I always start out my stream in Fursuit. I streamed for a total of 2 hours and 20 minutes in Fursuit today, as the Fursuit counter at the top right of the game capture will inform you. So yeah, if you are a bit shy, that's fine, I understand. Otherwise, I would love for you to tell me where you found out about my stream here today. While I just go through and sell some of this junk that we no longer need, as well as a few of these unnecessary modifications, because the weight can add up. Alright. This one's pristine, so I'm gonna sell that. And we've got quite a few bolter pistols here. We don't need so many of them. So that one, so that one. Everything else I'm pretty satisfied with for the time being. Thanks, Martin. I hope you find a solution to your issue soon. Dude, do you see that?
Yeah, I've done work for Sublight. Need to pay the bill somehow.
Can you imagine paying the bills by being stuck in a Moonman suit, though? I could probably take some of this stuff, but I feel bad for removing some of Martin's livelihood. He's clearly struggling, and I feel like the poor man could use all the help he could get. I'm just kind of looking around here for unique items. What's he got in his storeroom, huh? Oh. Oh! Defective Moonman helmet. Did you hear that? It made a squeaky sound. What does it say? So here's the regular Moonman helmet. It gives you a +3 armor and a +5 to your lie skill. You asked for it, you got it. A genuine Spacer's Choice Moonman helmet, based on the most popular mascot in SC's marketing history. Enjoy! And the defective one, all it does is give you a +1 to temperament. No problems. And let me turn off that setting. Oh, wait. Oop, did not mean to activate that. Yeah, oops. Alright, yeah, that's what the head looks like. It's starting to freak me out, so I'm gonna take that off. What was I wearing? This one? And I am going to go right back in and turn off the show player helmet so that my head is visible at all times. I guess I don't need some Spacer's Chaw. I will take the mag pick and that bypass shunt, though, as well as those bits. And that armor part. Woohoo! This stuff I really don't use, so I'm not gonna bother with it, honestly. Maybe I'll just take a bunch of nanners. And some mock apples. I have fruit loaded into my, inhaler. So that would be useful to me. And the salt tuna, because I have fruit and meat loaded in. I like how I was like, I'm not going to steal from him, and then as I'm explaining, I'm just stealing stuff. Adapt and overcome. Is there anything in the... Oh, there's just 11 bits. Alright, good luck with everything, Martin. I hope you find out a solution to that head thing. Hello.
You been flying the outer systems route lately? Deader than a space caterpillar out there.
Yeah, we know. Okay, so here's the rest and go, the last place that we had to look. I believe we have a journal quest related to such. Yes. She's in here. Sprat!
If it's between the unreliable and the rest and go, I believe I'll sleep on the ship.
Oh, you're familiar, huh, Vicar Max? Well, this appears to be the front desk person. Hey there, Milo. How's it going?
How do you do? And welcome to the Rest and Go. We used to be the Go and Rest, but folks never knew when to leave.
Ahaha.
Sorry. Business has been slow. Anything to occupy the time.
I can imagine. How's life on Groundbreaker? I feel like I'll do a little bit of chit-chat with him before I get to the point and soften him up a little bit.
Fine, as long as the board keeps its grubby mitts to itself. Chief Tennyson holds the ship together, the Promenade holds our economy together, and Sublight is the shoddy jewel in our rusty old crown.
You mentioned Sublight.
Our local garbage collectors. That Lilia Hagen never met a debris field she didn't like.
Yeah, she certainly...
She freely admits she planted her roots in Groundbreaker to escape board oversight. But I think there's more to it. She's unusual in the head, that one.
Yeah, she definitely gave off that appearance. Anyway, do you do business with the Promenade merchants?
Of course. Most of our supplies come and go through merchants. Company ships and salvage runs are the only traffic we tend to get. I try and steer clear of that creepy fellow in the moon mask. If there's a cost to being a company man, he paid it in spades.
Oh, I agree with you, Milo. How does Groundbreaker keep the board at bay?
Our Chief Tennyson has an independent streak, same as her mother and grandmother who rode this ship on the crossing. There's a reason the board's embassy is a glorified shoebox. While Junlei Tennyson lives and breathes, Groundbreaker remains free.
I'm looking for Gladys.
Oh, you can't miss her. Right behind you, number 2. First unit on the left, or second unit from the right, depending on which direction you count from.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll be on my way. What's this back here? Oh, a safe, you say? It needs a key. Ah, I had a key for it. I must have looted that from someplace. Ooh. Let me just, shut that door. And it's all mine now. Nanner spank. Hell yeah. I'll show you a nanner spank. This one we've got to unlock, but it's no problem for us. Vicar, please be careful. He could look over and say me. Now this requires a rest and go key card, which we don't have. As does that one. Boo. Hiss. We'll need to get one of those from somewhere. I guess Parvati wanted to wait outside. She didn't want to be privy to the theft. Such a goody two-shoes, that Parvati. Okay, so here's a bunch of vending machines, which we've already tagged. And it looks like that's the room that Gladys is in. So before we go in to see Gladys, I'm just going to explore a little bit. And wouldn't you know it, this is the passageway that we came out through that room in the med bay. So that's just another way to access the rest and go. And this is the bathroom that we already checked out and looted. Hello.
Hey.
Nice talk. I'm just gonna climb up this here ladder, see what there is. Hello. Oh, hello.
This heat's unbearable.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do something about that. Just give me some time. Now, if I had a rest and go keycard, I could just open the door, but if I pick it, I'll actually get XP for doing so, and it won't cost me any mag picks. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick the lock. I'm gonna crouch down though, just in case.
Understood. I'll keep my head down.
Hello. Anybody in here? Well, I'm in here now. Haha. I'm gonna take your algae logger. I'm gonna take your algae logger. I'm gonna take your nanners, your bread, and your bits. Well, whoever was sleeping in this room is gonna be in for a sorry surprise when they come back. Oh, hi there. Hello, sir.
I'm just in port long enough to get another haul contract.
Understood. It looks like you're having dinner. Enjoy that salt tuna. It comes straight from Edgewater. I've been there, you know. Okay, nothing over here. Nothing of note. He's got some stuff, but I don't really need it. I will check out his computer, though. Oh, he's got tossball cards. You think he'll see me if I steal these tossball cards? Yep, he did.
What do you think you're doing?
Hey, it's okay. I was just leaving.
Sorry for the misunderstanding.
Oh, what a simpleton. Anyway. Oh, blah, blah, blah. My reputation decreased. I'm gonna check out this computer. Pay-to-view movies. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Okay, pay-to-view is restricted to diamond level guests, but feel free to peruse our catalog. Entertainment cartridges are available for rent at the main desk. There are currently 0 cartridges in stock. My big canid friend. Synopsis. A lab-grown giant canid goes on an adorable rampage, leading a family of scientists on a wild chase across Emerald Vale. Spending the holiday away from home proves to be a chore, but the family soon realizes that true friends are the monsters you meet along the way. Rated FSR 11 for fun times, simulated rampage, and body count 11. That sounds like an interesting movie. What else do they have here? Why, it's Nanner Spank 7. Primal Affections. Synopsis. Raised by wilderness primals, one man will leave the jungle he knows to explore the one he doesn't. Keystone. He came for Nanner Spank, but he stayed for love. Can a young corporate executive collar this creature, or will she awaken the beast within? Rated PACNS for passion, anthropoid, and consensual nanner spanking. Oh my, if that doesn't sound like a saucy film. What are the cereals they have available? Baking with Edna. In this time-honored culinary classic, Chef Edna gives valuable life lessons while she cooks from the Book of Approved Cakes. Learn to maintain a structured kitchen, obey your head chef, achieve a good sponge, and obey your sous chef. Edna is the boss in her kitchen. Now she can be the boss of yours. A cooking show. Sounds pretty fun. What about Space Hospital? If the walls of Orbital Hospital could talk, they'd shriek with terror. These doctors have seen it all. 0G cyst lancing, extraterrestrial teratoma. Next, on a very special episode, in order to trap a chem thief, Dr. Margrave must become a serial arsonist. Don't forget to see Space Hospital Nights for steamy suspense. Ooh la la. And the last one is called Broderick's Brood. This sounds kind of like a family sitcom parody. Let's see if we're right. An ordinary colony family daydreams of the extraordinary. While Lucia works in the factory canning processed borscht, her ham-handed husband cooks up schemes to land her a big promotion. Will that lovable fool ever learn to be satisfied with what he has? Broderick's Brood is a testament to the less is success family lifestyle. That's kind of cute. Oh, there was something I forgot to do. I have to hack the computer to access the guest messages. Give me 1 second. I'm in. So, here is a message from Veritas. Subject, be careful. To Iceman. One of UB's squealers came asking after you. Wanted to know what you like to drink, who you talk to, what your temperament's like. Tried to pay me off. I took the bits and told her a pack of lies. Watch your back when you get in. Don't want to find you in the waste disposal chute. From V. Who is this mysterious Veritas? Subject, space for the ISCC. Icy. Been a while since I heard from you. You're on that long haul out to Dashkova right now. I hope it goes well. I got a space for you and yours to meet when you get back. It's just a storage room, but it's quiet and safer than the bar. Should be able to accommodate most of your folks. No fees or nothing. Just let me buy you a beer. Oh, there's this one. Stop looking or else. Message contents empty. Subject, please stop. Mr. McRed, we've reviewed your proposal for the 10th time and still do not agree that galactic mushroom is an acceptable flavor for a Rizzo beverage. Even if we were to pursue the idea, the samples you sent us were dangerously hallucinogenic. The unopened package alone caused mayhem in our receiving bay. Please don't reach out to us again. Oh my. Sounds like somebody's been making some special baked goods. Those messages from Veritas were quite interesting. Somebody left some bypass shunts on this here trash heap. I'll certainly avail myself of those. Oh. Haha. I probably could have just reached this by walking, but it makes me feel more accomplished to hop down. Those mushrooms. Oh yeah. You know the kind I'm talking about. Portobello, baby. Wiggling my eyebrows right now. You just can't see it. Alrighty. Well, looks like it's time to talk to Gladys. Hello. Oh, okay. Okay. We got this kind of a situation going on in here. Alright. Hi there, Gladys.
Bless my heart. A stranger come knocking on a poor old woman's door.
Oh, I don't buy that for a minute.
You here for a particular reason? Or did the neighbors tell you how good my sugar cookies are? Made without a single natural ingredient or an oven. Just like store-bought.
Oh, that's an interesting selling point. Well, Phineas sent me. He said you could sell me a nav key to Stellar Bay.
Those have been the height of illegality since Stellar Bay turned their noses up at the board. You and I could be thrown to the void just for discussing such a transaction. Lucky for us, Groundbreaker's a free port. We're outside of the board's control. For the time being, at least. Now, I only have the one nav key. And they're hard to come by these days. It won't be cheap. If you find yourself lacking in the bits, I might have an opportunity you'd be interested in.
Oh! That's a cost. Oh, Gladys. No one's ever found my bits lacking.
You've certainly been blessed with an abundance of sass, haven't you? But it's your interstellar currency I'm interested in, not your nethers.
Any chance of a discount since Phineas sent me?
Phineas? That old kook. He was quite the dancer back in his prime, did he tell you? Real light on his feet. Real light in the wallet, too. He still owes me a small fortune. Laws. Maybe I should charge you double.
Platinum has redeemed a chirp. Here are your chirps, Platinum. Are you ready? You ready? Gotta put your hands out to catch them. Ready? There you go. Alright, are you heading to bed? Okay. You know, I was hoping to finish, I'm just gonna finish this conversation with Gladys here, and then I'll probably cut the stream short as well, because I didn't even realize how late it was getting. In any case, I am going to say goodbye to you. So good night, Platinum. And yep, you know where to catch me next week. Same place. I will probably be streaming at the same time, but in any case, you can always check out my Twitter just before to know when I will be streaming. Take care. See you next time. Well, Gladys, tell me about this opportunity. May as well.
Well, I find I'm in need of a ship captain with a little moral flexibility. Might be this could help out the Groundbreaker, as well as earn some bits. But if you've got qualms...
What other jobs do you know about?
Might want to acquaint yourself with Junlei Tennyson, Groundbreaker's chief. She's been trying to get a handle on this heat problem we've got. You'll find her fretting in engineering. I'd say she's a sweet girl, but law forfend someone call me a liar.
Oh yes, we've already met.
I don't know, man. She seemed pretty neat to me.
Well, aren't you sweet? And just her type, too.
What? What's that supposed to mean?
Forget I said anything.
I wanted to talk about that opportunity you mentioned.
Yes, dearie?
Well...
Anytime, sweetheart. You know where to find me. Here, take a candy with you.
Thanks, Gladys. What a sweet old lady. So she's got some sort of an opportunity for us, but it seems a little bit suspicious. In any case, as I said, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here for today. I streamed for quite a while, didn't I? Thank you to everyone for stopping by and spending some time on your Saturday here with me playing the Outer Worlds. As always, I plan to stream again next Saturday, same place, if you want to pop by and continue on our journey through the Groundbreaker. I will be posting on my Twitter the time that I will be streaming next week. That is the link to my Twitter account if you would like to go ahead and follow me there for the most up-to-date information about Shetani and what I am doing. I believe I'm going to be calling it a night here. So, again, I thank you all very much for watching. Good night, system. Good night, everybody else in the chat. And I will catch y'all folks back here again next time. Take care.